shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wanted fire, a mind drawn its dawn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Thinking truth from the wreckage, raising thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to impotence. Consume the world cracks open, usher it up. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Behave. We got Glowing Dog. What is good? And shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Very good to see you, sir. Those different shifts, right? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is good? So, tonight's gonna be fun. Tonight is gonna be fun. Horseradish. From some of you know of Horseradish, because he hosts debates. Sorry, brain fart for a second there. He hosts debates, and I debate on his platform all the time. But he was like, "I want a piece of you." So tonight, the debate prompt is going to be: religion is the most dangerous thing that man has ever created. And so obviously I am the on the negative. He is going to be on the affirmative, saying that is actually the case. But I'm not really sure what angle he's going to take. So, I figured while we're hanging out, while we're thinking about what's going on, there was a big piece of the panel from the abortion debate that we covered last time that we didn't get to see. Horseradish is going to be here in about an hour. And so, yeah, we'll just see what's good. And what kind of arguments do you think that someone who believes that, what can you say? I mean, automatically out the gate, I'm thinking, well, we've got nukes. That seems to be a more dangerous thing than religion. And I don't know. So I think even if you want to say that, something along the lines of, well, even the individual bombs that you use are destructive, then, the mindset of this, that, and the other. But even still, I don't see how, like, there is a lot of positive side to people having religion. And especially as being a non-believer myself, I don't have to push the personal benefits of the religion. I just have to show that the benefit was there and or is there. So I'm going to be very, very interesting. I'm not sure where exactly it's going to go, but we also wanted to keep this more as a conversational style debate, similar to the other night when we had Razor up here. And he has an opening statement that he's going to start with, but other than that, we're just going to kind of roll into it and have the conversation. So we will do a poll at the end to see who wins. But it's not going to be blood sporty or anything like that. Really, just an interesting perspective. And as somebody who, again, is a non-believer, I don't often get to make these types of arguments to somebody who is actively saying religion is the worst thing ever. Shout out to Seth. Welcome to the party. Said reward programming is more dangerous than religion. Why don't I reward programming? What is reward program? What exactly are we talking about here? A well-designed rewards program that goes beyond simple transaction. It blends transactional and emotional loyalty elements, such as points for purchase. So just you just mean in general? Yeah. Okay. That's that. Yeah. So say more on that. How is Pavlov and his dog more dangerous than religion? Lummel said, "Are the religious the only ones with nukes? Not a single atheist in the world does. I'm not sure. I'm not sure either. But I don't know if I got a chance to say the end of that. But even if there are huge negatives to religion, which I 1000% agree that there are, for it to be the most dangerous thing is a little wild. And I do think that, we would not be in a great place without religion. I do personally think that it's time that we move on from that shit, but I don't think we could have gotten here without it. We got Podesta. Welcome. So at the top of my head, nuclear bomb has stopped all wars, whereas religion creates more wars. Okay, fair enough. And so the again, if he's going to go down this road, then it becomes a measure of the ratio. So if you're creating wars and how much other good stuff or bad stuff is coming from it. And so I think I'm glad that this is not something that we're trying to win. As we always say, stop trying to win an argument and just have the conversation. I am very excited to dig into this without having to, try to score points or anything. But yeah, I don't really know how that's a tall order. That is a tall order. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. It's hard to argue it's evil if the very concept of good and evil comes from religion. I wonder if he'll make that argument. I don't know. We will see. We also got Razor Sharp in the building. Welcome to the party. As you guys saw him up here last stream, said religion is a tool. At worst, it's neutral. Tools are only as evil as the users. Well, that's a good point then. So if it is a tool, then it is more neutral than anything else. And if we find things that are in fact evil, then it's not religion, is it? So we look at economic propaganda and how those groups make appeals towards rights and benefits and injustice over truth-seeking behavior itself. Yeah, there's definitely an aspect there. Religion is evil. Is that the entire premise? Yes. Religion is the most dangerous thing that man has ever created. That is his affirmative position, and I will be arguing against that. But again, not going to be super blood sporty, more of a conversational thing. Glowing Dark said, I'm an atheist, but certainly Marxism is more destructive than religion. Bingo. Yeah, so that's why I'm interested to see what kind of angle he's going to take with this. Because if you're going down that road, then we have to look at every single ideology ever. And I don't know. Interesting, but we'll see what arguments he makes. Shout out to Sean Go the Vegan. Welcome to the party. God never blessed you with any. Yeah, I don't believe that God exists. So agreed, I guess. Religion is dangerous is not the same as religion is evil. Ooh, good point. And we got Abe Dinkus. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. So here's how we're gonna do this. So we're gonna be, like I said, we got some time before Horseradish comes up. We're gonna check out the rest of that panel that on Horseradish's channel that we didn't get to, and then we're gonna come in and have the debate. And what I'm thinking is, instead of just doing an open panel, we'll have I'll drop the link, but we'll do like one at a time, and someone comes up and asks a question, and then the next person, and we'll see how that works. Other than that, I also don't want to necessarily be interrupting the discussion for super chats, but of course I do love those super chats. So what we'll do is, as they come in, I'll pull them up on the screen, and then when we get a break in, like a lull, then we'll go back and we'll read them out and give Morty his treats and everything. Glendog said, come to Horizontal Town, be a landscaper. That's right, guys. If you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be, then if you do want to be, then you're right where you want to be. If not, you can just click the link in the description. It will always be the link over to the landscape stream. All right. Yeah, so don't think that I'm skipping super chats just because I pull it up, but I don't give Morty a treat or anything. I'll pull them up just so I don't like when channels like typically have, they go for like a half hour or whatever and then go through all the super chats. I typically don't like that, because then the timing of the super chats don't always make sense. So I do want to pull it up there so that it's part of the consciousness. But yeah, we'll do stopping points to do all of that. Lone Wolf said, Marxism is a good example. It's secular and not religious, but some would take it religiously. But all of the Marxists do not. Yeah, I mean, I could argue that trans ideology is more dangerous. I don't think that's true, but because you have to take the entirety of the good and the bad. And so if we look at the history of things like the Crusades and the Islamic Wars and stuff like that, that's a lot of evil there, and we can see what Marxism does. But I don't know, very, very interesting. All right, we got Glowry. Welcome. The third secret of Fatima can be understood by reading Night in Zagreb by all of that. Fair enough. Okay, so while we wait for our boy Horseradish, we're just gonna pick up right where we left off. If you missed the last stream, I did a debate with Circa. So we had myself up here and Circa right here, saying that legal personhood should be extended to conception. And I, again, was arguing in favor that personhood should begin at conception, and he was saying it was not. It was, I have no idea. And, it being a 15-minute debate, I didn't really get to all the places that I want to get to. So the panel is where we really actually got into the meat and potatoes. And so what time is it? It's 8:10, so we got about an hour before Horseradish gets here, but we will be cooking. And like I said, stick around, because instead of doing an open panel, we'll do one at a time so that we can keep it a little bit more organized and on the rails. Shout out to Mom Tech. Very good to see you. Said liked and shared. Guys, thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff really, really, really does help. It's free. It's easy. It just takes a second. And it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Welcome to the party. So yeah, we had the debate about legal personhood, and I was essentially making the argument: unique DNA equals unique person, and then we looked it up, and apparently that is not the case. Each cell has unique DNA, but I then was appealing to, okay, if we find my hair at a murder scene, then they'll be able to do some kind of testing and test it back to me and only me, versus your hair, same thing. And so I was just asking him, and he seemed to not acknowledge that, as if the DNA just wasn't a thing. So let's check that out, and we will wait for our boy Horseradish to head in the building. Shout out to Heimdall. Welcome. All right, so let's back this up a little bit. Oh, come on. Oh, it's me.
Circa. It sucked, but he came in at the end and he knocked you off your pedestal. So, but this time, this one is going to be yours. So that said,
right.
You guys both know how this works. Do you guys have any questions before we begin? Or are you ready to?
Oh, God damn it! Was this
the?
This was right at the beginning of the goddamn debate. All right, give me a sec here. We got it. Because remember, Horseradish came in and he was like, "Oh, I cleaned up the other one, so it's not just the Discord thing." But now I don't know where the panel.
The contracts are very old. Like we're talking.
They're a little.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Hurry up! Play.
I don't have a name. I don't have a hand on you.
Because some things
I don't have a hand. What's happening?
They function perfectly fine in a capitalist format, and some don't. So I don't know what this prompt means.
War profiteering is one that you.
Okay, so they're still talking about the war one. What is going on? Why is this not playing? Should we reload? Let's reload because it's the same time that was open.
Just jump into it. You guys have been super patient. I appreciate it.
I'm ready to go.
We have
there you go, retard.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's our government.
Temperature IQ, bastard. Okay,
our government.
You want to go in there? Let's go.
That you might want the government to do exactly what you just said with the weapons.
Said I could. Yes, I want the government to enforce.
Being a human.
Yeah, it's called gene expression. So
okay, all right, here we go.
That they're the like where you went to the.
Oh, the timer's up. Stupid! I didn't see the timer there. All right, good.
DNA evidence.
Oh my lord. Something. But I was still referring to issues. All right, here we go. Here we go. So we'll just start from the beginning of the panel version, the panel excerpt of the debate. Legal personhood should be extended to conception. Said after our last panel, I realized that God would measure the cell, would measure by the cell and the cell's potential. Interesting. Shout out to Morty. Yeah, don't forget, guys, every single donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. All right, here we go.
Yes, I can just move it to the top front. Cool. Yeah, I can fix it. We're doing
everyone can come and go as you please. It's fine.
Okay,
that's right. Come and go as you please.
So, can I just, Circa? Can I just ask you a direct question? Were you unaware? We've established that the unique DNA thing does not follow because each cell has unique DNA. And so again, at the beginning of the actual debate, I was like, unique DNA equals unique person. And he was like, that's not scientifically correct, right? And we fact checked me and everything. And apparently that is the case. I thought that each cell had the same DNA in a person, but we were really talking about the genome. Hamnil said, sperm is a single specialized male reproductive cell. It is a microscopic cell. He was breaking way down. And now that you say that, I do think that it likely has to do with the fact that you can go to that argument that masturbation is murder if you're talking on that level. I did think that he may have been going that way. We'll see. All right. Were you unaware?
That was the word you were looking for, by the way.
Yeah.
I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah. Were you unaware that I was referring to the human genome or a new human organism? Or were you genuinely thinking that I'm only saying DNA equals human?
Unique DNA is not a term.
That was not. And so again, he's dodging it. 3, 4, 5 times. We spent half of the debate And I gave that example. If there's a murder scene, and there's my hair, and there's your hair, and what is the science that allows us to pull that back to us? Because I kept saying unique DNA, but it wasn't unique DNA. But the thing that I was referring to still is legitimate. The question. That was not the question.
It kind of.
Did you hear the question?
I know.
Do you need me to ask it again?
If you're referring to like chromosomal.
Did
like,
you know what I meant when I said unique DNA equals unique person, and then we went down the rabbit hole of saying, well, each cells are different. Okay, I didn't know that. You taught me something. But because I never understood why sperms and eggs have no value, but once they join, we have to protect them with our lives, because your sperm by itself, or your egg by itself, or your toenail by itself, or your hair by itself doesn't have the potential to become a human being. Once you're a zygote, you do. I was still referring to the genome that and a whole human person. So I'm asking you straight up: were you genuinely confused by my using the wrong words? Or were you understanding what I was saying and just using that as a debate tactic?
I'm gonna.
Yeah. So one was saying it's going to be tough. Not a certain religion versus another. Wasn't every civilization, early history, religious? Yes. Every death can be counted towards religion, even if it had nothing to do with it. So I would knock that down. I think if that's what, if we're saying, well, everybody was religious, therefore, religion kills people or something. That I'm not going to stand for. That's not a real argument, because then we're not actually tying it to the dangerous aspect of what we're talking about. Sperms don't have potential until they fertilize. Indeed. Usually the masturbation argument is used when potential is brought up as a reason. And yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. The sperm has the potential to be human. It may meet an egg in the future, and right. But the process of it becoming this is the difference between why it's okay to a lot of vegetarians will eat eggs, because it's not on that process yet. Anything could be anything. Could be anything. That's not a specific process has begun once they are fertilized.
Defer to someone right now. Hunter is literally a biology degree major.
Why can't you just answer the question?
Nobody knew you said genome much. She literally has a degree in biology.
I did say. He didn't say genome, but
I understood it.
And I guess average.
Right, exactly. So that extra step is what I'm appealing to. A zygote does not need to find anything. It just needs to operate as intended, and it will be a human being. That's the point of the question. I'm not asking about Hunter. I'm asking about you, Circa. That's why it's a genuine question. If you genuinely did not understand that I was talking to whatever,
you were talking about genome specifically only. No.
So then what did? Right. And you can decide that you don't agree, but a new life has been created. And so the question is not really why is that the line? It's whether or not you accept that that's what it is. What do you think I was referring to when I conceded that unique DNA was not a unique person, and I was talking about the hair? What did you think I was referring to?
Again, it doesn't matter.
It matters to me. It matters desperately to me. I'm pathetic and a loser, and your words are going to live in my head for the next 10 months. What did you think I meant?
Why? This has such a
okay. You just go, and I'll ask you the same question when you. Well, and that was the debate, right? So agree, disagree. You don't answer it now,
dude. I can tell that's kind of how you operate. Like, just stop talking.
Yeah, how dare I let you answer a non-question? Go ahead.
Again, you need to actually show how you are grounding the property of uniqueness.
So the question was, what did you think I was referring to?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's
fair enough. So that whole time when I'm giving that example and using the fact that DNA analysis can be used in court, he had no idea that that's what I was talking about, because I didn't say the word genome.
Come on, man.
Fair enough.
Jesus,
it seems like
Jesus. May I please steel man you? May I please white knight you, friend? So, Circa, what would you call the process of genotyping a person for the purposes of forensic evidence?
It's not relevant. I'm serious, it's not.
It is. I'm asking the question. I feel like it's relevant because I asked you the question.
I don't like the answer.
It's relevant.
So it's not relevant.
I don't know the phrase. I don't know the fucking.
Okay, cool. You don't know. So genotyping is what we're going to call it. So you do acknowledge that if I leave a hair follicle at a crime scene, that they are able to track that unique imprint of my DNA to me, correct? You're familiar with that idea, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No.
So within that, do you understand that whenever that new imprint, that new structure of DNA, that new genome or genotype has been created, that is what Jesus is trying to refer to as the moment that a new being has been created. Do you see
Why?
Okay, no. But I'm not saying yes or no.
What about when a
do
cell
you
has
understand
mutation?
that is what he's saying? That's all we're asking.
They have the same DNA, but they don't have the same DNA as anyone else. That would be an anomaly, basically a mutation. And so, yes, that is a carve out because they are two people, but it's still one set of the genome, whatever the fuck.
I'm not saying, do you
What
agree?
about when a cell has a mutation?
We're not saying do you agree. We're saying do you understand that is the framing he is trying to put forth.
It's just
That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you understand, or no, you don't understand, brother.
hold on.
Just
That-
answer the fucking question.
That might be the framing that he's trying to put forth, but he's simply wrong.
Fair enough.
And
It's
we'll
like,
get to that
fair
next.
enough.
We'll get to that next,
Right.
Vigi. Hold on.
And maybe that's what he was doing. Maybe he got so far ahead of himself that him understanding what I was saying is like, this doesn't matter because you're wrong. Fair enough. But you have to go in order. You have to show me that you understand what I'm saying before you can tell me that it's wrong.
We'll get to that next, Vigi. I just want to make sure that Circa understands the argument that Lutch is putting
If
forth.
I say yes, will he just tell me that uniqueness is his argument?
I don't know. Why don't you answer the question and we can find out?
I don't think it was.
So-
Yes.
So do you? Okay, fantastic. Now,
Oof,
then
we got there.
Is
the
it
next,
uniqueness or not?
the next question. Even if you don't know the term, Lutch doesn't know the term. That's fine. Genotyping, right? We know that is the technology, the forensic technology that is used to determine one person's individual genotype or DNA from another's. Now, to answer you back, Lutch,
But yeah, he had no idea. He had no idea.
there are similarities to a point of virtual what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, the whiskey.
Ooh, bars, fucking bars. Saying sperm is not potentially human. It is a human fully belonging to the host. Bars.
Starting to catch up.
Irreplaceable?
Not being able to tell the difference between identical twins.
Okay.
That two identical twins are going to have the exact same genotype.
No, sometimes
Right.
it's not even that. It goes farther than that. There's sometimes where when we run the DNA sequence, we mistake brothers and sisters that are not
Or
identical
cousins,
twins,
yeah,
and we also
100%.
Okay, but
Or,
that's an issue with the technology,
like,
not with the
direct-
principle.
Well,
Not
I don't
with
think
the
that you're.
idea.
I don't
So,
know. I
yeah,
don't think
technology-
your argument
it's
was
literally because
unique.
of how DNA
Uniqueness.
it's
Hold on. Would you
literally
make?
because of
Sorry,
how
so
it works.
the
It
Indian
was.
fetus tube. Sorry. Yes, sir. Would you make the same case if we were talking about a baby,
Non-life
a
and
fetus that is a clone?
Baby.
Would you be making the same argument if the baby was a clone of something of another person?
I don't know.
Would you make the same?
It seems like I would.
I
I don't
think-
know. But I'd have
I
to
think you
about
would.
it.
So I don't
Probably.
think.
Strong point. There.
I don't think
that
your
was gonna be
argument
a question I
was
was gonna ask you,
uniqueness.
Casey, just
Oh,
so
that's
you
Like the,
know.
the whole thing
Was if we clone a person,
Right, but
are we then still
Yeah.
having a unique person? That was going to be my next
well,
question.
and so yes,
Hold
that's
on.
exactly what I was going to say. Is that
Hold on,
Hold on a minute. We'll give it to you. Hang on. Let Indian Jesus. finish.
there is we can like there already is examples of twins existing and courtroom stuff. So I don't know exactly how they iron that out, but that is a process that we can. But that's it. Yeah, we agree that what you're saying is true. You can track the progression from ejaculation to human. What we are saying, or what I am saying, is the fact that there needs to be another process. The fertilization is the point, because at that point, then you can say any atom is a potential human. And so the purpose of then applying that to the law, that doesn't mean anything. Use. I'm sure if you find DNA at a murder scene and it's twins, we don't just go, oh, whoopsie, we can't know, right? There's other things that go into it. And so, fine, I will take the L that I was under the impression unique DNA equals unique person. I did not know that each cell has a unique DNA sequence, but I think it was pretty clear that if not from the wording itself, that from the very specific example of almost in a childlike way saying, I take mine, I think that was pretty clear, and I just honestly don't believe you. I don't believe that you didn't know what I meant.
Just so you know,
How does
Jesus,
uniqueness
so you
just
know, during the
mean?
stream, I did double check and fact
Personal.
check it, and it does seem that it is true that all cells have slightly different structures. However, the DNA itself is the
Inside
overlapping.
there's a
So
line.
yeah,
Shout out to Futo. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We are hanging out and watching the rest of the panel from the other night. And Horseradish, our dude down here, will be joining us shortly for a religion is evil debate. And like I said before, it's not going to be as structured and it's not going to be as blood sporty. This is more of a discussion. We are framing this as a debate, and we are going to ask you who won and lost. But we're not really here to fling mud. I'm genuinely interested in his position and where this goes. So again, with any super chats, we'll pull them up as they come up, and then when we get a lull, we will stop and give Morty all of his treats. Shout out to David Gill. Welcome to the party. Over on Rumble, said, seems like a flawed premise. While Lutch is working on his Sans God morality laws, currently and throughout history, evil is defined by religion. And so again, the prompt being, so I did put that in the title, but destructive. I'm pretty sure, right? Destructive. I want to just get the wording exactly right. Exactly right. Religion is the most dangerous thing that man has ever created. So I'm going to put this up here and star that. There we go. So that is the prompt that we are going to be debating, and again, not going to be all blood sporty, but so I put in religion and evil just because that's a long prompt, but that is an important point. We're going off of danger, not evil. Good thinking on his end. Behaves that Islam is an evil religion. Bingo. Agreed.
Again, but the cells themselves. So again, it is sort of a semantic scientific argument.
No, because if uniqueness is what the grounding property is.
Yep. I know uniquity is not necessarily indicative of individuality, but individuality is, I think, or self-determination, I think would be a better way for us to classify. But we'll come back to that. Emmett was next. I'm sorry, Emmett. What were you going to say?
What about?
Hey, shout out to Futoy with a $2 make you holla. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Said, give the puppy a treat, please. Your wish is my command. Very much appreciated. And kind of like how I just did that, I pulled it up when I seen it, and then we have a little break, and we'll come back to it and give Morty his treats. Thank you, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. We got Jason saying, I came for blood sports. I'm disappointed. Listen. You guys know how I am. All right, this isn't going to be like, well, what do you think about? We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna fucking dig our heels in and get into some fling some shit. It's just a little less about winning and a little bit more about understanding. That's easy to defeat because everyone knows. Dramatic pause. Money is the root of all evil. I'll accept the evil. Thank you, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream.
I think would be a better way for us to classify, but we'll come back to that. Emmett was next. I'm sorry, Emmett. What were you going to say?
What
sir?
about something that has mutation?
Hold on, sir.
Exception makes the rule.
Oh my!
Just go, sir. Emmett. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask Vigilante. Okay. Sorry, I was just going to ask Vigilante. When you said that about about they running the sequence of DNA, you call it a mistake. Why would it be a mistake if it's, if it's actually doing the thing, they're just running the sequence?
What?
I was more so calling it unreliable.
Yeah, but you would call that a mistake, right? It would be saying that they're the same person, but they aren't.
Bingo. That indeed would be a mistake because Vigilant, I don't even know his full name. We've been calling him Vigi, but Vigi down here, blocked by the chat, was appealing to the fact that sometimes when they do DNA analysis, they can have issues with family members and all that stuff. And so Emmett is saying, okay, well, that's a mistake there. So let's see. Thoughts on what? Did I miss something? Thoughts on what? What you talk about, Wiz? Doing all those PCR tests around the world should tell you something. Indeed.
Would be saying that they're the same person, but they aren't.
Bingo. I mean, yeah, That's
So that would
the
mean that
reason
there
why-
is a truth of the matter, right? Otherwise, it would just,
No.
it wouldn't be a mistake.
So, see, there's a reason why you can't convict somebody purely off of DNA evidence. DNA evidence helps with the conviction, but you can't.
I would
Yeah,
say
you
that a
can't
lot of
purely
people have been
convict somebody
convicted.
based off of.
I thought you
What's the percentage of
with extra
of it
evidence,
being
it's
wrong.
usually supplementary.
Shout out to Ready Red. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. This is one of those few Star Wars references that I understand. Somehow, Palpatine returned. Speaking of which, I only know that from other pop culture because I have never seen any of the Star Wars movies. So, on May the 4th, we are going to be doing a stream where I'm going to set up my phone. I'm going to set up my phone right here and do a YouTube stream from my phone. But then we're going to have everything going that's going to look exactly like this. It's just going to be over on Rumble. And we're going to watch the fucking Star Wars movies. I've been saying forever and ever and ever. Well, like there's a lot of like late 70s to very early 90s stuff that because my parents are immigrants, they like I didn't get the pass down of the pop culture, and Star Wars was just one of those things. And because it was so big in pop culture in general, I was like, okay, we got to make an event out of this. And so I always wanted somebody to sit down with me who knew all the lore and all this and get really into it, because if I just watch it by myself, then I'm not gonna get it's just gonna be like, okay, what is this? With everything that has been built up over the years, I need somebody there to connect different things and all that stuff. And nobody's fucking down. So, May the 4th, I will be dropping the link to the Rumble stream and we will watch. So, Glow and Dark, we are just waiting for Horseradish. He should be here around 10 after. So it's 8:30. It's 8:30 right now. About 9:10, he should be popping in. No, we're gonna do the original trilogy. And then depending on, I assume we'll make it through one movie, maybe two, but we will see. We will see. And so basically, the lore is the stars are at war. Brilliant. Every time to say watch, yeah, definitely the original trilogy first, definitely. So make sure you are following me on Rumble. You can hop over there right now, and that is the link to this stream that we're watching. That is currently also going on Rumble. Pop on over there, give me a follow so you know where to go. Even I know that you don't want to do that. No. We got to go in order of the way that everybody else did. I can't watch them in number order. The first three are supposed to be the ending. The movies that came after the backstory. Yeah, I mean, like I'm American, guys. I know what Star Wars is. I just haven't specifically seen the movies. So I know that there was 4, 5, and 6, and then there was the prequels, and then there was stuff after that was framed before. But I want to watch them in release order. And then, hey, if you guys are that right and it's that good, then I'm going to rewatch Monster. So I will definitely be watching again, different orders, all that stuff, if I like it. I'm about to watch Chronologically Lost. Yes, Chronologically Lost. If you didn't know, somebody cut scene by scene, the entire series of Lost, cut it up and edited in chronological order. So if you without spoiling anything from a 25-year-old show, the way that they start on the island way before the events of the season 1, it starts there, it goes through, it goes to the 70s, and then because there's episodes where, you're two different people or two storylines are happening at the same time, it'll be like a split screen, and you're watching stuff. So I'm very excited for that. Very excited for that. Someone made a list in chronological order for all the Star Wars media. I'm sure they have. I recently did Fast and the Furious, and I was wondering if I wanted to watch that in release order, because I saw the first 2 or 3 movies, and then I fell off, and everybody's talking about the new Fast X, and so I was like, let's catch up. I was like, do I watch Tokyo Drift now or do I watch it later? I always like to watch it as intended, and then on rewatch you can mess around with it. It's like the only exception is what was that show called? I don't remember. I think Giancarlo Esposito was in it, if I'm not mistaken. But there was a Netflix show that it was like a heist type show. It was 8 episodes, but everybody got a different order of the episodes. So there were like pink, yellow, green, whatever. And some people had pink first, some people had white first, so on. And so you can watch the episodes in any order, and it still makes sense. So that was really cool. But other than that. Yeah, right. Fasten your seatbelts. What a mess. What a mess. Disney kind of gave up after The Mandalorian and started making shit up. Well, I mean, somehow Palpatine returned. That's actually the only thing that I have seen. Because of Bill Burr, I watched season 1 of The Mandalorian. I don't remember anything that happened, but I did watch it. All right. We got a little time. Let's dive back in. Oh, David said, my comment was pertaining to the title of the video. My apologies. I'm currently behind. No problem, brother. Again, I couldn't reach the whole thing. And, you got to play the algorithm a little bit and get a little grabby with your titles. But I don't think that he would say that religion is not evil. So maybe that's a question. That's where we can start. All right. Let's hop back in here.
What's the percentage of
with extra
of it
evidence,
being
it's
wrong?
Usually supplementary, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think
DNA
DNA
evidence is
fully-
supplementary.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but
But
You
remember,
got
we weren't
Chris
talking.
Paul,
I was
the
using that as an
biggest thing that is-
example to demonstrate the genotype. We weren't talking about
Yeah.
the court of law. We were talking
he wasn't-
a particular trial.
Hold on, we are talking about
Personhood-
legal
I mean,
person.
personhood does-
We are talking about legal person.
Right, but that's a legal concept is different than a legal example. Like in this
personhood is.
example,
But it would still presuppose that there's a truth of the matter, right? It
Sure.
would still say if
Yeah.
I run this sequence
Mhm.
and it says the same person of cousins, that you're saying that they're different people. It's
Right.
just that there's
Yeah,
reliability
so, like,
on
a lot of-
the technology, right? But there's a truth of the matter.
Generally
right.
speaking,
So there's an
generally speaking, when you run the DNA sequence against like DNA that's already in the system, you'll get it's like a 97 and 99% match. Typically speaking, that's
wait. What was that?
like it's like
You're
a
not wrong, you should
97
know
and
saying
99%
that.
match.
Oh, poor. Oh, that old line. Shout out to Salty. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Horseradish should be here shortly. We are just hanging out and checking the panel from the last debate night on Saturday because I wasn't as happy with my performance as I could have been. But I think I cleaned it up in the panel. But of course, the panel doesn't count for the scoring. But it ain't about points. It's about sharpening the mind, right?
Match. Typically speaking, that's because you're going to pull the family members of that person.
I don't
What
think
I
it's
mean
all
is
about
there is a
right?
truth of the matter. There's a genome that the genome belongs to a person.
Yeah, this is, and obviously, again, I don't know specifically with Star Wars, but the notion that we have this type of movie, and maybe it's a little bit niche, maybe it's or it just has a genre. I'm like, no, we got to open this up so everybody loves it, and then everybody is mad. I don't understand why they still think that, and I'm hoping I still have hope alive for Marvel. Because in the same kind of way that I didn't have Star Wars in my, passed down to me from a child, I didn't have Marvel and comic books and stuff either. And so when the MCU started, I was like, Iron Man? Who the fuck is who gives a fuck about an Iron Man? And then I made the second one, and I was like, you guys are going to watch this? Thor? What is going? And it wasn't until way later that I realized that there was an extended universe and that the stories were fucking good. And so much so that I asked people what happened at the end of Infinity War. I was like, oh, I'll never care about that. Just tell me what happens. The only thing that I got to see live, or as it came out, was Endgame. After that, everything went to shit. But so I got Endgame. I didn't get Infinity War. That being said, now, I know they're never going to be able to pull anything else off like that, whether it's Secret Wars or Doomsday or any of those things. But I do still think they could do something good. And so I've been thinking all this time with the wokeness that was their thing to try to appeal to everybody. And with COVID and the time that it takes for all this stuff, they went full steam ahead, and they were like, okay, between She-Hulk and this, we're just gonna make all of them. And so by the time they realized, everyone's like, yo, this is woke and gay. We don't want this shit. Then it was too late to turn the ship around. And only now at this point are they able to make those corrections, because if they realized 4 or 5 years ago, then a lot of the stuff that's coming out was already scripted to exist. So I will hope that Marvel can pull it together. Shout out to Equality and Deference, because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. So religion is said liked and shared. Well, thank you so very, very much. Again, guys, so easy, free, helps out so much, and it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. So religion is human opinion pretending to be divine opinion. Bingo. Yup. Interesting topic of discussion. Like all human inventions, religion can be used for good or for evil. Yep. The second person to bring up that religion is a tool. And, the tool is only as good or bad as he who uses it. Interesting. And yes, again, if you're not familiar, I am an agnostic non-believer. I don't think, but I do think that Christianity is the best moral structure that we have as of right now. I am on a crusade, pun intended, to come up with a better moral structure that doesn't require you to believe in things that aren't true. But we're working on that. There's some so that's what I was saying before. When you're talking about the all these movies trying to appeal to everybody, it's the ones that are like, no, we're just going to make the movie that we want to make, even if it's not a great movie at this point in time. Just the fact that it's not OD, it's not super woke and gay, then people will be like, all right, I'm interested in watching this. Shout out to the Chatter King. Welcome. So I don't think religion is more of a mechanism to motivate. I do think religion is more of a mechanism to motivate tools. I agree. We need a better mechanism, but it's not there yet. So what do you consider an assumption of the ultimate force in forming moral arguments? What exactly do you mean by this? Consider an assumption of ultimate force in forming moral arguments. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that God exists. That seems to be an assumption that God exists, and therefore everything that comes from him is great. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, exactly. That's the YouTuber guy, right? And he was like, fuck it, we're just going to do our own thing. And even if people didn't love the movie, people really appreciated that it wasn't the same old thing. And so, there is, hold on one second. Yeah. There is, I'm sure you guys, if you don't watch it, then you've heard of The Pit. And it's like, it's okay. Can we? It's like it's similar to ER, but it's more. It's almost like a documentary. It literally, because every season is one shift. So there's 15 episodes in a season of The Pit. Episode 1 is 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Episode 2 is 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. So on and so on and so forth. So it's the entire day, and you get to see a lot that's going on. And they don't use all the old tropes of sappy music and stuff, but there is that element of Hollywood wokeness, and it could be worse, but it is bad. So minor spoilers for The Pit. If you care enough about it and you don't know that this happened in The Pit, then you don't care that much. But I'm letting you know, while we have this up, there are minor spoilers. And so what I want to talk about is there was a scene with Ice. And so, I'm not going to give away the whole story or whatever, but, they had a thing with Ice and, Ice bad, blah, 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 blah. And the way that it was portrayed in the show was something I was almost okay with, because most of the time they had it about them disrupting how the ER is operating, not politically we don't like them or anything. And so I made this TikTok, and let me know what you guys think. Oh, what happened? Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! All right, there we go. Shout out to Guamtech with that robe. Okay, can we try to please just have a nuanced conversation about this? If you already have your mind made up, just keep swiping. I didn't watch any of the trailers, so I didn't know any of this was coming. I do think that they did a decently good job, pretty good job of handling why everybody was scared of ICE until the end. So hear me out. Let's go through it and tell me if you agree or disagree. Let's talk like adults. I can see a lot of people. Of course, because I don't do politics very often on my TikTok, it's very, I'm not shy about the fact that I'm right-leaning, but the purpose of my TikTok videos are to talk about the shows. Who have my politics being like, oh my God, this is so woke. It wasn't. Did it have a perspective? Yes. Do I happen to agree with that perspective? No. Is that perfectly fine for fiction? Yeah. They already showed with the prisoner from earlier in the day, was it last season, early in the day, whenever, that they were more on the side of, hey, we want to treat everybody here like they are a patient no matter what. Second, I like this. Chatter King said, God probably exists, but it's like we were searching for fossils with a metal detector. That's a good one. I like that. I like it. Shout out to Grumpy. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Klein said, who's the little guy under the towel? That's a man, baby. That's a man. Look at that man. Want to treat everybody here like they are a patient no matter what. Secondly, I definitely would be afraid of dudes looking like that coming into my workplace, disrupting everything. Shout out to Chronic. I mean, yeah, we could definitely admit that, like, if you're just working your job and fucking armed up, masked up dudes with guns pop in, and you're like, that's going to be disruptive. Whether you are glad they're there or not, that's going to be disruptive. He would be afraid of dudes looking like that coming into my workplace, disrupting everything. I did like that they included when Emma was like, oh, we have to, serve them even if they're undocumented. My dad, who used to be an ER doctor and lifelong Republican, always was frustrated that people thought that, if you're a legal alien, that we just, throw you out on the streets. That's not how it worked. Reagan signed that in 1986. But generally speaking, they grounded the fact that all of the characters didn't like ICE for a reason that was not political. It makes perfect sense that they would be frustrated that their workplace is disrupted. It makes perfect sense that there would be people who, patients, nurses, otherwise, would be like, oh, we got a DTFO because even though I have, protected status, they can still scoop me up to check. And so that's referencing that some of the patients, just left. Some of the nurses just left. And again, even if you are an American citizen working in an ER and you agree that illegal immigrants should be deported, that still makes sense. It makes sense. We're not pushing a political message yet. It's just a thing that happened. It's a fictional scenario. So far, I was fine with that. Yeah, as somebody who voted for that, yes. If you're not a citizen here, I want to make sure at any point that if you're acting shady, that we can make sure that you're supposed to be here. That being said, no shade if you know that you have protective status, but you see ICE and you want to get out of it. That makes sense to me. I also appreciated that when Robbie went up to the masked officer, he's like, can you get out of here and whatever? He was just like, yeah, sure. Yeah, so they had a scene where the main doctor went up to one of the ICE agents who hadn't said anything at this point. It was the big guy here. He's like, you guys are just, can you get? And I was just like, yeah, I'll just go over here. And so I appreciated they humanized the ICE agents. We obviously know that there's people in that line of work that I don't even like cops in general, but we obviously know that there's people in that line of work that abuse their power, do horrible things. Nobody is questioning whether or not that happens. The frustration from people like me is that's all you ever see, especially when we're talking about roughing up people who are, not only just here illegally, but are, diddling little girls and doing horrible stuff and defrauding the government, taking your money. People don't generally sign up for ICE because they want to, just go and be that's stupid. If you think that, then you're very ignorant. You know that the media wants to capitalize on anything that's going to be
Listen to what
divisive.
I'm saying so far. So far, I've been on saying that it could be. What does it say? Did they handle ICE well? It wasn't as bad as could have been, but I don't know what else you want from me.
You know that the media wants to capitalize on anything that's going to be divisive. And so when there are examples of people abusing their power, of course it's going to be everywhere. That in no way is condoning it. But let's not pretend like any of us would be happy in a country where we didn't have ICE. Again, if you think that, you're just wrong. You can be strongly against when there are abuses of power. I hate that as well. But let's not confuse that with the institution that was overwhelmingly voted for. And yes, I did vote for it. And yes, I'm frustrated with some of the abuses, or any of the abuses of power and the way that it's being done. This is not the way that it was sold, but the principle still stands. So all that to say, that is already built in to the scene when everybody is treating ICE badly. It's already framed that ICE is bad, but hey, they give a good reason. ICE is bad, not because of everybody's politics, but ICE is bad because you're disrupting the workplace.
And so, again, people are there. It's very clear from watching the show that they're framing that. They're like, oh, ICE is bad. Everybody's scared. Da, 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 da. But again, it's about the disruption. Until
if they had just left it there, I would have been very satisfied, despite my disagreements. But of course, the evil ICE has to randomly attack somebody in the middle of an ER in Pittsburgh.
Yep, they just had the ICE agent just attack somebody, and then one of the nurses tried to jump in, and they arrested the nurse. What?
That's not happening. You saw two, maybe if you are a little bit more into it, 10 examples out of the millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of interactions that ICE has had with very bad people. You guys all want to talk about representation. This ain't it. And again, I'm perfectly fine with a show having a perspective. I'm perfectly fine with watching a show that says ICE bad, even though I personally don't agree. But when you're misrepresenting reality exactly like the mainstream media is doing, people are going to be annoyed. And if you can't understand that, whether you agree or disagree, then I don't know how we ever have a conversation about anything. That's the most frustrating part. They could have done this. They could have tackled it, and everybody who hates ICE would have been happy with everything they did, and everybody who doesn't hate ICE would have been like, all right. But they had to take it too far, and that's not what this show does. The beauty of The Pit is
Of course they do, bro. What else do you think is on there?
The messaging is subtle, and so they don't typically need to hit it on the nose. When it comes to Mel and Becca, we understand that, they're dealing with, a difference in their dynamic, or however you want to put it, without being like, Mel, I need you to see me differently. When it comes to Santos and Langdon,
so the example I just gave, they have one of the doctors has an autistic sister, and there's a storyline with the sister having a boyfriend, and the doctor sees the sister, the autistic sister. It like breaks her brain. Like, wait, what am you have a boyfriend? You're having sex? All this stuff. And they just by the real type of reactions, the realistic type of reactions, they didn't need to. Ooh, you're on the other stream, honey, sweetie, baby. Everybody shout out this fucking loser. The fact that they showed the conversations, they didn't need to spell it out. And they did a good job of presenting their notion that ICE is bad without making a political thing until they didn't.
Mel, I need you to see me differently. When it comes to Santos and Langdon, we understand that there's a lot going on, and yeah, we're all waiting for the blow up that happened. But when it happened, none of us were surprised at what was being.
Right. That was one example out of millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of arrests. So if we want to talk about representation, would it be totally cool if we had a trans person go in there and was trying to sneak into it was a man transing to be a woman, and a dude's in the bathroom trying to creep on a little girl? That happens too. But we don't get that type of representation, do we? It only goes one way. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that it's good if it does happen. I'm saying if we're talking about representation on TV, this is not representative of how ICE operates.
We're all waiting for the blow up that happened, but when it happened...
Did you really say this when you can see on the screen the other people chatting, you fucking idiot?
None of us were surprised at what was being said, even though it was directly connected. And that's even a bad example, because that's been building up for 10 episodes. They just didn't need that last scene where Ice just bugs out for no reason. They just didn't need it. The point was already made, and now it was so on the nose that people are going to be annoyed. Bingo. And this is similar to an opinion I had about that movie. What the fuck was it? I think it was just called Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio, and it was basically a movie, a typical sci-fi-esque movie about how nobody's listening. The scientists are saying, this is coming, and nobody's listening to them, and da-da-da-da-da. And the big thing was that, like, you could just look up and see the proof of whatever, but that a lot of people wouldn't. And it was a perfectly good message, because we know that the people on the right who are that are bad in whatever rhetorical way we want to say, that happens on the right and the left. And by choosing one side to be like, this is the side that's bad, instead of pointing out the people like this, whatever side they're on, are bad, is what undercuts the entire fucking message. Go back and watch that movie, and you tell me that they think it is that they're trying to send a message about the way that we actually behave versus sending a message about red team, blue team. But yeah, I mean, we know that there is way more of a left-leaning spin in Hollywood and all these things, and I'm okay with that. I don't need, like, shout out to The Ranch. Shout out to The Ranch, a Netflix original from a while ago. Most seasons had Danny Masterson, so whenever he got in trouble during the Me Too stuff, it really fucking sucks that the only, like, real based sitcom was, had a rapist on it. But that was a show that, again, it had some overtly political lines, but in general, it was just about how people who live in Colorado, who work a ranch, how they behave and how they think. And it was really good. And I think if Danny Masterson wasn't a creep, then we could have gotten a little bit more out of it. Yeah, I'm not getting into all that. I'm not getting into all of that. You guys can argue about that. Check out my debate about it on Speakeasy if you want to see my opinion on Alex Preddy. All right, let's dive back into the panel. Fair.
Matter. There's a genome. The distant genome belongs to a person.
Right. So again, going back to the whole thing that, my hair versus your hair, we can tie that to you as a person, even though each cell in the body does not have unique DNA. That the genome exists, and so that is unique enough to make my point stand.
Right.
I mean, it belongs to a person, but it also belongs to the family members of the person because their DNA is similar.
Would that depend on where was a hair follicle or a blood sample? Like there's.
But these are all issues with the. Are these not all issues with the technology? As Emmett said, there's a truth of the matter. So our inability to say that this hair is particularly from Lutch versus Lutch's sister versus Lutch's cousin, that doesn't change the fact of the matter that the uniqueness of that genotype is in fact unique.
The individualization, like you said, right?
Yeah.
So mutations are the exception, or are they a fundamental part of genetic variation?
Mutation, I would say by definition, is an exception. Hey! Oh my goodness! Shout out to the sugar daddy himself, Funk Master General with the bit. What's the matter? You want that? There you go. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Welcome to the party. You came in just in time. I know you don't love the panel stuff. We should have our debate opponent here shortly. Thank you. So very, very much. I did forget to pin the link. Why do I have mods? When I do it all myself? So guys, click that link I just dropped and pinned. It is absolutely free for everybody to join the Discord. Absolutely free. However, if you have a membership, talking to Lizard, Neo, P-Dog, Red, Farmcat, Doja, Andy, Eddie, Kevin, and the Cyber Diary, you guys now have full access to the server, which includes the after party. So as soon as we are done hanging out over here, we are going to head over to Discord, where we don't have to worry about any TOS or anything, and you get to be on screen. You're not stuck behind your keyboard. Even if you don't want to cam up, that is totally cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. And so again, real quick, guys, just to put this in one more time before Horseradish gets here, when we start talking, when the debate, Jesus fucking Christ, when the debate starts, then I'll pull up the super chats as they come in, but I'll wait for a lull in the discussion to give Mortius treats, and we'll read them all out. But every single donation will be read out, whether it is a super chat, a Rumble rant, Cash App, Venmo, any of those things, we will read them all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, we are going to be wearing a onesie like in the thumbnail. I hope so. I don't think so, but I hope so. I hope so. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you again, sir. Let me update that banner.
The individualization, like you said, right?
Yeah.
So mutations are the exception, or are they a fundamental part of genetic variation?
Mutation, I would say, by definition, is an exception.
They are the fundamental part of genetic variation to have genes. How's that an exception?
Because it doesn't operate in the way that the genotype is I guess if you think meant to. Why would we call it a mutation? Why wouldn't we just?
A mutation is a actual natural part of being a human.
Yeah, it's called gene expression. So, like throughout your life, like your genes express differently. So mutations are not necessarily a bad thing. We always think of them as like you're going to grow a third arm or something. But like,
so it's not an exception.
Okay,
I thought it was going to make me shoot lasers out of my eyes.
Hey, shout out to Full Metal Chad. Welcome to the party. Did they just land? Let's go to let's see what Artemis. Let's see. Welcome to the party again. We are just waiting for our debate opponent, Horseradish. He should be here shortly. Not immediately, but shortly. Welcome to the party. Chronic said obstruction and impeding any officer, local or federal, is, in fact, a crime that is arrestable. Indeed. All right. What do we got here? No sound? No sound. They coming down, coming home, tell the world.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
That's right as we started.
Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon. A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete.
The first images of the moon taken by the current Artemis 2 mission. I don't know shit about Jack, but this looks kind of fake. I'm just saying. It looks fake. Would I know what a real picture of the moon looked like? Of course not. But I'm just saying this looks fake. Right? That's what I'm saying. This is way too fucking clear. Oh, we got the live stream. All right, can we back this up?
And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Oh, you can't speed it up.
That we've all
getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best.
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like
shout out to Kelly Green.
Now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then as NASA administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now, and. Yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Mercer.
Wait, still in the
look at the behind us here.
Meaning that this capsule landed and they're still in the capsule an hour later?
Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity again.
They're coming. Don't worry. It's only been 14 billion years. It's only been 14 billion years, bro. The universe is quite big.
A historic.
Or it's possible that we are the first planet to have life. Or it's possible that we're nowhere near the first planet to have life, and they've already gone through an entire civilization and have blown themselves up.
To the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about...
Shout out again to Zippy, DSM Lee. God, I use this plugin so often. This playback speed plugin. Brilliant. Any video, you can speed that up.
We've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime.
Me.
No, it's not.
You know
this
me,
is just
right?
the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions.
Calvin and Hobbes.
On it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So I mean, that's part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly buildings.
We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board. We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Hentling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now, we will...
Shout out to Morgan's Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said liked and shared. Oh, thank you so very much appreciated. And Quality said tattoos are stupid, but Calvin and Hobbes rock. So is my tattoo good because it's a tattoo, or because it's Calvin Hobbes, or is it bad because it's a tattoo?
Not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle.
Yeah.
And into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters in Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific. But we will not...
Can you imagine being that close?
Have the entry
like, we're back on Earth. Can we please leave this fucking capsule?
The front porch is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members.
Oh, are we getting them out? Are we getting them out? I get a Quality said I get a 50-50 on that one. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, 100 years from now, they're going to look back at our tech and be like, those slimy toads were lying their asses off. There's no way they made it to the moon with this junk.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Hentling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity.
I just want to see
them to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters.
But if they're still in there, as of a few minutes ago, this is 10 minutes back.
At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity.
Into the water, we are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity.
Oh, we open her up. Open her up, baby! Oh!
Let us see it. Audio loops in Mission Control in Houston. There is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open. Side hatch of Integrity is open.
A bridge floating above the moon?
From our aerial
I believe it.
The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here.
That was a big thing. That was a big thing that, you know, especially the skeptics who were talking about like the live streams and the videos they were doing, like just pan the camera out the window. Just pan the camera out the window. You know, maybe we would have gotten suddenly aliens. You never know. You never know. All right. Lola said, I honestly tend to believe it is real because I'm hopeful I can travel in space one day. I don't want to die on this earth with all the pores. Fair enough. Shout out to Wake Up Mind said Buzz Aldrin said there was a monolith on one of the moons of Mars. Yeah, they be saying some shit, and you never know.
See all this action, and again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here.
Let's just see him pop out.
One of the Navy personnel.
Is that the first one? There we go! USA! USA! USA!
So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them.
Sick, man. This is history, man. This is history, dude. USA! USA! Alright.
Boat's getting closer now. Why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yes, thank you, Megan.
Right,
Here, Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Hensling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated.
Speaking of lost, shout out to the hatch.
Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle. That will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into
land
two
legs
hovering Navy
on
helicopters,
the ocean.
2 crew members for each helicopter for a
This is the angle we want.
Mirtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon. That explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically, this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in space, and then we'll inflate it, and then once that is done, we'll do all the carabiners and
China
tied in the same fashion, and then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the.
All right, let's go back to the thing.
How long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically, after they set up the stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them.
You good? You good? Y'all good? Y'all good?
Lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel? I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years.
We all feel shameless.
Yeah, Morgan, we already know the conspiracy bros are going to be saying it's AI, it's totally fucking fake as shit. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying I don't know that it's not. That's all I'm saying. Hey, shout out to Soil. Welcome to the party. We are just waiting for my debate opponent, Horseradish, to come on over, but we are watching the Artemis landing in the meantime. I can't wait for the interviews to watch them forget gravity is normal again. Yeah, right? See if they are any less weird than Buzz Aldrin.
Honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle.
Hey. Literally said, I believe it's real at all.
A number of flight controllers have come
Fake
into the
AF,
flight
he
control
said.
room to receive congratulations from entry flight director Rick Hentling. But we're going to stick with our operations out of the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to space stuff, that is the most reasonable place to be conspiratorial. Like, we just, Marcus Hammer saying, indeed, when we get down to brass tacks, we know very, very little. And that's okay to
Again, while we stand
acknowledge.
by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
I hope it's true.
Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops again. The operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet.
Oh, damn. So that's the plan. The plan is like, all right, you're going to touch down, and it might be another 2 fucking hours. I wonder if that has anything to do with, like, atmospheric stuff. We know more about space than our own oceans. Well, okay, fair. But if you're conspiratorial about fucking giant squid and then space, fair enough to me.
It's like it's hindering the teams just a tad.
Maybe the final frontier, made in a Hollywood basement.
You can see in some of our
which
shots,
song is that?
Open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good.
This is what we call.
They expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled.
She's good with the vamping. It's like, just say something. Just say something.
Back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000 mile journey around the moon. If you think you get carsick. Again, 6 boats out there. Lots of gear with them, just in case, right?
California question.
Again, all those boats out there in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water.
How do I still remember that solo like that?
You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep.
I'm going to put that to a poll.
As you see it is doing now.
Which?
And then they will connect to the front porch to the stabilization collar.
Deserves
so that the crew can take 2 steps. And they will be in the front porch.
Conspiratorial skepticism. Skepticism. There we go. Space.
Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing.
Or the ocean.
Things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean.
There you go. And remember, guys, if you are on the vertical stream, we are going to be shutting that down before the debate starts. So make sure you come on over. The link is in the description. Come on over to the landscape. That's where we're all hanging out and where you get the good polls. Is that the first one?
The stabilization collar and the front porch, so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed in the harnesses, so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they're feeling great. Not the complexion of their skin. They're feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible.
How long were they out there?
And so, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch. We'll connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship.
So 4 astronauts in Artemis 2. That's not...
Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski.
Wait, what?
He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats. Then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay.
Okay, so they were out there for 10 days. 10 days.
Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams.
right. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now.
Still stuck in there.
Personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours.
So that's where they're at. And we're about to catch up live, right? This is live.
That can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on planes coming and going from the ship. So that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water.
Shout out to Lil Toes. Welcome to the party. So obviously, that's live everywhere if you want to check that out. That's like Balloon Boy, one of those things where like if you don't watch it live, then it's just people coming out of a fucking capsule. But it is history. It is history. So it is now 9:21. We should be getting down to brass tacks very shortly. We will see. We will see. What did you guys say with the poll? 70% of you said space deserves a more conspiratorial skepticism. I tend to agree, but it is a good point that we know more about space than we do about the depths of the ocean. Good point. All right, so let's kill some more time with our fucking panel.
It's not an exception.
Okay,
I thought it was going to make me shoot lasers out of my eyes.
I'm not trying to I don't know.
So when a cell mutates, it's individualized and unique, right?
Yep. Is it a unique aliens human organism, or is it a unique cell?
Means that's enough for personhood.
No. What?
Why not?
Because we know, because we can see in space. We can see out into light years out there. We don't have the light to see down past a few 100 meters or something like that. That's not really that controversial of a statement.
If it mutates, it has fundamentally different DNA. It's individual, like you were saying, and it's unique.
Because it doesn't have the genotype of a different being. Shout out to Colonel Quail. Welcome. That red hat that says low IQ looks tempting to buy. What are we talking about? Which hat? We also got Burgess. Welcome to the party. So the space is 99% empty. It's almost homogeneous at scale. There isn't much to know about space. Comparatively. There's tons to know about space. But yeah, compared to the ocean floor, 25%. That's not a lot.
It has different DNA now. It's mutated fundamentally at its fucking core.
Okay, so you're going. So wait. So are you asking me a hypothetical question?
Weren't you talking about genome earlier?
Yes.
Weren't you talking about genome?
Yes.
A mutation is
okay, but and we'll go back on that. So what if you had to find? Let's say you lost your vape. Let's say you lost your vape. Would it be easier to find in an empty warehouse there's nothing in there, or a 1-bedroom apartment that's full of just clutter and shit? Exactly, the warehouse. Give me a hypothetical question.
Weren't you talking about genome earlier?
Yes.
Weren't you talking about genome?
Yes.
A mutation is a nucleotide sequence change in the genome. Is it not?
Can I have a clarifying question whenever you guys are through?
Yes, okay.
Now's the perfect time.
Why is that a bad argument? Why is that a bad argument? That's specifically, I think that's a great argument. An empty warehouse is just like space, because there's a lot of space, but there's not a lot of things to know about that space. One warehouse would be 1 billion times larger than the other. Okay. And you take your fucking your telescope and you fucking look along the grid, make a grid system. A B C D E F G 1 2 3 4 5 whatever. You do a grid search and you will find it.
Your argument.
Yeah. Okay. If I could.
Hold on. Wait. Can we let Circuit land the plane?
I'm just trying to. Let me. Question whenever you guys are through.
Yes, Circuit.
Now's the perfect time.
That means your argument.
Yeah. Okay. If I could.
Hold on. Wait. Can we let Circuit land the plane?
I'm just trying to. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Wait, real quick. Can we just let Circa?
Yeah.
land
Of
plane?
course.
I'm sorry. Yep. Yeah. Nope. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah. No, Circa. Sorry. Circa, go ahead and land the plane.
So I said
The
yes.
argument to ground the property of personhood relies on individualization, new and unique. Then every cell that's mutated qualifies for personhood.
Right, I conceded that in the
Also,
debate.
every
That,
individual
okay,
sperm is-
I was
So how
wrong
are you
about the
grounding
wording.
personhood?
Well, my point is, there's not that much to see. Like, yes, of course, space is vast, and on each individual planet and stuff there is there, but most of space is not that.
No,
Say
how are
again?
you grounding personhood as a property then? With uniqueness and what you're trying to say about the DNA thing is just there's nothing there now. It's just
The way I understood it
answer?
was
Yeah, please,
here
I don't
are
really understand the
instructions that will build a person. Like this is the argument that I was hearing here.
I mean, it doesn't have to be either or, but it's yeah. I mean, just by the makeup of not being able to see, there's a much different approach in learning. I'm gonna take up his real quick.
Here are new instructions that didn't exist before, but we don't care really. Here are instructions to build a person that doesn't currently exist. Like I think that's how I took the
mutation
argument.
is new instructions to do something that it wasn't doing before.
So hold on. Can I step in and white knight you again? So
You love me.
if left unchecked, a fetus will become a person. If left unchecked, an egg will become a tampon.
Yep. Potentiality. Every cell has the potential to at some point maybe become a new organism.
Okay, but we're not talking about
Once
organisms.
again,
We're
I
talking about
understand
humans.
There's some level
Humans.
of potentiality to everything.
Always a
However,
okay, but
however, without any further interference, an egg is going to continue to be an egg until it gets purged from the female body.
This was the argument that I was saying before when we were saying, well, sperm is potentially a human. That extra step when you may be correct when it's when we're looking at technically, is it does it have the potential to become something? But the process, there still needs something else to happen to it. And so if we're just going to say anything could potentially be anything because matter is never created or destroyed, then that doesn't help us on the legal side of things. We have to draw that line, as I said in my opening statement. If we're going to draw a line, and the law must draw a line, then we need to find one that is best grounded. Even if it's not perfect, that doesn't mean that we have no barrier.
Okay,
If left without any external interference,
that was the Bill Burr
that
thing.
fetus-
Are you guys not familiar with the Bill Burr bit?
That's the distinction. That's the difference. One, if left alone, becomes nothing. One, if left alone, becomes a human. Most
Not
likely.
true. Give it-
Maybe
Yeah, but that's not the
always.
standard he's using.
It could
That's
change.
not the standard he's using.
That is what?
Do you disagree with what I'm
no,
saying?
that's exactly what I'm saying. That's
That's
precisely what
literally
I'm saying.
he's saying.
He did
Literally
mention
what
that
he
in the
said.
debate.
it's
What if I said that was not in line with that?
He said it during the debate. I wrote it down.
Yeah.
Sixth Sense definitely could be. It definitely could be. Shout out to Marilyn. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Marilyn, God herself, said religion is evil. My goodness. This is going to be insane. I did just hit up Horseradish, asking for an ETA. He did say he would be here about 9:15. It is now 9:28. But we cooking, we chilling. Welcome. I said that was not in line with that.
He said it during the debate. I wrote it down.
Yeah. He just didn't use that exact framing, that analogy that I'm using. So answer my
This is
question.
Yeah, so then he moved the
potentiality.
goalpost.
I answered potentiality in my opening.
Okay, say it again for us.
I
Give us
don't
the
remember what
truncated
your
version.
opening was.
Potentiality
Yeah,
doesn't
extract.
mean
Science would be more scientific. Maybe it wouldn't be getting defunded.
anything about personhood. It doesn't actually give enough for this. I'm sorry.
So what does then?
It was just one.
Oh, yeah,
line.
no,
So what
no,
does
for
exactly? I'll come back to this, Colonel. But exactly. So he keeps saying that's not a good line. That's not a good line. That's not a good line. It's, okay, what is a good line then? What is a good line to draw where a human being fetus should gain personhood rights? Religious people are like black people pulling the race card. Fucking dilly to that. Dilly to that. Kwanzaa said the space ocean argument just depends on what scale you're using. If it's on the smaller, more detailed scale, we know less about the ocean. On the grand scale, we know less about each individual heavenly body, but know more about the whole of the universe, mostly through math and physics, though. Yeah, indeed. So let's come back to this. Colonel said Trump Productions, a mockumentary of the fake days of a woman using a coat hanger to terminate pregnancy. I mean, hey, that did happen, right? That did happen. As far as I knew. Yeah, that's what I'm arguing. But Circus says no.
Enough for this. I'm sorry.
So what does then?
It was just one.
Oh,
It
yeah,
gets
no,
a
for
job.
legal- for legal
Because
personhood.
that begs the question.
For
If you're
legal
saying that,
personhood, the
for
fucking
legal
topic of the
personhood.
fucking debate.
Wait,
Okay.
okay. I need to chime in.
calm down, calm down. We're all friends here, brother. We're all friends here, brother. Should I say that? Yeah, he did hit me up later the next day. He's like, sorry, I got upset. I'm like, no, yeah, man, it's debate. That's what we do.
I hear a new voice who wants to chime in. Somebody said I want you to chime in. Go ahead.
Well, the key for me in this debate was that they're like, I think it was intentional.
Why is he so mad?
Is that there's a concept of personhood in like a philosophical sense, right? And the debate prompt itself was specifically legal personhood. So when you're making these sort of more like, so I guess of the gist of that last point, right? I think that's where Circa was coming from.
Yes, that's the whole fucking point.
To be clear,
So
real
let's-
quick, I want to interject. I'll give
That's
it
why
to you
you
next
won't call
week.
it murder. Because
I'll get-
he's
yeah,
not
I
even
never
defeated
called it murder,
personhood.
did
He
I?
did. He agreed with killing. He agreed with killing to acquiesce.
He's
to your
literally
framing.
not giving personhood to the
he was
fetus by
literally-
not calling it murder.
because you didn't. He was trying to
No,
find
he's doing that
common
on
ground
purpose
with
to fucking
It
obfuscate
was an
his own-
internal
purpose to find
critique.
common ground with
You were saying it's not murder, and that doesn't change my argument. So fine, I'll concede that it's not murder. Okay, say more, Jason. Black holes defy the laws of physics. Okay, what's the bottom line there? Is killing though, whether we decide it is
You're
human
the
or
one
not,
with the
it is still
position
killing.
here.
So we
You
can
were
get to
the
that next.
affirmative.
And
why are you internal critiquing me?
because your arguments are spaghettification. Because the only thing you could do is, well, that's not technically right. Semantics bullshit. Blah,
It
blah,
did
blah.
come down to technicalities and semantics. That's true.
I don't know what
So
else you
real
want me to
quick,
do. That's
real
what a
quick,
debate is.
Sorry, stop, everybody. I just want to give a quick shout out. This is super important. I just want to give a quick shout out because this particular prompt,
Love you, bro.
yes, was intentionally developed this way. And I put this to the judges. So we have 6 people that have at this point for the next season been decided to be these 6 judges that I'm going to pull from. And those judges are in a group text and I'm sending them the prompts in advance of me sending them out to you guys. And each of them is weighing in and helping and kind of throwing in any adaptations or whatever. With that said, I'm full disclosure, Lutch specifically asked for an abortion-related prompt that was not related to religion. So I asked the judge.
Yeah, because he was going to turn that into a 3v3, and I was like, I mean, it's your channel, bro. If you want to do that, then I'm down. All right. So I'm just getting home and settled. I'll be there on the hour. So we got about half an hour to kill, and we're gonna keep it rolling. We're gonna do at least an hour of open debate. So appreciate your patience, and he will be here shortly. What are you guys saying? Chronic said, I'm not religious, but even I know that whatever object you use to erase all human life is still murder. Weird that a single cell organism on Mars would be life, but thousands in the womb are not. No principles, just positions. Indeed.
Give me something. And they kind of went back and forth, and this is the prompt they came out with. So I just want everybody to know
Why
that
did it
these
change,
prompts.
though? It got changed, actually.
Fair enough.
No, this was the exact wording of the prompt that was sent to you guys. Literally,
my
copy
message
paste.
shows life begins at conception. But not that it matters. I mean, I kind of just went off the cuff at the end there. But the message I got was life begins at conception.
Then I must have sent it to you too soon.
What do you mean they lied about secondhand smoking causing cancer? Oh, you mean they overplayed it, or that you cannot get cancer from secondhand smoke? So I said, I don't think black holes or dark matter exist. Oh, where is fucking Indie Film? Indie Film he's done a whole thing. Do I still have it open? He did a whole thing. Yeah. We did a whole thing with Indie Film about all this stuff. So I said, I don't think black holes or dark matter exist. Don't need them in an electric universe. And neither work within the current accepted laws of physics. So you have something wrong somewhere, I think. And that is definitely fair. I don't think we are at the place of saying we know exactly for sure. But let's check out what we got here. Because Indie Film is, you remember Indie Film. He is in the same camp that all that stuff doesn't exist. And let's see. So all right, let's see what we got. My friend just sent me this paper. Without judging the validity of the paper, please summarize the thesis and how he came to his conclusions. The paper your friend sent you proposes a new cosmological framework called the Nonlinear Gravitational Scaling Model, NGSM. Here's a plain language summary of the thesis and methodology without judging its scientific validity. So, Anyfilm's thesis, so the NGSM claims that dark matter and dark energy are unnecessary to explain most observed gravitational phenomena. Instead, it introduces modified gravitational force law, where gravity scales non-linearly with mass in a static rotating universe. This approach, Anyfilm argues, can replicate the effects currently attributed to dark matter and dark energy using only baryonic or normal matter. What y'all saying here? A black hole bends. A black hole itself bends physics. We can still measure the effects. Yeah, we have. There's a good dichotomy of the fact that there are things that we can know for almost certain in the same area where we can have no idea about something. And so we can be very clear about a specific fact. That doesn't mean we understand everything about what that fact appeals to. Quality said Professor Dave explains did a good job debunking the electric universe. Okay. So we'll see what we'll see if we want to hop into that. All right, let's go back to what we were saying here. We're talking about modified force law. Anyfilm alters Newton's law of gravitation with two additions: a mass-dependent nonlinear term, where gravitational strength depends on a logarithmic function of the system's mass, a relativistic correction term, and so we get all of this type of stuff. And then, so takeaways. The NGSM fits well with local observation, but fails at cosmological scales. Takes testable predictions such as lower velocities in dwarf galaxies than MOND. I forget what that stands for. What is MOND? I think that's just the current thing that we go by. So let's see. So I was asking a bunch of questions, and then so this is a visual that we got. Whoa. Okay, so this is typically how I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't know, but this is so I'll drop this link in the chat. I don't know if you guys will be able to get it, but that, and then we'll go back to the actual thing here. Copy link. And those of you who are, we were just talking about being dorky. If that's your thing, go on, get it. But yeah, so I did say that fails at a larger scale, but I don't know. It's like, oh God. Patience, my good friend. Patience. Gravity measurements, as well as viewing quasars, say they do exist. That's where I'm at. I'm with the theoretical physics. I feel like they've got it on point. But again, I don't claim to know anything. So again, we once Horseradish gets here, we will be debating the prompt. Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created. And of course, I am on the negative. So if Horseradish is going to give his position on why he believes religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created, and then we go get into it. Should we check that out? How long are they? Let's see. All seems to be part of it, but we're barely at the beginning of understanding it all. Indeed. I just thought gravity was BS. It's the day I heard about it, and so as soon as Horseradish gets here, he said he should be here within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we're just chilling. Nerd maxing. There we go. I like Soil to Soul as well. All right, let's see what's good with Professor Dave. Professor Dave explains electric universe. Please be short. Please be short. Please be short. 26 minutes. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see it.
Hey everyone, so many of you are aware of my numerous videos debunking the absurdity that is the flat earth delusion, which is undoubtedly the dumbest hoax on the entire internet. But there are lots of other hoaxes, and it's time we start looking at some of these as well. Today, let's tackle one that is referred to as the electric universe.
Hey, shout out to Mr. Alley Cat. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said socialism is the most dangerous thing created. Somebody else said Marxism. I don't know. We'll see. We also got Jake Go Texas. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. All right, let's run through this, see how much we can get.
Interestingly enough, there is a little bit of overlap with flat earth in terms of ethos, and some flat earthers do cite the electric universe, but adherents of the electric universe certainly do not believe the earth is flat or that space is fake. So the main difference is that flat earth is trivial to debunk even without any science background whatsoever, while electric universe is a little more subtle and is much better at disguising itself as real science.
Okay, so according to Professor Dave, those of you who believe in the electric universe are not as dumb as the flat earthers. Morgas said, feminism has the highest body count. Facts.
Also, unlike flat earth, which is led by science illiterate, unemployable simpletons with personality disorders, electric universe is pushed by a small handful of well-spoken people, some of whom have a degree in physics. So I do have some sympathy for those who fall for it, because on the surface, it could arguably seem legitimate, and it does take some knowledge of physics to debunk it. But
I hate this framing so much. Have we ever heard of the rule of thirds? If you're going to be here, you may as well be down here. Your eyes should be up here.
But in the end, electric universe is just another flavor of paranoia and mysticism, as I will demonstrate for you here. Let's start by going over what this fad proposes, as many of you may be unfamiliar with it. The most cited resource by Electric Universe followers is a YouTube channel called Thunderbolts Project. What it presents in over-dramatized action movie soundtrack fashion is that it is not gravity that dictates all the large-scale phenomena in the universe, but rather electricity and the electromagnetic force. So to be clear, modern astrophysics offers an exceptionally firm understanding of how gravity causes gas to collect to form stars, which then perform nuclear fusion to generate all the elements and incredible amounts of energy in the process. And when the fuel runs out, these stars meet their demise, spewing their contents back into the cosmos, which collect again to form other stars and planetary systems. But according to the electric universe, all of this is incorrect. It is not gravity, the force of attraction between all matter, that is responsible for the formation of these entities. Gravity does not play a part in powering a star either, which therefore does not operate by fusion, but rather by some inexplicable electromagnetic phenomenon. Every ramification of our understanding of gravity, currently best described by Einstein's theory of general relativity, is referred to as baseless conjecture. This means that black holes aren't real, neutron stars aren't real, dark matter isn't real, gravitational waves aren't real, and so forth.
That's you.
The main issue for the viewer is that the electric universe makes wild claims about
I bet
that are difficult for a layperson to challenge. Astrophysicists know that the claims are ridiculous, but if the viewer is conspiracy-minded and they hear that so-called mainstream science is incomplete or a lie, that's all it takes for them to reject the consensus of astrophysics. So while we will make our way up to space in a moment, let's start out by discussing earthly phenomena, which should be a little more accessible and comprehensible to everyone. First, gravity is the thing that causes objects to fall down to Earth. Gravity is the attraction between all matter.
So here's what I'll do. What am I gonna do? Because this is a nice 26-minute video, and I'm sure there's other stuff that we could talk about through it. So I will save this to videos to react to, and next Friday we'll have a space day. How about that? And so those of you who can't stand him can show up and talk about why he is wrong. Morgoth's Hammer said Dave can be pretentious, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. I said shit. Me too. Oh God, please tell me you're joking. Please tell me you're joking. Yeah, apparently, so the Soul does, and then we have an OG indie film. I don't know where the fuck he's been, but all that stuff that we were talking about in with ChatGPT and all that, he wrote a whole paper here. File's no longer available, but there at one point was a whole paper there, and I was trying to talk to him and figure out like what exactly is good, like what are you exactly saying, and we didn't get that far. But he definitely understands his theory a lot better than I understand the accepted theory. So, what you gonna do? Okay. Earth is what I live on? I said, shit, me too. Morgan Hammer said, no, Taylor Swift is flat. You know what? I'll take a skinny girl like Taylor Swift over a fat fucking cow. So I said he's reducing the point of stupidity, and he tends to do this with anything that isn't completely mainstream. Just my opinion. So yeah, I'm saving it for you, and I'm gonna hit up Indie Film, and you guys are both gonna. I want you guys both to be here, so that when we go over it, you can be like, no, wait, that's wrong because of this and that and that and that. We need a space day next Friday, baby, next Friday, and while we're talking about other streams, obviously this past Friday, last week, I was supposed to have Jesse on Fire here to talk about his theory on Charlie Kirk being alive and, conspiracies around that. But obviously I had the strike. So as of right now, it's not locked in, but it's penciled in for Tuesday. So we don't even have to miss a Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. And so I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out. But ideally, me and him will talk for about an hour to 90 minutes, and then you guys can come up and ask questions. Again, tonight with Horseradish, I'm going to try something a little bit different. Instead of doing an open panel, what I'm going to do is drop the link, and we'll have people come up one at a time and ask a question, and we'll kind of get into it, and then we'll go to the next person. I want to see how that works. And remember, guys, every single super chat, donation, or otherwise will be answered. But I'm just not necessarily going to be giving, stopping the show and everything for that. We'll pull them up, and then when we have a lull, then we will stop and give Morty his treats. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Earth is hollow and filled with mole people. I didn't hear that. The moon is literally the Death Star from Star Wars. Well, on May the 4th, I will get that. Again, if you missed me saying it before, May the 4th, what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to take this stand, put it right there, start a live stream on YouTube. And so I'll be like that. And so I'll be able to talk to you from there. And what I'm going to do is pin, and right now, the pinned link is the Discord. But what I'll do is pin the link to Rumble, so that you guys can come over and we can watch the Star Wars movies. Hey, shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Said no one is white on stolen land. Dilly, fucking Dilly. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Do we have anybody on? We got not a nobody. All right, I'm killing the vertical, and I'm pulling out the pulling out the Twitch chat, because that might be, these lefties are all over Twitch. You can't get done. You can't do nothing leaning right. On pop out chat, put it right there, boom. So now I can see. All right, thank you so very, very much, sir. True. Like the story, the pilot who flew into the middle of Earth and discovered a whole other civilization. I mean, hey. Yeah, we never know. You never know. So said, I do know the world is not flat, though. Cats would have knocked everything off it if it were so. There's your proof. Sounds legit to me. No, I don't think the Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat. I'm down for a good conspiracy, but the Earth is not fucking flat.
The message I got was life begins at conception.
Then I must have sent it to you too soon.
Oh, now he's complaining about the prompts.
Thing in my whole, I barely prepped, but
interesting.
Barely prepped. You think I prepped?
I thought the legal personhood angle was.
I thought I just copy pasted, but I'm not sure if that changed to legal personhood. It was Ancom.
It was fine.
I think who was Ancom was the one who specifically contributed the legal personhood framing. But again, I just want to make it clear that.
We can get back to that.
just me. And number two,
that's one thing. Horseradish, I love you, brother, but you spend way too much time just rambling about like behind the scenes type of stuff that maybe we as content creators or debaters or judges that are part of it might care about. But like that shouldn't be part of the stream.
That the judges are, first of all, have already throw that in there.
So, but wouldn't life beginning its conception be an easier argument for you?
Do you think abortion is murder? Just answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious.
So you're not going to answer my question?
Good question. Since we're talking about like the potentiality, is somebody?
How did I not even jump on that? I was like, okay, can I ask you a question? And then he asked me a question, and then just moves on.
Okay, so question. Since we're talking about like the potentiality.
Fuck me then.
Is somebody who's legally brain dead still human?
Yes.
It has personhood.
Well, that's a different question. How do you define anarcho-communism? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Being a human and being a person are not necessarily the same thing, right?
Democracies, our country and the idea of unalienable rights, you do not own them.
Yeah, you can't put a pillow.
Yeah, I know. I will give Horseradish a lot of credit for making the types of changes that that you need, and it takes a while. You know, there's no handbook for any of this kind of stuff, and so figuring out you got to just do it. It's all a lot of trial and error, and he hit me up after one of the debates we did. And I was complaining to you guys about, like, I'd muted myself and I was talking to you guys. I was like, oh my God, can we get to the panel? I don't care about what you're doing with the thing. And, he was like, okay, yeah, that's a good point. I'll take it. So, it takes time to figure out what works and what doesn't. And I think he's absolutely moving in the right direction, as well as I like that he has different tiers of debaters. So shout out to Horseradish. I just said I'm always prepped for abortion category debates. Well, yeah, showed that the other night, didn't you? You came ready. So I said I believe the sizzler that we call Atlantis was essentially can't read today. It was centrally located on the Azores Plateau, but was a worldwide seafaring people of sorts. Like what was the guy? What's the Marvel guy? The Mexican one. I forget his name. Morgoth's Hammer said, indeed, skinny chick is preferred to the hippo. I'll take flat as a board, back and front. Then I mean, as long as it's clearly female, I'm down.
Over their head, unfortunately.
Unalienable rights are unalienable. It means you don't possess them. So the government has a duty to protect you.
I think we mean inalienable is the word. And real quick, Circa, I just got to jump in because I was just double checking. Looking back, it looks like on 4-1, the last time that I mentioned the prompt, legal personhood should begin at conception was what I sent you. So
got
I
him.
The prompt to you, just for the record. Just to clear my name. It's okay. I just did because I did.
Letty saying, Circa, bro, you can posit that there are no laws against women being able to drink while pregnant. Yeah, but I don't know. I assume Letty's not watching right now. But if he brought that up, that doesn't help him in terms of the morality. That if he's like, well, there's no laws against drinking, and in fact, I think we did. No, that was with Razor the other night where I brought up, should a woman be allowed to drink and smoke cigarettes while she's pregnant? And Razor said, well, I don't think they should. And we never got to nail down on exactly why. And it was funny because if you guys remember, let's see if we can find this. This will be great. Please. Sometimes I have a feeling that Twitter search is going to do right. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No? I hate you, X. X is the worst place in the fucking world. But you guys remember when Lance from the Surfs was on there we go.
If you're killing a person that is alive outside of a womb, then that's murder, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask you, this is not a gotcha.
We agree on that. That's great.
I want to ask in good faith. So,
yeah, of course.
you believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh, no, I don't think anything's acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on.
Not
What
her.
about
Yes.
meth? Shit.
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the services in the United States.
Child services.
I guess
Child
CCFS
services
would be.
Oh, it's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
You mean like an abortion? I mean, come on. No, equality gotta leave already. The debate didn't even start yet. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Please do check out the replay. I think this is going to be a very, very interesting conversation.
In the United States,
Child services.
I guess CCFS would be.
Oh, it's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Can you say that again?
She's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Yeah, this is from a while ago.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, I see where we're going.
We don't. I don't understand what you're saying. It's her body.
It's her
if
body.
She wants to do meth. What's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it with a child or without a child.
Not in Oregon.
The pro-abortionist realizing he got owned and humiliated. Yikes. Let's see, do they have the actual thing in here? Of course not. See, you guys will never see me covering a video, at least in full, and not putting the link in the description so that you guys could watch whatever we're watching. Now, today, I didn't expect that we were going to be jumping around that much, but I'm going to do this and put the link in the chat. I don't remember. The reason I wanted to see when that was, somebody asked if this was old. This was maybe between a year and 2 years ago. And he went on there and he was so confident about that. And then he fell into the same exact trap that Razor fell into the other night. Now, why is it okay? Okay. That argument is disingenuous. Okay. Why is it disingenuous? I think we're establishing two different paths of you have a baby and you're harming it this way versus harming it that way. And you're saying harming it this way is not okay, but harming it that way is okay. What's the underlying principle that differentiates those two?
Personhood should begin at conception. Just to clear my name. It's okay. I just did because I didn't want it to be my fault. So, anyways.
So I have several questions that I wrote down. So
lay it
jump
on
to the
us,
next one. So should I got so frustrated I started taking notes. So should birth control?
Yep, and this is why I bring up the question of did a boy mom ever have a penis? Because if it's her body, then she has a penis. If she doesn't have a penis, then the penis belongs to the baby.
Should birth control that prevents implantation be illegal?
No.
Oh, like Plan B. Okay.
Well, Plan B.
Well, yeah, that's not a.
There's a lot of other ones.
Okay.
Well,
Clearly, I've never taken it, so I don't know, but yeah.
I bought it. Never taken it, but I bought it. What do you mean? There's no begging. What question is being begged? Is it okay to do this thing? That is the question in both scenarios. And Lance said, no, it's not okay because it's intentionally hurting the baby. But the other thing that is also intentionally hurting the baby, it's okay. Also, I thought you and I at least agreed that whether it's a person, it is alive. It's definitely alive. I don't know how you could argue that a fetus is not alive. And so if we're saying you shouldn't do X because it can intentionally harm the baby, then why is it different with meth and abortion?
taken it, so I don't know, but yeah.
I bought it. Never taken it, but I bought it.
Plan B.
Yeah, Morgan said, or it's like when a guy murders a pregnant woman, it's a double homicide, but if she kills it, it's just tissue. It's just a clump of cells.
That's not how Plan B works.
That's actually ignore me. I'm just chiming in for no reason.
That's irrelevant, though. That's irrelevant. What that does is demonstrate your lack of principle. It demonstrates that you think it's okay to harm that thing in this scenario, but it's not okay to harm that thing in that scenario. So whether it's a person or not, you're saying that it is a life, that it's okay to hurt that life in this way, but it's not okay to hurt that life in that way. The kid part of the sentence? So, okay, again, I took it out. Life. So it's okay to deliberately damage this life in this way, but it's not okay to purposely damage life in that way. What is the difference? What is the thing that is different? Hey, we got Nick Johnson. Welcome. I mean, pretty much. We're waiting on him. He said the top of the hour. It is 10:01. It is 10:01. You guys know that I am very punctual. So I'm just saying. So we'll ride with this. He should be here.
That's
shortly.
how Plan B works.
I did tell him no rush. So
Ignore me. I'm just chiming in for no reason. Go ahead.
Sometimes it plants and it fucking does an abortion.
Yep.
Most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time it doesn't.
Abortion requires external influence.
So we can murder some of the time, I guess.
Yes.
Abortion.
Yeah. So it says safe, legal, and rare. Not illegal, but rather preferably unthinkable. It should never be used as birth control or willy-nilly. And I used to be on the same train. I think most people are on the safe, legal, and rare train. But when you drill down into it, if it's safe and it's legal, why should it be rare? This comes from an understanding that there is something wrong with that. There is something wrong with that. Okay, Razor. So a tapeworm is life, correct? Do you have a different standard in ways that it is or is not okay to hurt that tapeworm? Would you have a different perspective on killing the tapeworm versus messing up its development with meth? Or are both of those things harming the tapeworm? And so if your principle is that we shouldn't harm the life, then we shouldn't harm the life. Not just we shouldn't harm the life in the way that I don't want it to be done, but if other people want to do it in this way, then they should do it. The fact that it's a kid or a human is completely irrelevant. The point is showing the lack of principle. It is okay to hurt this life in this way, but it's not okay to hurt the life in that way. What is the reason why there would be a differentiation? Have it removed if it's harming you? You're not answering the question. Now you're going down on tapeworms. You brought up tapeworms. I'm talking about life in general. A live being. Why is it okay to murder, or why is it okay to kill a live being, but it's not okay to ingest it with meth? Put meth in its body. You think so? I don't know. No moon landing. That was never part of the plan, but fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, hey, whatever gets us back to low-rise genes. Whatever gets us back to low-rise genes. Shout out to the madman. Welcome to the party. 46 million lefty babies gone since 1974. Oh well. All right, let's not pretend that it's only lefties that get get this shit. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. 100 years ago, person meant human. I think so, but I'll give the credit there that language evolves. Morgoth's hammer said, "Is it alive? Yes. Then what is it? Part of the woman's body? Then why does it have its own DNA?" Well, again, we have to go back to the argument that I was making. Every cell has its own DNA. Is it human DNA? Then it's human. God damn it. It's really simple, and you have to over-intellectualize it to find a way that it doesn't make sense. Okay, but now we're getting outside. So now we're talking about like ectopic pregnancies, but the situation with Lance was not bring those things in. So it was an elective abortion. So do you believe, Razor, that there is a meaningful difference in having an elective abortion versus keeping the baby to term but drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes? Is there a meaningful difference, or is that essentially the same thing, or is one better than the other? Yeah, remember, guys, the default on the chat is the top chat. So where it says top chat, click that and go to live chat so you don't miss nothing. I mean, channel's not that big enough. You're probably not going to miss much anyway. But we're getting there.
Abortion requires external influence.
So we can murder
right?
some of the time, I guess?
Yes.
Abortion
Yeah,
requires
birth-
external influence, right?
Yeah,
Well,
so
that's-
birth control would be an
that's
external
because
influence.
Colloquially.
A miscarriage is a spontaneous
ovulation,
abortion.
actually.
No,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
as you
exactly.
asked me that
Miscarriage is
specifically,
technically
Circa.
an abortion.
Did
Yeah,
you not
there's a
ask me
difference
that?
between a miscarriage and an abortion.
Well, it's
That's why there's
referred to
different
as a
words.
spontaneous abortion.
I wonder
so
how you would
terminology
legislate
gets
that.
Yeah,
How would you know?
spontaneous abortion.
Well, if there's evidence, just like the betting earlier,
They
we'll
look
look
the same.
after the fact. It's just like we discussed earlier with the sports betting. After the fact, we can look.
Okay, so if it's okay to kill people for war, then we should kill people for no reason because it's also life.
What?
Shout out to Jason with the super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. And of course, eat it. There you go. I spoiled him with the fucking Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Now, these are expensive as fuck. This is all natural, pure beef liver. Freeze-dried. And he's just like, oh, well, that's not Cinnamon Toast Crunch. This motherfucker. But thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much. Let me update this banner. I'll play this. I'm going to take a piss before he gets here. And then we'll get to it.
Just like we discussed earlier with the sports betting, after the fact, we can look at it and be able to legislate whether or not it appears the evidence supports the idea that the person influenced the end of the
Laughing at this again.
Pregnancy.
What? Oh yeah.
Okay, so let's just say she had like
Yeah, but like taking
took a
She was
Tylenol.
smoking lots of cigarettes and rode on a lot of roller
Took a
coasters.
Tylenol.
If-
Took a Tylenol.
Yeah. Well,
So now the baby has to have its rights protected.
There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. And Morgan's Hammer also gotta leave before the debate starts. Oh, catch that replay. All right, I'm
reasonable
gonna take a
expectation of results. We would look to
So-
reasonable expectation of results.
Very hard, man.
Right, but you, I think
sometimes the courts are hard, bro.
Sure,
I guarantee
exactly.
you
And that's
comes in.
specifically
Think
my
about the
that was
ways that
specifically
we
my
can
argument.
punish
Difficulty is
women
not
for
an
things that we
argument
have no
against
idea
doing what is right.
Sorry,
Difficulty
Lutz, I
is
didn't mean
not-
to take your thunder. I
But-
did it in less
and-
words.
Difficulty is not an argument for not doing what's right.
At least with the Tylenol thing, at least we're actually like, I feel like that's actually the prompt thing. We're like, but which the debate never.
I
actually
chose
got
to give my baby autism.
Because his grounding is worthless, in my opinion. But yeah.
Okay, okay. So now that we're in the panel, what's a better one? What's a better one than conception? Did you not say birth? Yep, that's what he said. Birth is when we give personhood, and that is because, well, I can't be right. I'm gonna lose the argument if we don't start it at birth.
Great
That's
question.
fucking
Yeah, birth.
insane, bro.
Yeah, hold on,
How
hold
is
on.
that insane?
Let's-
It's the moment
let's-
where
let's-
it's very
I wanna
clear
give you,
that
I'm gonna
you
give
can
you my
give
hold on.
personhood.
Hold on, Circa. Let's articulate exactly what I want you to.
And it's a new study out. Cost of raising a kid is around $308,000 from 0 to 18. Should we issue pregnancy licenses to those who can afford kids? No, I don't like that. I like the idea that, not any old person can just have a kid, but that seems like a real slippery slope. I like the idea that maybe there's some barrier to entry, but I think something that fundamental is just too sacred. The world is so we actually we are simultaneously dealing with overpopulation and underpopulation. So the number of humans is still rising. And so in certain places like India, China, I don't know, some others, you have a huge concentration of a lot of people. But I don't know if it's by country or how exactly it would break down, there is the an issue with the replacement rate. So we are simultaneously overpopulated and also not having enough children. Oh, look who we got! Shout out to the Horseradish. Welcome to the party, sir.
What is going on, my friend? I have
Not
got to
too-
turn this down just a cunt hair because it is very fucking loud. Is there an easy way to in StreamYard? Is there an easy way to change the volume?
Yep. If you just go in the top of your own. The sound
I
coming
guess. Yeah, I guess I can just change it like my actual.
Yeah, no, you'd have to do it on your end.
Yeah, no worries. Boom. How's that sounding? All right.
Testing, testing.
Yeah, that's so much better. You sound amazing.
Beautiful.
How you doing today, sir?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I was sleepy as hell before, but I had some time to get into the groove, so we're all good. We were checking out the panel version, the panel excerpt of the Saturday's debate. So I was so mad at myself for not bringing up the slavery stuff when it came into the abortion stuff.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like I said, I was actually watching you watch and review the other day, and whenever you were looking for the after party, I'm like, fuck. I don't usually leave the after party live. I stay that the only people who get to see the after party on my channel are the paid subs on Twitch. So I chop all of that shit off because it doesn't, like, I'm trying to make a clean show for the actual debate.
Right.
And I figure I gotta give the payers something, right? So
Indeed. So before we begin, like I said, guys, I don't want to interrupt the conversation too much with the supers, and definitely send them in, but I'll pull them up as they come in, and then when we get a moment, we will stop and read them all, and of course, give Morty his treat. So shout out to Soil to Soul with the $5. Thank you. Said here to the debate. And treats for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. And so, yes, this is, it's not going to be super blood sport, but you guys know me. Sometimes we be getting heated and shit. So we're going to have some fun. The prompt that we are discussing, religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created. And so I don't agree with that. So we will let our affirmative, we will let him go first. Before you start, actually, if somebody doesn't know who you are, what you do, or where they can find you, tell them all that stuff, sir. The floor is yours.
Appreciate it. Also, just so you know, I have sent you an invite to do the stream together over on Twitch so that way we can get all the numbers mushed together and we can see each other's chat and be able to let the communities touch tips. So I am the Horseradish. I am a streamer primarily over on Twitch, although I am starting to stick my fingers and toes into Kick and YouTube as well. YouTube is primarily where I just post my VODs. We host the Demilitarized Zone every Saturday night, but that's about to turn into every Friday and Saturday night. It is good faith structured debates that we are trying our best to make it so that folks can get along and actually hear each other out again. In my personal opinion, we have gotten too far away from actual meaningful conversations, and we've gotten into just yelling at each other, and that doesn't seem to change hearts and minds. So yeah, how do you know if you actually disagree with somebody if you don't even stop to listen to what the fuck they're saying? So that said, we do our best to try to foster good faith conversations and debates every Saturday night. Tune in 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and actually you will catch Lutch the Indian Jesus as a frequent featured debater over there. I think I mentioned this, but I did tell you that you got the MVP last time, by the way, for that performance. Yes, you did, which puts you at the top of the leaderboard for what it's worth, because this is the first debate of the year, or first debate of the season. But yeah, it was funny because you were like saying something about me being biased when I was pulling up the information. I'm like,
yeah, you double fact checked me, bro.
I was just showing the audience what was being said. It wasn't that I was fact checking you. I was shocked by it. I didn't know it was true. That wasn't even like Circa giving me that. That was me being like, is this fucking real? So yeah, no, I know, but I want to make sure you know that I was fact checking it with you, not for you or against you. So that said, I want to say I appreciate you clarifying the prompt, because whenever I saw, I was like, religion is evil. It's like, fuck, bro, that's not what I said.
Yeah, but okay, you gotta call in the algorithm.
Yep. I hear you. Got to lure him in, a little bait and switch. So yeah, like I said, I did actually prepare a little bit of an opening statement, or sort of I don't want to say like really an opening, but it kind of is. It's more of an idea of where I stand and where I'm coming with this. I would like to clarify to everybody, this is non-AI. This was written by my own two thumbs while I was sitting at work today. So if it doesn't sound awesome, then it's totally AI. All right. So do you want to just jump right into it then?
Yep. Whenever you're ready.
Cheers. Me. I haven't warmed up at all. So
red leather, yellow leather.
Red leather, yellow leather. That's right. She sells seashells. First of all, thank you, Lush, for having me tonight. And thank you for hosting this for us. I'm very much looking forward to this conversation. And we're going to have this as a conversation, not a debate. But with that said, I would like to propose tonight that religion is the single most dangerous thing mankind has ever created. I expect that this will be framed as I dislike or even hate religion. This is simply not true. Religion is a tool, and no tool is evil. It can be used for good or it can be used for evil. I also agree that religion has merit, and for some people and some circumstances, which I will get into in detail later. But what I am here to demonstrate is the dangerous potential of religion and the need for strict control over its use. Religion is a man-made pursuit. If you are a deist, you might think that the object of your religion has always been and will always be. That's fine. But the worship of that deity, as well as the structure and rules surrounding that worship, is entirely man-made. Throughout the history of mankind and religion, it has been used to control and to manipulate. This is why governments and religions are often very close bedfellows. Sometimes that use has been for the detriment of society and the individual, and sometimes for its betterment. But either way, the outcome is based on the intent behind its use. This is the case for all man-made creations. I also expect tonight to hear arguments regarding other dangerous things that man has invented and how dangerous they are or can be. Things such as automobiles or gunpowder or even nuclear weapons. I agree that those things are indeed dangerous, but the difference that elevates religion above any of those is that religion can and is used to motivate the use of those other devices and creations. A car cannot be used to persuade you to drop a nuclear weapon, and nobody has ever been driven to murder because their gunpowder told them to. Religion specifically is used to control a person's actions and manipulate their beliefs. The human psyche is a fragile thing, as we all know. Humans are extremely impressionable. If a trusted spiritual leader acting on behalf of your chosen deity directs you to exact violence or else pay an everlasting price in the afterlife, how many of us will actually be able to resist or rethink our beliefs? They have already been conditioned to follow, to obey, to suspend their rational thought in exchange for those beliefs. We have seen how this sort of misuse of trust and belief has been used to wage war and cause human suffering, all the way from Jamestown to Waco and from Mecca to Jerusalem. An exalted leader, an anointed prophet, or a charismatic televangelist can all wield religion as a weapon against their enemies and provoke otherwise sensible humans to eat poisoned pudding and lay down in their bunk beds waiting for their absolution. The other major difference between religion and other dangerous inventions is regulation. Religion doesn't have those. Make enough gunpowder and there will be a loud knock at your door. Try making a nuke, they won't bother knocking. But anyone can say they found some magical glasses in upstate New York and were able to see Jesus in the woods and that he told them to marry 22 wives. Or that they must murder all non-believers. Any half-priced sci-fi author that can claim a vision from aliens and persuade people to take personality tests while holding electrical rods, and not to forget to donate all of their earnings to their chosen belief. Otherwise, they won't get abducted. How many times have spiritual leaders from the less fringe religions used their power and control to exploit and harm minors and weak followers? Innumerable. An automobile has never sexually abused minors and kept them quiet out of fear of God and consequences. Only a trusted person whom you believe has both your interests at heart and God's voice in their ears can do that. And that potential for harm is why religion is the most dangerous thing that mankind has ever created.
Beautiful. Well done. Well done. So I didn't really prepare much. I had no idea where you were going to come from. So I've been thinking about it a lot. But and it's interesting because as the agnostic non-theist, that means atheist, but they don't know that. I don't want the baggage. So
atheist versus anti-theist, yeah.
Right, yeah. And so I agree with a lot of what you said, and I even sell a shirt that says "and dogma" because I do think that the unwillingness to question that core belief is extremely dangerous. The issue that I have is not that religion is so great; it's what would it be like if we didn't have that. And what I mean by that is like that I think I've gone through a lot of different iterations of how I feel about religion. I was born to the Catholic Church, confirmed in the Methodist Church. Then I went to school for psychology and philosophy, and I lost my religion and was kind of that militant atheist, and then got a little bit older and realized that there's some good things, and not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And eventually, I came to the conclusion that, unfortunately, that Christianity seems to be the best moral structure that is already built that we have. And so my goal here on this earth is to come up with a better one, but that doesn't rely on untruths or believing in things that cannot be verified. But I don't necessarily see how we could have gotten this far without, specifically before the scientific era, how we could have gotten this far without that driver.
So which religion are you speaking of as the driver in this case? Because obviously I'm sure you realize that religion has been around since humans heard something go bump in the night and they told each other stories about what it is, right? So with that said, we would find some other method of unification and unity. Really, the primary use of religion is to make people, well, no, the primary use of faith. See, and this first of all, let me also share with my story. So as a child, both my parents were raised religious, but became generally agnostic. My mom was raised Catholic. My dad was raised Protestant. Neither one of them ever tried to push religion onto me. They realized pretty quickly that I was a question asker. And so they just kind of stayed out of my way. With that said, they always encouraged, and anytime I would say, I want to try this church, hey, will you take me there? They were happily taking me there. But I was the kid in the back who would ask questions that the Sunday school teachers didn't want to have to deal with. So they would always tell me things like, oh, that's an upstairs question, right? Okay, fuck. The next week I'm going to be upstairs, but I keep waiting for the Q&A session, and there wasn't one. So I catch Mr. Pastor guy after session, and I ask him a question, and he would either give me an absolute nothing burger, like, well, you just have to have faith, or they would say,
God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, or they would say, stick it out in Sunday school, and you'll get there. You'll understand. Neither of those were good enough for me. That said, I have tried every possible denomination I could, everything from Methodist to Free Methodist, I've gone to Mass, I've read every book that I possibly can. If you will welcome me, I've sat in on a Jehovah's Witness, they don't call it church, they call it, what do they call it? They have a fucking meeting. They call it a Jehovah's Witness meeting. I've never been able to sit in on a Mormon class or church or whatever they call it, but I think that's just because I don't have the cool glasses. The point is, the point is that I have always been fascinated by theology, but I've always looked at it from more of I've looked at it as a sociological thing, right? I've always been fascinated at how people can be manipulated and be controlled through religion. I also have a brother who's a minister in other countries. My sister used to be a radio DJ for a Christian channel. Again, I come from a religious family. I was always the black sheep who was like, yeah, but what about this? So yeah, fist bump season.
Yep.
So with that said, like you said, there was a period in my life where I got saved. There's one of my favorite clips that I ever made. Somebody clipped me saying that I found God in a mosh pit. That was when I figured out, oh, wait a minute. This is just mob mentality. This is just me getting caught up in the fucking moment. Because I was at a church retreat, a winter retreat in this giant fucking room with all of these other teenagers singing and clapping and fucking hopping and hollering. And it's cold out there and it's hot in here. And I felt something. Yeah, I felt something. I was like, oh my God, this is it. And then I got home and immediately it was gone. And I was like, well, fuck. Oh, that's just because the devil's in your house. That's what that is, Radish. Swear to God, that's what they told me. So with that said, I started really doing a lot of deep thinking. And the next time that I felt that fucking sensation was my first time in a mosh pit. And I felt that rhythmic, everybody's dancing and bouncing and fucking doing the thing. And I'm like, oh my God, this is it. And I understood right at that moment that the power of church is the power of hope, the power of unity, the power of bringing people together. So I absolutely know that there is validity to church, there's validity to religion, and there's validity to faith. The problem is that it is so easy to misuse and abuse, and there are absolutely no guardrails to that. We see all the time. We're literally seeing it in the fucking Middle East, where the people will equivocate about which religion it was or which deity it is that says this is my land, this land isn't your land, or whatever. They will use God as an excuse to justify their actions, even when it flies directly in the face of what the fucking books say, right? And that's okay because they have convinced people to follow. And I unfortunately just am not good at following. I'm too busy fucking asking questions. So my point here is I don't trust religion. I trust spirituality. I even am okay with people having beliefs, but beliefs are just as dangerous as religion because a belief is what will cause a person to strap a bomb to their chest and go into a fucking church. And that terrifies me more than a guy with a gun. So you can do more damage from a pulpit than you can with an assault rifle.
And I don't even necessarily disagree with the sentiment there because of the scope of what
I've already won the debate.
What religious. However, we have to getting back to what I originally said about how we would have gotten this far to be able to determine, oh, wait a minute, religion is not all that great. I think before, again, specifically before the scientific age, people needed a driver. And this is why I for a long time, I've been off of the secular humanism train. Because, like, yeah, if you already want to be a good person, then secular humanism is great. But it doesn't have that incentive, that driver, to make you want to do what is right. And like you said, any tool can be misused. And I'm certainly not here defending, the Catholic priests diddling kids and stuff like that.
Sure.
But the position that I'm finding myself is that with all of that being said, we're still better off getting at least to this point so that people like you and I could come to the conclusion that, okay, we like these values, but let's do better. So you said before something about how we people would have found a way, and so what exactly do you mean by that?
So first of all, the introduction, one of the main reasons that religion and government are always been tied together is because it's an ability to control the masses. If you have a situation where the average person is poor and they're starving to death, what is to stop them from stealing from you? Right? Well, if you tell them, if you steal that, I'll fucking kill you. And their situation is so dire that they're like, okay, that's better than what I'm suffering with right now. Then threatening them with harm is not the answer. However, if you have the ability to threaten them with eternal damnation, like death is not even a respite for you. When you die, you will suffer more than you are now. Well, that makes people fucking stop and scratch their heads, right? So literally what you're doing is you're gatekeeping salvation, you're gatekeeping eternity, and you are gatekeeping hope. You are putting a monopoly on people's plan or on people's desires for the afterlife, right? So with that said, you can control people. We have seen this plenty of times with simple logic. If you explain to people the benefit, the reason that those people were starving in all of those conditions and all of those situations was because of the greed of the few, was because of the people in power, the elites, did not want to share their wealth. Instead, they would rather continue to control the masses, the plebeians, the people who are keeping them in their positions of power. And the best and most effective way to control them, they found, or the easiest, let me rephrase that, the easiest way to control them was through threat and fear. But collaboration and goal setting and seeing the potentiality, that's way more effective. People are more responsive to positive outcomes than they are to negative consequences. Like this is, you said you took psychology, right? Mm-hmm. Is it better to raise your kid making them scared of what's going to happen if they fuck up, or making them excited about what's going to happen if they do it right?
The latter.
So that said, in society.
But then the question
becomes the same thing.
So okay, but what does that actually look like? And so we could either go down the road of what that actually looks like, or we can get a clear definition of what exactly forms a religion, because either of those seem relevant.
Sure. So, in my mind, in my framing, religion is an organized thing. Okay. Religion is a structure of worship. So what you worship is irrelevant to the idea that you have a structure around it. If you believe in Jesus, then you are going to follow what you believe to be the correct way to worship Jesus, right? Not that it's necessarily what Jesus said was the correct way. It blows my mind how many fucking Christians or people who claim themselves to be Christians don't actually know what Christ said about worship, right? Like in the book of Matthew, and I'm not going to proselytize for what it's worth, but this has always been a pet peeve of mine. People know what the Lord's Prayer is. Anybody who's ever played football has said it right before a fucking match, right? However, most people don't know the context of what the Lord's Prayer was. Jesus said, God is not your genie. You don't rub him like a fucking lamp and ask him for a new car. The only thing you should ever say to God is, hey, dude, thanks for what you did. You're the best. Keep doing what you're doing. That's what the Lord's Prayer is. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for what you're doing. I'll take what you give me. Have a great day. That's literally all that Jesus said you're allowed to do. And more importantly, he also said...
Sounds like a good message to me.
Amen. He also said, don't do it in public. The people who pray in public are doing so for attention. Your prayer should be on your knees in a closet with nobody looking, nobody around. That's between you and God. Anybody who does it in fucking public, they're doing it to look like they're doing it. So again, how many people don't understand what Jesus himself taught about how to worship, and yet they call themselves a follower of Christ. So where did they get these ideas? Oh, from the preacher who wants to tell you what God really meant by this, or from the church that says, I really need you to put something in that plate, boys. Yeah, you notice how it's got velvet on the bottom? Velvet. So again, with the velvet, what is that, velvet? Anyway, so yeah, the point is that the people who were in control knew that it was more lucrative and more effective and way easier for them to just keep you in fear, keep you in control, as opposed to giving you hope and giving you something to actually try and strive for, right? So there's nothing wrong with hope. I love hope. And faith can give you hope, but faith can also make you not see reason. And anything that stands between you and reason is terrifying to me. That's literally, that's schizophrenia, bro. Like,
I mean, I don't disagree with where you're coming from, but if we look back, then the ability to understand how the world works, it was so limited that having being a skeptic or being just based on reason in, like the 300 AD or whatever, I don't know that is if that is helping that person get to live the life that they want to live. And so regardless of if they believe this religion or that religion or that religion, if we don't have an understanding of, well, the brain works this way, and you're the example that you use, that your kids are better off, being excited about a reward versus, if you don't know that, then how can you, it seems like a time privileged perspective. And that's what I'm stuck on. The fact that there's a lot of people who in the past wouldn't have access to the level of reason that we have now. And so if there was no dogmatic moral driver, then it would just be chaos.
Of course. So I will absolutely acknowledge that at the time that these stories were made, that these stories were the best explanation that we had or we could offer for the things that we did not understand, the things that scared us, the things that went bump in the night, right? The best thing, again, going back to, it gives us hope. It fills us with dopamine. It literally gives us a fucking rush, right? To believe that God's hand is holding on to us, whatever your God might be named. I absolutely also understand That was the other part. If you worship your TV, TV is God. There was a question that I heard on Confluences where he was like, "What is God?" I was like, "Whatever you worship, bro. If you worship your magic cards, huzzah, that's your God. Whatever brings you hope and joy, whatever makes you a better person, whatever makes you seek morality, that is your God." I don't give a fuck what it is.
But so then, what if let me
real quick. Let me finish answering. So as far as the whole, we figured it out, right? I agree that at the time, the people who didn't know better said this is an explanation. It was storytelling. This is a fault of human DNA, of human wiring. We need to have something to believe in. We have to tell ourselves stories to explain the boogeyman at night. However, throughout history, we have consistently stopped believing in silly, nonsensical fairy tales as the science developed until a certain point. We all know Odin and Zeus are not the cause of fucking lightning bolts, right? We can all agree on this now.
I don't think so.
We now know that it is the electrons in the cloud. Yeah. The thing is, you can still tell your cool stories. The Bible is full of fucking cool stories. And there's a bunch of cool stories that you can learn a lot of stuff from. But the idea that we're going to hold on to all of it as being magic woo-woo, instead of understanding that what we have seen throughout history is every drop of woo-woo turns out to be science we just don't understand yet. Every single thing that goes bump in the night, there is an actual explanation for. So as we develop these explanations, it would be far more sensible for humans to alter or change their understanding of the world around them. But this is the problem. This is why religion is as dangerous as it is. It will not cede control. It will not give up that power. It will find a way to make an excuse to keep you in their fold because anybody who has power wants to keep it. So there were alternative ways. Every time that we figured out a new fact, we could have easily just said, okay, well, yeah, I guess we were wrong, guys. But we can't seem to do that because powerful entities such as the Vatican won't allow that.
So again, lots of agreement. I think that when you're saying those things, we don't acknowledge the like you said, whatever you worship is God. And if you are if you're atheistic and you don't have a spiritual type of God, then you tend to end up worshiping something earthly or material. And so that's why, I'm curious as to what your definition, like what would be a definition of a religion specifically, because I see a lot of adherence to very bad ideas coming from, the political left all the time. And it doesn't seem like it seems like there is that same dogmatic adherence to the orthodoxy, but it doesn't have the corrective measures that Christianity does, which again, I agree that, putting Christianity, I think we can agree that Christianity, of the religions all being bad, Christianity is the best one. Agree? Disagree?
Sure.
So
I would say more evil has been done in the name of Christianity than any other.
But of the other religions.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, sure, I'll concede that. Yeah, the teachings of Christ. Let's say that. Fair. The teachings of Christ were the best. Yes.
Fair. And so then we have to ask ourselves: is it possible that all of the bad stuff that has come from religious dogma could have been either they're exactly the same or worse because we don't have that moral driver? I think as humans living today, we can use reason and science and logic to come to conclusions that are very similar to what Jesus would want.
Sure.
If not almost exactly the same. But they didn't have that then.
Okay, so part of my religious journey, or my spiritual journey that I didn't mention, was my edgelord phase in my teens where I practiced Wicca. I was deep into paganism. Okay. And I realized that most dudes who say that, it's just because they want to be naked in the woods with chicks. I get that. Right. And hippie chicks are cool for the record.
Wiccan chicks Hey, I'm just
you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So that said, Wicca, or the belief, the naturalist religions have been around long before Christianity, long before any of the Abrahamic religions, long before the Egyptian religions, long before any other documented religion. There was Druidism, there was paganism, there was the belief in natural law. Every major religion throughout history has had some similarities in morality, right? They might have different justifications, even in the Hebrew Bible or in the Abrahamic Bibles. There are examples where killing was okay, even though it seems like it's one of the top 10 rules. So there are exceptions within it, and everything has some sort of a justification. With that said, if every single religion is able to come up with the idea that, hey, you know what, you shouldn't kill each other, that's bad. Does that not seem to you like we would have gotten there without the fucking religions as well? It seems to me we will never be able to know. Just like the answer to your question earlier about how would we have gotten here without it? I say, well, we could have just used positive reinforcement, but we don't know, right? Similarly, we don't know for sure. I don't believe there is a case study where a human was completely raised in the woods apart from any other humans or species, and we could then look at them and say, what are your ethics like, right? What is your personal morality like? I don't think that there is a way that we will ever be able to truly quantify that. But the fact that every single religion comes to generally the same understandings makes it seem like it would have been universally understood by man. Also, we do it through groupthink, right? We don't need to put a deity at the top of that groupthink for us to be able to say, you know what, Lutch, I ain't gonna fucking kill you. You don't kill me, and we're cool, bro. Sound good? Huzzah.
Good.
Yeah. So again, I feel like we would be able to, don't steal my shit and I won't steal your shit. We're still good. We're still good. Like, these things seem like they would have been self-evident. Now, here's the other counter to this. There are always going to be some people that it is not going to be self-evident to. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. There's going to be people who are going to kill, maim, fucking. Am I allowed to? You're on YouTube, so I got to say grape, right? Whatever. Yeah. Anyway, my point is there are always going to be people who are going to hurt and take advantage of other people, even if God tells them not to. So even if the morality being taught by religion is there, people will still, in some cases, choose to disregard that morality, or worse yet, manipulate and use that morality for their own benefit, use that morality against other people, right? So people would do that with or without religion. Some people would get it, some people would not. They do that now with religion, they would do that then without.
Right. I again agree, but I still think that we are, you're kind of projecting as somebody who can be a moral person without religion. I think you're projecting that onto a lot of people. I don't think that a lot of people, I think that's one of the things that I've realized.
What do you think?
If I had to put a number on it, I would probably say that at least a good 40-45% of people need some type of thing. And going back to the fear thing, I do think that this cohort, this 40% of people, they would see, okay, well, I can get up here by doing good things, or I can get up here by being shady. I'll take the easy way out. Then you bring in the fact that, like, yeah, you and I could agree if we agree not to steal each other's shit, but I'm going to guess that you're bigger than me. And so if you just in one day decided, fuck Clutch, I'm going to take his shit, then you could probably beat the shit out of me and take my shit. And so
that's going to happen with or without God.
So why, but would it happen more or less if people are believing that there is, we'll make it simple. There's a man in the sky watching. If I already don't want my shit stolen.
I got to be a man, bro.
If I don't want my shit stolen and I don't want to steal shit from other people, and then somebody else decides, hey, he's a little dude, I could take his shit. Do we think I personally in that situation, the person who's getting their shit taken, would I be better off with the person who wants to hurt me feeling some type of fear that they will get retribution from that, or the whatever the benefit of getting all my shit?
So I would say that the bigger benefit, rather than you believing that the space ferry is going to keep you safe, you find another big guy to keep you safe. I think that had we taught each other to the strength of collaboration and cooperation, if we as humans would have realized earlier that it's more beneficial for you to rely on your fellow man than for you to rely on what you on whatever deity you are placing on high, then yeah, I think that would have been more effective. I would not want to fuck with you because there are many of you, right? Now, I would also go back to the fact that everything you described already does happen, right? So if we meet in the woods and I see you, right? Yes, I might be able to, I might be the guy who says, I'm going to beat him up and take his shit. You might look at me and be like, hey, I'm going to talk to that guy and have him help me not get beat up and not get my shit stolen, right? Collaboration between humans. We would have actually developed less tribal, I think, or even more tribal. Fuck, I don't care about the tribal. We would have trusted each other instead of counting on the people or the imaginary person in the sky. Now, I would argue, my personal numbers were not too far from yours. I would say there are about 40% of people who would figure out morality on their own. I would say there are about 40% of people who would need somebody else to explain it to them or to guide them or to show them morality. And there's about 20% of people who are going to be shitbags regardless, right? So fair. With that said, in our current society, where we are getting further and further away from religion, what are we doing instead, Lutch? We are talking to people like you and me. People out there in our chat are looking at us for guidance, looking at us to be a moral leader.
Losers.
To show no, they're not, dude. they're that 40%. Is the thing. They're the people who need or want somebody else to be like, to be able to explain shit to them in words that they understand, to make them say, fuck, that's a really good point, bro. So that way you're going to still have the same benefit of morals being spread throughout a society, because you're always going to have thought leaders in any group. Let's just not exalt the fucking thought leaders. Let's not give them silly hats and costumes, and let's not make each other eat a piece of bread and drink a shot of wine to be able to hear that morality.
I think that's a little utopian. I think the fact that we have even the notion that, starting with just two people agreeing not to steal each other's shit, and then the bigger one decides I don't agree to that anymore. The implication that I could just go find another person, why would, for all intents and purposes, that other person could be like, oh, you got some shit? Dude's gonna fucking take your shit. I'm gonna team up with him. And I mean, the whole might makes right argument is how the world has worked for forever. And I would argue,
despite the existence of religion.
Sure.
So how did religion prevent that?
I didn't say that.
I'm saying no, but that exists and that happened even with religion. Uh-huh. I'm saying that we wouldn't be worse off without the religion.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that everything you're describing still happens with religion there. Why would we think that, like, again, it's going to happen whether the thought leader, fuck you, chief. That's going to happen whether you are being told to not to by the dude in the silly hat, or you're being told to not to by your own conscience, or you're being told to not to by your tribal elder or leader, whoever you look to for guidance and moral guidance.
I just don't think that universal kumbaya type of mentality has ever existed. And fair enough, maybe religion hasn't prevented that, but my position is that I think it would be worse without the religion. Why do you think that
kumbaya is a religious song, bro? You literally are using as an example. We've never had a kumbaya society, even though we all sing kumbaya.
Right, but you're assuming that this is the worst that it could be, and it would be exactly the same. Why do you think that Christians, who, when they find out that you're an atheist, like, well, why not? If I didn't have God, why aren't you just raping and murdering all the time? Why do you think that's a common thing for Christians to say?
I mean, it's a logical fallacy, right? Like you're saying, why do Christians say, why do you stop from hurting each other? Well, because of what I'm discussing, the intuition that behavior is unacceptable. That I know that I don't want that to be done to me, so I don't want to do it to you. That is the two possibilities. I say to myself, I don't want this thing to happen to me, so I'm not going to do it to you. Or I say, I don't want this to happen to me, so I'm going to do it to you first, right? That's kind of the two options. In my personal belief, they are equally likely in a person. Out of curiosity, do you err towards nature or towards nurture?
I think it depends on the context, but it can be
in general.
I mean, I think it's
it's 50,
yeah,
50,
it really
6,
depends
7?
on
Yeah. Gotcha. Yep. All right. So,
wait, how old are you? How old are you being saying 6, 7?
That's irrelevant. Don't fucking age dox me. What are you trying to do?
We're both too old for that shit.
Yes, we are. That's why I do it. So again, see, you fucking derailed me.
Nurture, nature.
Nurture, nature. Yeah. So
50-50.
I would agree that it is about 50-50. I would say that it is about equal chance that a person is born to be evil and violent, or a person turns evil and violent based on their.
Okay, perfect. So how then, what is the mechanism that if we, let's say it's 50-50, that some people are born evil and some people are not? What is the mechanism that we use to make sure the people that are born evil don't maximize their evilness?
The law.
But we don't have prisons.
There's punishment for mistreatment.
And so do we not have prisons full of people who are not going by that law?
Absolutely. And we have prisons full of people who claim to be religious. What's that change?
Well, that comes back to my
the
point.
Religion didn't keep them from doing evil.
Not them, but I'm saying everybody else. I'm saying let's say that let's just clean the numbers and say there's 10 million people locked up for violent crimes right now.
Sure.
I'm saying that as much as I don't believe in Christianity or any religion, that I think that would be a lot more people who would be doing these things had they not had the internal motivation to do what they think is good based on God. So I'm asking you, how do you know that that's not the case?
As I said, we have seen plenty. There are plenty of atheists who don't kill people. There are plenty of Christians who do. Mm-hmm. So that shows me that it is not inherent to religious belief for you to have morality. That morality, morality would be subjective based on your personal experiences, and you are going to go through your life and experience things that are going to guide how you choose to interact with other people. Yes, a lot of people were told God said to not to, but it could just as easily have been Joe Rogan said to not to, and they're just as likely to not to. We have no reason to think that because we see that the people who have been told God said not to are still doing it in roughly equal. I don't know the statistics, so I don't want to put forth or act like I know a thing that I don't. This is something I probably should have. If this had been a proper debate, I would have been prepared with this, because the number of people in prison who went in there with faith or went in there with a religion and found religion when they were in there, right? Mm-hmm. So I honestly don't know, but it seems to me like there's plenty of both, right? So
right, but that's not addressing what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree with you that religion has many shortcomings, and that's why we see a lot of people who are Christians who are going to do the types of things that are going to land them in prison. How
you think that's the fault of the religion? I think that's the fault of the person.
I mean, I can agree with that, but I'm saying the person has a decision.
The person chose to overlook or ignore
based
the
on what,
teachings
though?
of that religion.
Based on the law, based on their spirituality, based on the thought that their soul is going to heaven or hell.
I actually do believe this is another one that I wish I would have had the actual documentation ready for me, but there have been studies that in the vast majority of crimes, especially crimes of passion, consequence is the last thing a person is thinking of. right? So they don't want to, they don't stop and think, I'm going to go to prison if I kill this person.
Right.
They are just thinking, I'm just going to fucking kill this
So we're agreeing that those people are going to exist in society no matter what.
Yes.
So religion, no religion, there's going to be, let's say, 20% of people who are just fucking going to fuck shit up.
Yep. So then that means that those people, regardless of whether religion was there or not, are going to do the bad things.
Right. So then what about the next 10% of people who want to do those things, but have the internal driver of their religion to not do it? How do we know that there wouldn't be 10%?
Yep. Could have just as easily been motivated by fear of societal disposition or dispossession. Could have just as easily been motivated by fear of a cherished thought leader's disappointment in them. Could have just as easily been, like I said, because Joe Rogan said to not to. How many people do we see today who make their decisions based on the fucking Liver King, right? Yeah. So again, that person doesn't have to claim God to get you to do what he is asking you to do. He just has to be charming and persuasive. The problem is the charming and persuasive people have always had the crutch of blaming God, of claiming God. So those people are still the same fucking people. If you really get down to it, it is not God or Christ that teaches you morality. It's the books that were written about them. It is the pastor at the front of the room telling you what was said about them. So it's not the actual religion or the deity. It is the people. Those people would have been there. They just wouldn't have had to say, because God said so. They could have just said, because it's the best idea.
All right. So let me do you think there is value in, let's say we have we don't even have to talk about a specific religion. We just have a tribe that has shared values. Even if those values are not the most ideal looking, if we're looking to the past, then not necessarily ideals and values that we would hold today.
Stoning women who cheat on their husbands. How about that? Let's start there.
Okay, perfect.
Hypothetical.
So, yeah, so we can use that. And so let's say that there is a cultural norm that you don't do that, even though we don't agree. You and I don't agree, and I don't know about the chat. Some of them might. They're fucking out there. That we should be stoning women for adultery. Is there a meaningful benefit from that sharedness, even though the value is not what you and I would agree is correct?
Yes, but. So yes, the shared groupthink, the shared morality, the shared ethic, because when it goes from a person to a group, it becomes ethics, right? That's the difference between ethics and morality. So when it goes to a group, it becomes ethics, and that shared ethical standard is absolutely beneficial. I am simply saying that shared ethical group could just as easily be believers in High Lord Lutch, right, as they are in Jesus Christ. And you don't even have to put yourself out there as a deity. For what it's worth, Jesus actually never claimed to be a deity. But yeah. So again, what I'm trying to drive home the fact that a thought leader is just as effective, whether they are using a deity behind them or just good sense. If you can persuade people to kill themselves for your God, you can persuade themselves to not kill themselves for the good of society. And I think that the people themselves could have the people who were using religion, could just as easily have just used persuasion and good sense, reason, logic, things like that to persuade people to not kill each other as the punishment of the eternal afterlife. I have no reason to doubt that based on our current society and the fact that people are still following other people. People will always follow other people. So society itself having a shared ethic of don't fucking kill each other, absolutely. That's great shit. I don't think it needs to come from on high.
I agree with you. That's why I'm saying that this perspective is a chronologically privileged one.
Yes.
Who just said, Lone Wolf Cub just said, to be fair, some people never had books. And the idea is that we have to understand the limitations of the people of that time. And so
now let me
go ahead.
Real quick, going back to the prompt. That is exactly the key, right? Not everybody had books. So a lot of this was spoken word. This was shared through language. With that said, the person who is telling the story gets to change and mold the story, but you are going to take it as full truth. Do you not see the terrifying danger in that power?
Oh, of course I do.
Huzzah.
But I'm
Can
saying,
you name anything more dangerous that we've made?
Not the notion of not having any type of driver. A world where there's no reason for people who don't have access to science, when they have no reason to do what we would agree is right. I think that would be infinitely worse.
If this was a debate, I would hold you to the fact that we did not create non-belief, we created belief. So
Sure.
we did not create the absence of religion. Using the lack of religion as more dangerous than religion itself would not be within the prompt or within the framework of this debate. And as such, you still cannot name to me something more dangerous that humans have created. But we're not doing a debate. So
Fair.
we're just having a conversation. So again, yes, I see your point that if you're assuming that in the absence of religion, all mankind would be left in moral darkness, I'm saying that there would still be people like us, the 40% who do get it, who would say, hey, bro, fucking, what are you doing? Don't do that shit. Let me show you why. Let me explain to you why that's bad for all of us. And there's always still going to be that 20% who are just going to fuck off and do it anyway. They don't care. But me and you seeing and understanding why it's bad for us to kill each other could easily spread that message without having to put the tagline "because God said so."
So do you agree with Razor here saying the driver would be to live a good life?
Yeah, but the betterment of all society, the betterment of the.
So what if somebody doesn't care about that?
That's that 20%. That's inevitable. Regardless.
Okay.
Because
so again, what I'm arguing is that when we introduce religion, then we get a higher percentage of people who do care. The I don't even know what you want to call it, but the society that we would have without that driver, without science, without the depth of understanding of like now we have social media, and so we can see what's happening all over the world. That's a very new thing. And so this idea that people just want to live a good life, that's already not how it works with or without religion. And I think it would be worse because of the fact that we see so many people who appeal to religion as a reason why they don't do bad things. And so maybe to the prompt itself, then maybe that doesn't align. But I don't think that we can say. I don't think we can comfortably say that we would be able to get to a place where you and I can be non-believers and moral people and thought leaders and all of this stuff if we didn't have a society that was moving forward based on this driver. And to tie on that, I remember about probably 3 years ago at this point, I called into the Tim Pool after show, basically saying exactly what you were saying, is that, well, why can't we have, just wanting to live a good life, or I used to call it the American identity. Why can't that be what we use instead of Christianity? And I was very mad at the time, but Tim Pool was like, well, because you need a mission. I'm like, what do you mean? The mission is to live by the Constitution, have a good life. Humans don't work like that. And so, unfortunately, I'm working on the better version. But unfortunately, right now, Christianity is the best way that we have to get people to want to do the right thing. Whether they do or they do not, there's only a very small percentage of us who don't need that driver. And I'm hoping that will grow. But as of right now already, that's an overwhelming minority.
I would actually push back on that and say that Christianity is the leading cause of people to want to seem like they're doing the right thing, less so than doing the right thing. As we discussed earlier, when it comes to the weekend or the Sunday morning Christians, right? The people who do all of the bad shit all week long and think that when they go to church on Sunday and say, in their fancy shirts and say, "Who, please forgive me," that they're absolved automatically, right? If we have to keep going back to, because I saw the whole worse than. I didn't say worse than. I said more dangerous. Again, the manipulative power and the ability for, even through your own argument, you are talking about how powerful religion is at controlling the masses, and how clearly, if that is in the wrong hands or if it is used against people, it is the single most dangerous thing that humans have ever made. Humans are followers. Humans, sheeple. They want to fall in line. They want to do what they're told. They want things to be simple. Most humans, there's going to be those people who think for themselves. Those people have two choices. Do they want to help other people, or do they want to hurt other people? Now, using religion to hurt other people is super duper easy. Using good sense and logic to explain to people why, if Lutch does well, it benefits me, that is much more difficult, but much more lasting, much less dangerous, and much more beneficial en masse. The good of society. I know that it sounds trite. I know that it sounds naive, but it's still the truth. If we could have, instead of trying to persuade people that they're jumping through these moral hoops to get into the afterlife, and instead said, hey, jump through these moral hoops for the greater good, then we would have been in a far better place as a society. How many wars throughout history have been fought over religions and beliefs? Your deity versus my deity. Yes.
Definitely too many. Let me,
as opposed to good sense and reason, how many times has that been used to end a war?
Not that I can think of. But let me try it from a different angle. So I generally am not, I don't really like law enforcement, cops, any of that stuff. I'm not really a big fan of, the fact that people can have that much more power over, anyone else.
Power corrupts.
Absolutely. That being said, I like law and order. And so fuck the police, but I want law and order. And so, unfortunately, the cops are a necessary evil in order to have law and order.
Yes.
And I think that, zooming out, the same principle applies for the same exact reason, that people need a reason to do good and a reason not to do bad. And even though I agree that the religious myths are not where we should be in 2026, we should be beyond that. That's my whole thing. That's why I'm the Indian Jesus. But how do we say that people would just figure it out? People would just make it work. I think that is, again, just a little bit too utopian and optimistic.
Sure. So, and I promise I'm not going to do this too many more times, but I'm going to pull us back to the prompt, and I'm going to pull us back to my opening. Okay. I do believe that I was very clear that I did not say that religion is evil. I do not believe that religion should be abolished. I do not believe that there is no merit or benefit to religion. I understand, and this is going to sound mean. I don't mean it to be mean. It just is what it is. Lesser intelligent people are far more likely to need that guidance. They need somebody to tell them because God said so. I get that. Unfortunately, it saddens me, but it's true. Generally, the people who believe and who follow without any thought towards reason and logic are the people who can be persuaded by anybody. It's not lost on me either how much overlap there is between the people who believe whatever their pastor at the front of the room tells them and the people who believed what another dude standing at a podium told them, right? So again, that overlap is pretty obvious. However, I still think that there, and I believe that I said this in my opening, the biggest problem, it's not that religion needs to be gotten rid of. It needs to have constraints. Religion needs to have guide rails. If you try making too much gunpowder in your basement, you're going to get a knock at the door. You try to enrich uranium in your basement, they're not going to bother knocking. There are rules and regulations for every other dangerous thing that humans have created. You need to get a license to drive a fucking car, but you do not need to get a license to tell people what they need to do in order to fall into God's good graces. And we see in situations like Waco and Jonestown, sorry. I said Jamestown earlier, didn't I? Fuck.
That's what I thought you meant.
I meant Jonestown.
Jonestown.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, oh, we're going all the way back. Okay.
Yeah, Jamestown way the fuck back. No, Jonestown's what I meant. Thank you. God damn it, I just lost the debate now. No, Jonestown. We go all the way back to Jonestown. How easy it is for those people to persuade those softer minded people that this is what their God wants them to do, right? So we need to have some sort of guardrails against that. The idea that anybody standing on a street corner can try to persuade other people's beliefs and their willingness to kill and die for what they believe to be truth fucking terrifies me. There should be regulations. There should be guardrails. There should be some sort of system in place to prevent people. Again, I made the joke in the opening about the people eating the pudding in the applesauce, right? What were those fucking crazy asses? The people who thought that the hail bop was going to come and pick them up?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Again,
Dogma does crazy things.
it sure as shit does. And a lot of people, and I was going to put this in the opening, but it felt a little too combative to just come out the gates with.
Come at me, bitch!
Not against you, because you're not a religious person. But a lot of people are going to try to say that I'm discussing cults and that cult-like behavior is different somehow. It's not. Every religion is definitionally a cult. I love telling Catholics that the biggest cult on earth is Catholicism. Definitionally, open a fucking dictionary. So again, don't try to pigeonhole this. We see how many people are preach it. We see how many people throughout history have been manipulated and fucking hurt and abused and used and exploited through the faith and belief that they have been indoctrinated, oftentimes by the society that you were saying it was going to benefit. It literally is just one more way for bad people to do bad shit. And right now, we have no regulations against that. That should change.
Okay, so I'm willing to I'm willing to step back from the actual prompt in the service of the conversation.
We've been an hour on the prompt. Fuck the prompt. Now we're just talking about God. Yeah. Let's go, bro.
So if I were to, so this is connected to what I was saying about the about cops. That do you agree with me that if like cops suck because they can abuse their power, but they are a necessary evil?
Yes.
Can you agree that that is the case for religion?
Yes. I thought I did. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I used a lot of words and flourishes, but yes. let me summer it down. Just like police officers, I do believe that we have to have, I'm not going to say that we have to have. I still think that there are better ways, but I understand the legitimacy and usefulness of religion to teach morality to people who couldn't figure it out by themselves. I absolutely do understand that that is a thing. It also gives people hope. I think that is an overlooked and under-acknowledged benefit of religion, is that it gives people hope. It gives a lot of people who have nothing else to look forward to when they get out of bed in the mornings, something. And people need something. So again, I do not want anybody to think that I am trying to say that religion it should be gotten rid of. I'm saying that it is a fucking terrifying weapon that humans have created and that it is misused, and that should end. I absolutely see that. I lived in the South. All right, Lutch. I lived in the South. I know.
Get your Bible, boy.
I know how many people, if left to their own devices, are just going to self-destruct, right? I get that. But I would, and this is where I'm going to start getting into a little bit of utilitarianism. I'm not absolutely certain that that's a bad thing. Maybe survival of the fittest, Darwinianism, maybe we've made the pool too shallow. I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, if you're not capable of figuring these things out for yourself, you shouldn't be part of the party. How about that?
Fair enough. Because I mean, if we're willing to say that, we're definitely willing to say that religion sucks and is bad, and then all that. But if we can agree that it's that at least for a period of time, that it was a necessary evil, then I mean, yeah, I have no dog in the fight for religion itself. So I'm willing to give you. Wait, hold on, wait. I was gonna do a moment, and then I forgot the drama thing. Hold on. I am willing, in front of all of these people, to concede the actual debate for the sake of agreement that religion was necessary. I don't think it is anymore, but religion was absolutely necessary. And I mean, a lot of people brought up things like nukes and CERN and destroying all universes and all of those things. I'm not willing to necessarily claim affirmatively, but I don't have the argumentation to say what is more dangerous than religion, because I certainly believe religion is at least one of the most dangerous things that we've ever had.
Once again, the key is that religion can drive somebody to use the nuke. Religion can drive somebody to blow up CERN. Religion can literally cause somebody to do all of the evil things with the other things that humans have created. That's why it is the most dangerous, is because of its use for manipulation and control. It is controlling people to kill other people using those other inventions.
Yeah, religion sucks.
It kind of does, man.
It sucks balls. But I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix the fucking world, guys. I'm only starting out. I'm gonna fix the fucking world. I am telling you that we are going to be able to move past this notion of needing that myth. I still do believe that most people need that driver that I was referring to, but I don't think that driver needs to be a man in the sky or this ill-defined thing that comes from a book that appeals to that and that all of that stuff.
Let's make it science.
But yeah, absolutely. And I think we're getting to a place where there shouldn't really be a difference between the God of the gaps. The gap is shrinking. And
yes.
Yeah.
That is
so guys,
exactly
I did
right.
just drop the link both on YouTube and Twitch. I was thinking about trying a one at a time type deal. But come on up if you've got got some questions. We'll run through it and let's see how this works. And maybe we'll just open up and go to a shit show. Come on up.
I'm here for the shit show. Let's go.
But yeah, I mean, again, with all the negatives that you presented, I do, just like I was saying with the cops, I don't disagree at any of the negatives that you presented. But I just think that society would be worse off if we didn't have that direct thing, because even people can decide to not follow the guidelines or whatever. But the fact is that having the idea of what you're supposed to do definitely it was necessary. And
so let me see if I can get you to counter concede, right? So where
I'll be right here. I just gotta piss.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm right
here. Where I'm willing to acknowledge and admit that something needed to be used to guide people through morality, especially before we understood science. Can you also concede that it's very likely that we could have just as easily used something else other than belief in a deity to accomplish that same goal?
Can you give me an example?
Sure. Like I did, or like I was saying earlier, the idea that, welcome in, Razor Brother. The idea that it's for the greater good, that we would be able to show people the overall benefit to themselves. The idea that a rising ship, rising tide raises all ships. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. If there was a way for us to impart that, as opposed to the selfish idea that you need to do this so that you personally can make it into heaven, do you see that maybe it would have been more beneficial for us to frame it as the greater good than the individual eternity?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
I saw whenever I said that earlier, so again, you agree that there could have been alternative uses.
I do. I just don't. I don't trust that would, based on human nature. I think that we aren't. We can't expect people to operate that way. Yo, get your bitch ass up here then. Talking shit like a fucking fruitcake. Get your ass up here, bitch. Razor, welcome back to the party. How you doing, sir?
I was able to get off work at a decent time, but then because I made myself some spaghetti and I was busy cleaning, I couldn't stream. So decided to just listen to you on this, as you saw, because I was in your chat this entire time.
Yeah, vermicelli is the superior pasta, for the record.
I just go for simple
spaghetti.
It's the easiest thing to make, and I like it to season my meats very nice.
No. I'm about it, man. I'm about the ragu. I'm just saying, vermicelli or even angel hair pasta is fucking way better. So
See,
thick cords of pasta is just
It
gross.
doesn't hold on to the sauce.
I was choosing
gnocchi
between
is
regular
the most
spaghetti and angel hair, but I decided just normal spaghetti. I should have gotten the angel hair. Fuck.
Okay, since we brought it up, this to me, I believe you can tell a lot about a person by this question. And I'm gonna ask both of y'all this before I go, since apparently there's some fucking mouth breathing shit eaters out there in the chat who might join us. I'm gonna go grab some whiskey for this. But before I do, Lutch and Razor, what if you have one ethnicity of food that you're gonna eat for the rest of your life? What is it? Italian, good man. Razor,
Italian, then Mexican.
Solid answers both.
I probably have to either go. I probably have to also go either Italian or Thai.
Thai is a fucking solid answer. See, and it sucks because I'm gonna say Asian because like all of them are equally awesome, right? And it's kind of hard to figure out where exactly some of the lines are. But I would actually go Chinese or Mandarin. But I think that a close second would be Italian. It used to be Italian, but then as I'm getting older, like fucking just pasta and pasta with bread and pasta and more pasta, it's like, fuck, bro, I'm gonna feel this for a week. So
There's a lot more than just pastas and stuff. Obviously, pizza is there because it's Italian.
Pizza's not Italian. Fuck you. All right, I'll be right back, people.
So, Razor, where do you fall on? I mean, obviously, you are more on the horseradish side, as I saw. But what do you think about my notion specifically about? I don't think that humanity would have gotten this far without some type of driver before we had science.
I would say that I do not. I think I said it in the chat earlier. I do not believe that human nature involves hate. I believe human nature is curious. Human nature would definitely drive us to end up with science, regardless if we didn't have any kind of deity worship. If religion never showed up, science still would have popped up eventually. Now, would it have taken a little bit longer? I'm not going to lie to you. Probably. It probably would have taken a lot longer, but
okay. And so fair. But then doesn't that taking longer mean that there are people suffering, people dying, people so on and so forth to get there?
On the grand scale of that is life of the human race.
Cleaner, get your ass up here, bro.
On the grand scale of human life or whatever, it's such a blip. It would be such a blip that I wouldn't. That I don't think I would. I wouldn't. It wouldn't matter to me that it took that because the best way to describe it. Sorry, head. Fuck. The best way to describe it is the way I said when it came to like the thing when we were watching the NASA thing. I brought up OSHA, slow and steady for safety reasons. Even if it was slower and more generations would have passed, we'd still end up with a better outcome, even if it took a little longer.
Slow and Steady's my stripper name.
So I was just asking, hey, dilly. Dilly fucking dilly. So yeah, I was just asking about the notion of what I'm saying about how we got here. I think I do still think that you guys have a very utopian perspective on how people operate in terms of
it's not utopian
what
for
they.
me. It's not
why?
utopian.
Why not? Because it seems like you're saying that people are just gonna shout out to Esther Alley Cat.
How people operate in terms of.
You gotta just mute the good. Sorry, what was I just saying?
You were talking about how we were pie-eyed, naive children.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah. So
yeah,
like we the idea that we want to, that people are just going to do what is right because they want to do what's right. We see that that's not the case.
Persuaded by society.
Say it again?
Groupthink, tribalism, persuaded by society, fear of social ostracization. We see how China is doing it, and it seems to be working dandy over there.
Yeah.
I mean, fair. Let's bring Mr. Alley-Cat in. What you got for us, brother?
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to like get a little bit more into the conversation. I don't want to like just barge into what you guys
Kick
were
the
talking
fucking
about.
door in, my friend.
Well, you guys were talking about 10 minutes ago. Like the whole see, my argument would be that any type of thing that people believe in can cause the same harm, and it does. So, whether that be a political position or whether you like a baseball team or whatever, it's going to, potentially cause us harm. So to blame religion as being the biggest, I don't think so.
So the reason why, I want to answer this a little bit. The reason why religion is what you can be blamed is because with religion, there's a head honcho, imaginary as he is, that is there that you are answering to, that you're saying you're doing.
With politics, it's a president or a leader. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, you can't just blame the leader for the reason why it causes the problem.
No, well, it's not just the leader. It's not just the leader. It's the leader, his sycophants, or his
same thing with politics. Same thing with sports.
I was getting there.
Let him finish.
I'm getting there.
You got it, Alec. Let him finish, and you can destroy it afterwards.
What's the word? Basically the priests of this leader, who are pushing these. I'm not disagreeing with you that ideology can also be dangerous. Just religion is the worst one. It's just it's
leftism is the worst one. How about that?
MAGA is, but one that yes, it is. They
didn't cause us somewhere
else. The thing with religion is that way too many people. You've seen enough things, especially you would agree with this, I'm sure, that the Allahu Akbar thing that everyone knows, that's just God is good in Arabic. It's people killing in the name of God, and there are plenty of Christian nationalists who have killed in the name of God. And so it's religion who's doing a lot. And while you're not wrong that it can be the same way for certain ideologies, like how there have been people who wear the red hats who have done atrocities and bombed Planned Parenthood because it's in the name of their conservative values / their grand leader DJT.
Well, we can go even simpler than that.
Way.
6 million dead by a certain ideology. We can talk about starvation.
Yeah, authoritarian way.
Hold on, Razor. Hold on. We just gave you the floor.
I can't let him have that. Because I know exactly what he was going for.
Okay, well, let him get there, and then you can destroy it when he's done. Let him get there, and you can destroy it when he's done.
I don't think there's much need to be said. It's the whole idea that political ideologies don't cause the same level of harm is just a ridiculous take. Just look at history.
Not the same level.
Yes, the same level.
Not the
what's
same
it?
level.
Wait, what's on the same level?
He's saying religious
political ideology.
Same level. Yeah, political ideology
absolutely.
is the same level as religion.
Absolutely.
It's not the same. It's not the same level. Is it still there? Yes, but it's not the same. It's actually
okay. What metrics are we? What metrics are we using to determine that? Go ahead, Horse.
All right, so two things. First of all, I did say multiple times that belief is the thing that is most dangerous, because belief is what people will kill and die for. That belief comes in different manifestations, right? However, whatever chosen or anointed leader is at the top of that belief structure is the person who is in power, and that person is able to wield that power to their own ends. I would actually push back against what Razor said. MAGA is not the most terrible ideology.
What? I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Sorry. I was more responding that it's worse than leftism because he's trying to say that left is the worst.
So once again, God bless America. So once again, let me clarify. The idea behind MAGA is not bad. In fact, it's fucking great. The idea of making America the best thing that it can be is a wonderful idea, and everybody should be able to get behind it. It's how that ideology or how that belief was fucking manipulated, used, and twisted that became dangerous. Okay. It's how it has been misused because people bought in under the idea of what that meant and then found out that that's not what their anointed leader was trying to sell them. So it is the misuse of the power of belief that is the dangerous thing. And I would say, while Alley Cat is absolutely right, ideology in general can be used this way. There is no more effective power than religion. Religion is the most
not at all. Not at all. Again, I brought up the 1930s Weimar Germany for a reason. That was purely a political action. And what did that lead to?
Gott meint uns.
Right?
A really shitty mustache.
The largest war in history.
Gott meint uns.
So wait, so Alley Cat, can you give that give the bottom line there? Because I think you're onto an interesting point. But what is the bottom line?
The bottom line is pretty simple, is that any ideology can lead to this issue. The only concern would be benefits versus drawbacks. And I think you guys are downplaying the benefits of religion and only looking at the drawbacks. And you're not doing that for any other ideology.
I was trying to be very clear that I see the benefits of religion. Yeah. I definitely outlined those. The difference, though, is religion has a structure of faith and a level of control where ideology does not.
It does. It does. Every ideology has a level of structure and control.
Yes. You absolutely have people who are going to gatekeep any ideology, sure. However, the idea that what's the worst thing that happens if you don't obey the leader of the MAGA?
You get sent to the gulag.
You get sent to, okay. What's the worst thing that's going to happen if you don't obey the deity at the heart of your religion? You have an eternal fucking damnation, literally forever being punished. Which one sounds worse?
If you believe that, right?
Like so,
and if you believe the ideology,
hold on. Both Indian Jesus and we can name multiple people that used to have that belief don't have it now. So it's possible to walk away without any harm.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
true. That's not,
and then
it's not separating from what we're saying.
No, it is.
No. Hold on, Razor. He's getting a really good point here. Please finish it out. Let him finish it.
The idea is that that it's automatically going to lead to harm if they don't follow. That's not true. People will sit there and be like, "Screw that! I ain't doing it. I don't believe it anymore."
I see. Okay,
and they walk away. That's different than a government ideology. That if you even try to do that, you end up in the gulag. I say that's much worse.
Will you agree, Alley Cat? Will you agree, Alley Cat, that there have been religions throughout history where if you tried to leave them, you would be hanged or fucking burned at a stake?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, so it's the same. There are religions that do that. There are ideologies or governments that do that. Some of them it's okay and safe to walk away from. Some of them it's not safe, and that goes for both of those. However, leaving the Weimar, yes, you might get killed, but you're not going to be threatened with eternal damnation. That's the difference.
And I'm saying people don't care. And I'm saying
the ones who believe do. The ones who believe do.
True. Why don't we bring Cleaner in? Welcome. So much for the one at a time. I don't know. We're about that panel life. We like the chaos.
Yes.
What's good, Cleaner?
Yeah, thanks. You hear me good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I don't have my new cam set up and all that shit yet in the new studio. So, but sitting up here in my living room listening to you guys, this has been a pretty good one, man. But I think what Horseradish is saying is, I mean, it's valid, right? Like it is belief that is really the thing that he's driving at here, which I understand. It's not necessarily religion. It's just religion is kind of a vessel for that belief, right? And I understand that. I get that. And I don't necessarily disagree that beliefs and ideologies can cause terrible things, right? But I think what it all really boils down to is the heart of the person doing the leading with the word of whatever they're using, right? Like how Schmittler did. I mean, he got a whole lot of people to believe in some pretty fucked up shit and kill a lot of people.
I'm on your side.
and like for real. I mean, you know, he could have turned that around and just made like the most utopian place ever but he didn't. He instead killed lots of people. No, I mean, he could have very well made some kind of utopia out of his belief or tried to, but he didn't go that approach. He went the approach of killing people, is what I'm saying. He chose to do evil, not good.
And as I was saying earlier, when that was originally brought up, I started saying "Gott mit uns" means God is with us in German. They use religion to
so this same logic, Cleaner, and again, everything you're saying, go off, King. The same logic is what's applied to guns. Guns don't kill people, people do, right? Religion doesn't kill people. The people who use the religion to kill people. And I'm acknowledging that. I'm saying that religion doesn't have any structure of control or regulation where a gun does.
Some do, some don't. Huh? I would say horseradish, some do, some don't. But on this, I'll actually disagree with you emphatically, because what you're saying is that religions don't have any kind of restriction. But we literally just said, like you literally just said a moment ago, some religions would kill you as opposed to letting you leave them. So they did have restriction.
Or
I'm saying we do not currently have restrictions on the religion.
Sure, there are plenty of states out there that put many restrictions on religions.
Sure, and other beliefs too.
Can you give me some examples?
Russia. Be a Jew in Russia at around
no. I'm sorry. I was speaking of the United States. No. When you were saying the states, I thought you meant like Kentucky.
The state.
But no, yes, absolutely. Again, I mentioned China earlier, and the fact that the fear of social ostracization is just as effective at public control as the fear of eternal damnation has been. China has proven that, right? Mm-hmm. So again, yes, there are definitely religious constraints in other nations, but I'm saying that in our nation, any fucking razor can decide he wants to create a cult of the shiny neon ears and have everybody eat fucking poison pudding and lay in their bunk beds until he comes around with his samurai side.
You'll like it.
Until he comes around with his samurai sword and fucking stabs us in our sleep, right? Is that really a fucking pink samurai? Dude, social ostracization. I'm not talking to the rest of this panel.
It's Mitsurugi's sword from Demon Slayer.
That's not helping, I promise. It's not helping like you think it is. So again, the fact that here in the United States, anybody who wants to can miss you. Fucking David Koresh. Literally the best example in our lifetimes, David Koresh. Now, the only reason that we stormed his gates was because he had guns, not because he had children, not because he had fucking control over people's beliefs, not because of the danger that he posed to all of those people's psyches, but rather because they were afraid he might have guns.
Damage potential.
Yeah, because of what he could do with the guns, because of his control of people's beliefs.
Well, and it wasn't just that. To be fair, I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't just that, though. There was a little more that went into why they ultimately stormed it. One of the things was that whenever you have a new religion or belief structure that pop up of any kind, it's really hard to know for sure what direction that religion is going to go in, and so you don't know if it's going to be axiomatically diametrically opposed to the structure of the society that it's currently forming in. So. Like, I understand the fear when a new religion just pops up within another group. Like, it could be totally against it, right? Like Satanism, 100% against Catholicism, Christianity, any of the Jesus religions, right? So, I mean, it's like, or maybe even most of them in the world. I don't fucking know. But
the irony is Satanism doesn't actually believe in Satan. But but
you see what I'm saying is like it could be.
You don't know what it is when it's first.
And so that fear is the driver, and fear typically is the driver in most killing situations. Not all, but most. Fear is the typical driver in killings. There is a fear of something that is causing you to.
I would
do
say
an
fear is
action.
the driver and creation of any religion.
Well, fear is the conceptual understanding of ego putting out there what we see as negative in the world, but in an emotional state for us, right?
Yeah.
And so the question becomes that fear. Do we have a better way? And I don't feel like that's been put out there. So since everybody's broke as fuck, I start some good chats, even though you are broke as fuck. Liberty Plus TV said most atheists I know believe in using the state to force us to work together. So I still think religious people who were more classically liberal are much better at cooperation than modern atheists. Whoever
That's
would like to
probably
respond.
true.
Fair enough.
That is probably fact.
Razor.
It's
I hate the term classically liberal, though.
It's like I'm not going to fully disagree, and just the wording is the issue I have, but it's whatever.
So tell us what's
it didn't
I want to
sound
understand.
nice.
It's that no, it's not that it didn't sound nice. It's that saying forcing to work together thing.
Yeah, it doesn't sound nice.
What about what is it? Is that not the case?
Realistic. It's I don't know. Fuck no.
So it is the case.
It is the case. That line.
Force can be many things. Force can be something as simple as I'm taking all of your other available options away. That can be force, and that isn't
you can't keep your job unless you take this
way
drug.
of doing it, but it still accomplishes the force metric. The idea that you're getting stuck on is that force sounds bad. That's what you're getting stuck on. It sounds
simpler
bad.
than that. It's simpler than that. They're forcing us to pay taxes. That's forcing us to help each other.
Sure.
I'm always confused how people say take care of the kids, but then don't like the idea of taxes that could help take care of the kids.
Because they can take care of the kids on themselves.
Responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Stupid.
It is.
Wait, okay, hold on. Let's go. Who jumped in there? Was that Alley Cat that jumped in?
Well,
go ahead, Alley Cat.
No, I said he had it right. The idea is that they believe that we can take care of the kids without government, that you don't need it.
Which is just
personal responsibility. The problem is we know that the average person is not responsible. The average person is selfish, greedy, and fucking not degenerate. So, and unfortunately, it's super easy to have a kid.
And it's usually
really hard to raise
due
one.
to lack of education. And it's usually due to lack of education that I would also want to use taxpayer money in order to make sure that they can be then educated.
Sure, but unfortunately, for what it's worth, Razor, there has been studies that have proven that throwing money at the problem does not solve the problem. Education.
Oh yeah, no, like
you can lead a horse to water, but at some point you got to drown the motherfucker because it just don't want to drink.
Yeah, no, like I know what you mean. Like throwing money at the problem doesn't fully fix it. It's more throwing money at a thing that can be used that people can go, hey, you want a better life? Here you can use this. We're not going to force you, but here it is. You're not forcing them to do it. You're just saying
that's not the end of the force. The end of the force is taking your money.
Social ostracization.
I think that's interesting though, because it actually brings up something that a lot of people are dodging right now to approach as a question, right? Which is like we have these axiomatic belief structures all throughout our world. Like we're all verging on the same thing right now. We're at a point of luxury where these axiomatic belief structures are no longer a survival metric; they're now a luxury. And so we're at a point where we don't have to rely on them to survive anymore. We don't have to, as a species, right? We don't have to rely on them for humanity to continue at this point. They will definitely make us have a much more accelerated growth into the future, because we will all be within one social group and trying to do what's good for our group. But it's not a necessity at this point, because we are in the time of luxury where we have abundance. We have so much shit. We could end world hunger. We could end everyone on the world not being able to have a home. We could have everyone in a bed tonight if we wanted to, but we human beings are not altruistic enough to do that for our fellow human being right now. And so we're kind of at a point where we're approaching this more spiritual belief, because our luxuries are where we're at, not our survivals. But the problem is our governments are trying to keep us in survival mode, even though our technology and all this other stuff has put us into luxury mode. So we have two different axiomatic belief structures that are going on within everyone's head constantly, and it causes a lot of cyclic problems, circular problems for us. And that's why we're seeing so many lefties and liberals go nuts right now, and so many people on the radical right going nuts right now, and all this other stuff is because there's this problem that's going on inside people's heads. And until we can wrap ourselves around this is our next true age of enlightenment right now. We're growing spiritually as a people while we're going through this.
Cleaner out here spitting fucking fire, kids.
Wait,
hope you bitches are taking notes.
Real quick, I want to address what Let's Choose said. F them kids, they're already burned.
That Vigi
Already
in the
born.
hat?
Yeah.
Vigi looking all hard.
Yeah, that's how it works. I don't care about paying for people. I just want them to be alive. Me not wanting somebody to be murdered does not mean that I want to pay for their whole life. So
okay, hold on.
Yeah, that's the whole point of you only
to.
care about them until they're born.
It's like you don't.
No, they still care about them. They like to buy them, sell them, or trade them. And they like to ship them to other countries. They like to ship them in from other countries.
It's just that, like, with that mindset that she just said, Lutch, it's confusing to me because, like, yes, I agree that once they're alive, you want them to be alive and like actually, possibly survive. Like, but you don't want someone to just kill them all right when they're immediately born. But you're cool with the suffering.
I'm not cool with it. I just don't think it's my responsibility. I think it is my responsibility to make sure that person doesn't die.
I feel like if you're a human, you should care about other humans. I
do care about other humans. That's a different thing than it being my responsibility
to survive.
Do you understand the difference between caring about other people and deciding that it's my responsibility for them to live?
It's responsibility. That's the whole point.
Yeah, why don't we throw to Vigilante? Welcome. What you got for us, brother? Feel free to shout out whatever you want.
Okay,
yeah,
Kelly,
so I
have
mean,
a good one.
It's the whole point of caring about other people's is it makes it society's responsibility to take care of those people. If you don't want society to help take care of people and help people be able to survive, you don't care about people. You're faking it.
So okay, how many? Okay, so how many babies have you adopted?
I don't have the.
How many illegal immigrants do you have living in your house?
Strawman.
Why is that a strawman?
Because
why is that a strawman?
We're not saying that absolutely everyone has to take in a
It's
child.
individual.
So no, I'm not saying everybody does, but you're saying if you don't do X, then you don't care about A.
Pay your taxes and things get taken and people get taken care of. Done. But unfortunately, we also.
Okay, fine. So then why am I being?
I was going to answer that earlier when Cleaner said his whole thing, which I agree with a lot of it. It's right now we have the money, we have the ability, we can do it all to take care of everyone on this planet. It's priorities, because right now, realistically, it's not a left or right thing. It's a top and bottom. And right now, all of us sitting here in this room, we're the bottom, and people like DJT and all the corporate billionaires are the top. And unfortunately.
Yep.
Depends on how you
does that
define
change
top.
the fact that my response because I don't want to pay for somebody's life, that means I don't care that they're alive?
Yeah, that's
clear,
the straw
I'm not
man.
saying that you directly need to pay for their life. I'm saying it's the government's responsibility.
No, it's not.
Our tax money can't go into
fine. Let's even concede all of that. It's the government's responsibility to make sure somebody doesn't die. Why does that mean? How does that connect to me wanting a fetus to be born and also not feeling that it's my responsibility to pay for that child? What's the straw man, or what's the what?
Can I ask you why it's your responsibility to see to the fact that it was born then?
Because we have a justification in the law that persons, which I believe fetuses are, have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Now, repeat that, but more towards like living children who are running around making noises.
Repeat what you believe, but frame it around how I want you to believe it.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
was that
no, it's more my. It's more what my. It's. I'm going. No. It's not saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying say basically that where I believe it is the responsibility of all of us to take care of all of the currently living children, women, and children, and even other dudes. I don't care.
So who's we? Is we the people on this panel? Is we the government? Is we what
we
exactly?
the human society?
Okay.
What does that mean?
The human species.
Okay.
What does that mean?
What is the response? So the human
Are you a
species.
human?
Anybody that's a human. Okay. What is the responsibility that you're asking me about?
So are you a human?
To look out for
Indeed,
your
I
fellow
am.
man.
Awesome.
As far as you know.
So right, I do see a flaming skull there. Fuck, I could be wrong.
He could be a demon.
Well,
I'm not of this earth.
To be fair, I'm pretty whimsical. For all you guys know, I could have made an AI, and this could just be an AI version of me talking. I do some pretty crazy shit sometimes when I get bored.
That's fair. Fuck me, I lost track.
Okay, so can I jump in? Can I just jump in real quick?
Horseradish,
And
go ahead.
this is to both of my left-leaning compatriots here. I personally believe that generalizations are not productive. I think that saying, well, then none of them want to, or not all of them want to, like, I don't feel like that actually accomplishes anything. There are plenty of humanitarian agencies and groups from the right, from the conservatives, from the religious, who actually do try their best. How many do you know the percentage of adoption or of orphanages in the United States that are funded by a religion or a church as opposed to the government? Yeah. So again, there are plenty of them who are actually out there doing their due diligence. Do not frame it as though everybody who classifies himself as a conservative, as a Republican, or as a Christian is necessarily doesn't care about them once they're born. Yes, there are shitty human beings who stop caring about them as soon as they slide out the glory hole, but that does not represent the entire group, and it's unfair for you to categorize them that way.
Even there, I appreciate. Hold on, wait.
Okay,
Hold on. I will go to. I just want to say this, and then Razor, and then Vigilante. So even in that little thing, well, they're not all bad. They just don't care. No, I care about the life as much as when they're in the womb, when they're in the birth canal, when they're alive. I care enough that people should not be unjustly killed. That is a completely different thing than believing that it is my personal responsibility or the government's government's responsibility to pay to keep that child or that person alive. So even if we're taking
separation of ideals,
right? And so there's no conflict with saying I don't want that to die, but just because I don't want it to die doesn't mean I should have to pay for it. Do you guys want Morty to die?
No.
Okay, then give me fucking money. Oh, you don't really care that you don't care.
Yeah, feed his fucking dog, people. No, so this is another thing that I like to get out there ahead of. It always irks me when people frame pro-lifers as being just a bunch of old white dudes who want to control a woman's body. No, if you legitimately view that fetus as an actual young child or a human, what would you do, Razor, if you saw a baby in a stroller about to roll out into the street? What lengths would you stop at to save that fucking baby? I try my best to keep in the back of my mind, even though I am pro-choice, I am also pro-life. Like, I just think that it's not my choice to make for your body, but I think that every life is important. I think that every effort should be made to preserve every life, and I would fucking lay in traffic to try to save a child. Why would I blame somebody for who believes that's what they're doing when that's literally their perceptions? They think they are trying to stop you from killing a fucking baby.
Right. So just to throw this out there, I've always thought that the dichotomy of pro-life versus pro-choice is false, right? Like,
yes,
they're not opposites.
Thank you. Amen. I am pro-bodily autonomy.
Hold on. Let him flesh that out.
Well, no, go ahead. I mean, they're not opposite. I'm trying to put it in his terms as well as I could.
He was agreeing with me, Lush. He just did it real that.
I agree, but I also
Vigilante, I think you were next.
I agree with that, but I also disagree with that for a number of reasons. Because the if you're pro-life in the way of like you don't support like you or your partner getting an abortion, which is a lot of like how a lot of pro-choice people view it, but you want to ban abortion, but you don't want to ban abortion, then I would say yes. But at the same time, if you want to ban abortion, I see it as you want to control somebody else's body. That's the only way.
let's talk about the position of somebody who this is what I used to be when I was younger, and I probably still am to this point, is somebody that wants life to happen. It's like I find life precious. I want it to all be there, but I don't think it's the government's responsibility to determine what a woman can do, right? Isn't that having a pro-life and pro-choice position at the same time?
Yeah, bodily autonomy. The woman should be allowed to do what she wants with her body, but even though you yourself are wanting the.
Well, that's why I said it depends on your version of pro-life.
No, it doesn't. They're two separate things. You can have pro-life, anti-life, and you can have pro-choice, anti-choice.
So this is where we're getting into those labels and generalizations. Is the thing, Vigi? You're doing the generalization thing again, where a pro-lifer is a MAGA fucking No, a person who is pro-life is not a pro-lifer.
So
and
maybe
is there any chance you can turn down your gain just a little bit, Vigi? Because it's coming through like super hot.
So, Ali, do you want to give us maybe examples of those different categories?
No, it's just a simple matrix, right? Like pro-life, pro-choice. That would be the position I described. Pro-life, anti-choice. That would be the standard pro-life position. Pro-choice, anti-life would be the standard pro-choice position, and then anti-life, anti-choice is another position, and that may be
that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck that guy.
Let's drag him out behind the bench.
Yeah, but I mean that is for exhaustion's sake, that is technically a position. Yeah.
Yes,
true.
It's the bottom left corner that nobody wants to check.
Right.
Exactly. Let's pause real quick to shout out Let's Chief with the $2 making you holla. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the overlords. And put my money where Morty's mouth is. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Goddamn, Ellie, is it past your bedtime, buddy?
No, I've had a rough day, and so that's probably why I came in a little hot. I'm like starting to calm. This is good therapy for me.
So let's move.
That's what I do for.
Like as I was said, like I said when I was here last time when we were doing the actual full thing on abortion, it's like the only reason why I kept saying my personal belief when it comes to certain things is because I would say that I am someone who is very pro-choice because I'm my axiom is bodily autonomy, but I would like life to continue more than anything.
Samesies.
Can I propose a thought experiment?
Sure, let's experiment, buddy.
All right, let's just do a little thought experiment here. Let's pose the hypothetical that there's another universe. There's another universe in which the cat is both alive and dead somehow miraculously, and we open the box and we both see and don't see the cat. No, that's not the hypothetical.
Okay.
Schrodinger's cat, right? No.
Yeah.
All right. So within this hypothetical, we've got everything we've got here. Everything's identical from where we are right now, except that in 5 seconds, an entity comes into the whole world's knowledge and understanding that can eliminate all of us in the blink of an eye. It can enact anything. It has like a godlike capability, right? As far as what we see, right? Like we look at it, it has like this godlike capability.
Extra-dimensional entity.
Sure, extra-dimensional. Thanos, whatever you want to call it, right? Well, yeah, whatever you want to call it. Basically, it can make it like it can bend reality to its will instantly. It tells us, the human race, we all have to pick one religion or one ideology for humanity to unite behind, and that religion or ideology's prescriptions will be enacted immediately on the entire planet. What religion should the world choose to align behind, and why?
The scientific method, because it uses logic and reason. I win!
It doesn't save lives, though. It doesn't prescribe for people to live a certain way. It doesn't prescribe that you have to live for it to be, so they kill the human race. Congratulations, Horseradish. You ended us. Next.
Scientifically!
Libertarianism.
No, the reason I pose this question is because it's a thought experiment that has to do with both AI and unknown aliens and all kinds of other things, right? Like there could theoretically be an entity out there that could end the human race in the blink of an eye. We don't fucking know. But it's a
I would lay money on it.
It's a thought experiment to get you to think about.
What about would humanism count?
I'll give it better.
Any of these
that's what I was about to say.
any of these ideologies. This thought experiment
sorry.
is posed this way so that what you can do is strip away the religions that have bad prescriptions for all humanity and find the ones that get us to prosper and continue to thrive, right? That's the reason for this thought experiment.
Can we create a whole new one? Is that also an option?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
That's why I was shout out Jesus. Shout out the new Jesus.
I don't have anything against it, but the whole world has to be willing to get behind it.
Okay. So
you know what I'm saying?
I would say
Okay.
humanism as well. Like
So-
that's what I'd say.
No.
So-
So wait, but okay. So I have these stored liberties, so we're gonna come back to that. But so specifically, Razor, you were just bringing up secular humanism, right?
Basically,
It was me, but holla. Whatever.
I was gonna say it too.
Whoever, you fucking lefties.
You gave Cleaner credit for my fucking other joke, so what the hell, man? Come on.
I'm trying to pay attention to 7 different chats. All right, we fucking running.
He was playing ping pong with me. You're like, good job, Cleaner. Anyway,
those of you. Now I don't even remember what the fuck I was going to say.
So
I win again.
I'll back Razor.
Well, then,
I'll
Lutch,
back
you
Razor.
answer my hypothetical.
I'll back Razor on
Hear
this
my
one.
name.
All right.
Well, Lutch, why don't you answer my hypothetical then? What would the religion be that the world should choose, in your opinion?
I don't think we should choose the flaw in that question is saying that there is options out there and we should choose one of the options that's out there. My contention is that the Indian Jesus is going to present a new option that is better than all religions. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I can't do that. But until I fucking hit that wall, I'm going to keep trying. And so I don't accept the premise of the question that there is a religion to choose. There is a mentality, ideology, whatever you want to say, that has yet to reach us so that we can move away from, we can put Yahweh in the same box. Yeah, we can put Yahweh in the same box as Odin and Thor and the sun god and Ra and all of that stuff. I think we're beyond that in terms of the individual. My thing. Oh, that's sort of bringing it back full circle. That is why secular humanism does not work, because it only applies to the people who already buy into it. So I'd like to throw it to Razor. What did you think about what I was saying about secular humanism, specifically, again, that it doesn't have that moral driver that religion does?
Wait. You're saying that secular humanism, the idea that we should make humanity strive and be better each day, doesn't have a moral driver.
Yep.
Nope. No.
What is it?
To have humanity strive.
Okay.
Hold
what
on.
if I don't want that?
Can you
What if I don't
define
want that?
morals? Can you define morality for me, please, Lutch?
Yeah,
For context of this conversation.
I feel like we do need that explained, so I'm not,
Just to make sure we're all speaking the same language.
Okay, so I mean, I, as a Aristotelian virtue ethicist, appeal to human well-being versus human suffering. So the morality is the moving away from the greatest suffering of all human beings towards the greatest well-being of all human beings. And
The greater good.
The greater good.
Easy.
No, it's not
Like
the
it.
same.
Oh, wait a minute. What's alley cat,
Oh,
Stephanie? I see why it's important for us to discuss this.
All right, it's
alley
not-
cat,
yeah.
please define morality.
Alley cat.
Okay. Well, okay. There's a lot to go through. One, just for his hypothetical, there are probably an infinite number of things that can destroy Earth and humanity on a blink of an eye right out there now. Like, this is not a hypothetical. This is just reality. So
100%.
we should probably be thinking about it now more than ever.
As a
at
group.
first, I was going to sit there and talk about with Razor is I'm perfectly fine calling it, if we have to pick something and it has to be today and now, secular humanism. Why? Because it doesn't say anything, which is exactly what Indian Jesus was trying to get at. The whole, like this whole idea of striving to have better humanity, that's basically everything.
Should be,
Right?
but it's not.
No, it is.
You think it's-
Why not? Why isn't it everything?
No. Hold on. May I steel man him for a second? Because I was just about to say us bombing Iran is not for the good of everybody, but there are certain people who would argue that it is, and that is their motivation. So it is a subjective thing. So again, like I said, let me steel man you. I see where you're going to go with this. And yeah, that's 100%.
Another major flaw, though, within secular humanism is the one contentious belief where there may be an event that happens at some point in humanity in the future where almost all of the people have to die in order for a very small percentage of us to survive and continue the human race. And so secular humanism might not allow us to make that choice.
Okay,
or
so
will
real
make
quick,
that choice.
well, real quick, back to you, Alley Cat. I'm sorry, Chief, or I'm sorry, Cat.
Well,
real quick.
yeah.
Well, hold on. So, could that be a limiting factor as opposed to an eliminating factor? The fact that there are certain things that will not be able to be decided by the morality of that humanism. That just means that those are things that can't be decided by the morality of that humanism. That doesn't
Well,
necessarily mean like
no, I'm
so.
gonna
So the
argue
humans,
that
the morality is only the things that we can inarguably benefit everybody. Preservation of the earth. There's not a single human being on earth who doesn't benefit from the preservation of earth, right? So that is inarguably a secular humanist morality.
Well, I mean, it depends on to what extreme.
Okay, well, hold on, wait.
the
Let's go.
preservation of Earth.
Hold on. Let's Alley Cat. Let Alley Cat respond, and then Cleaner, you can go next.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
So I mean, I'm gonna like the issue that you brought up, that anybody can decide what they think is best, basically means that secular humanism has no moral prescriptions, absolutely none.
The greater good. That's
what does that mean? What is that? What does that mean? What's the prescription for that? How is it? Is it universal for anything?
Okay, so hold on. What is the moral prescription of Christianity then, please?
To do God's will.
What does that mean?
It means I will agree with you that it means whatever the person interprets.
Whatever the person interprets it exactly.
Okay,
So
but there
it's
is a standard for what.
useless.
Okay,
So,
but it's not equally useless. No. It's not equally useless.
The greater good is the standard.
I agree with you that it's broad, but it's not equally as amorphous as secular humanity. And this is secular
Okay,
humanism.
would it sound better if I said to do man's will?
No.
Why not?
Definitely not.
You're saying
Because-
you're saying
in place of
morality
what?
is to do God's will instead of greater good.
You can't say man's will because as a psychopath, my will is to kill you all.
Okay.
No, but he's trying to equivocate the
democracy.
Idea. Right. The idea is and that's the problem that that a lot of the religious have, is that whenever they resort to God's will, the question is always, well, who interprets God's will? Right. And so he's making the same thing with man's will. It's like it's the
Man's
same
will is
interpretation.
just as is arguably subjective or wavering. Right. And so democracy ruled by I understand, and I know the whole two wolves and a sheep thing, dude. But at the end of the day, the greater good is decided by the greater number of people, the greater group. That's who decides what is best for the group. They might be wrong. Absolutely. I'm not saying it's an infallible fucking system.
Okay,
but
there you go, though. There you go, though.
I have a
So
point,
I agree that, using the Bible, using God, there's no there's no like 100% a factor that you're doing the right thing. But I mean, that's why, I'm not a believer. But the lack of directive that we have as scientifically literate people, there's still a lot of space on, well, what should we, there's no scientific answer to what we should be doing. And so again, if we wind back the clock to before
survival of the species, procreation, like biological imperatives.
Yeah.
Okay. How many people are gay? How many people are asexual? How many people are incels?
Those could easily be scientifically explained biological imperatives to limit fucking population in an area. Huzzah! You're welcome.
And also,
Okay,
and also
wait.
with
So
the,
walk me
and
through that.
also
Walk
with
me through
the gay, and also with the gay people, social bonding, as seen in a lot of animal species like lions, tigers, different.
Boy dogs hump other boy dogs. It's not because the devil.
Yeah, but that's also not sexual either.
So I'm going to build a bridge because it was asked to me what
Professional
morality is.
dog trainer, brother.
What morality
We'll circle back
is.
to this.
Okay, no, I'm actually
No,
going to
I'm sorry. Jesus.
Okay, is like what morality is, and I would argue that morality is just the choice that actors make. Right? That's the definition of morality.
Yes.
What you do things.
Because
right?
there's no such thing as objective morality.
And this is where the difference.
No.
I believe in objective morality.
Yeah,
I don't believe in absolute morality.
There is objective morality.
Okay,
there's definitely objective morality.
So name one.
Aristotelian virtue ethics.
An objective moral. An objective moral.
Yes.
Survival.
That's. I don't know if I can count that as a
There-
moral. I don't
yeah,
know if
that-
I can count that
that's
as a
an
morality.
interesting one because usually the count.
I need more water. Don't TOS me.
No, I can actually display.
Quick, say the end. I'm kidding.
Hold on, let Alley Cat respond. Let Alley Cat respond. 'Cause he's
I
about
can
to cook.
display it. But
Right.
yeah.
Well, okay. So the usual counter to that is the idea of the man who sacrifices himself for others, right? He's not worried about survival, but he may be. But you can look at it from the perspective he's worried about the survival of everyone else,
Or
so
the
maybe
survival
it
of his
does tie back-
child, or exactly.
Right.
I mean, he cares about
So
more
it
than
could
himself.
still tie back to survival, but that is an interesting bridge, right?
Well,
Like-
and the reason I said survival is because survival, much like religion, is a vessel, right? Like it's the deliverance of morality, right? The survival itself is what you're trying to achieve. It is the objective. So the moral behind it is what you are doing is you are surviving. You're doing what you have to do to survive. You're
Okay.
achieving that objective within your moral structure. Your moral structure is survive and reproduce.
I look at that as actors act, right? Like, so the grounding for that is that to ask whether you act or not is actually acting, right? So it's
No.
self-grounding. Yes, it is.
Not necessarily, because your example with the guy who will sacrifice himself to save the many would
He's
not
still
be
acting.
an actor. It
He said
wouldn't be an actor
self-acting much. I
acting in
think
his
that's
own
too
best
much.
interest.
He's still
In
acting.
his own survival. He would be going against his moral. He wouldn't be going towards his moral in that situation. He'd be going against his own moral because his moral is to survive. And if he
Well,
dies,
do you-
he's not
That's not-
surviving.
that's
So
not what I
that's
said.
against his moral.
Do you agree there's a difference between a moral imperative and a biological imperative, Cleaner?
I would say
Maybe.
I would say there can be some differences depending on the person, right?
Because
there's
hold
different-
on. I really need to get to this because what you're implying is that morality is instinctual. That morality is tied to your biological imperative. And if you believe that morality is instinctual, then that means that morality is something that we already have regardless of the teachings of religion. Did you hear that, Lush? Cleaner agrees with me.
Well,
Wow.
I
Wow.
would say when it comes to objective morals, this is true. And when we're talking about objective morals, we're talking about things that are hard-coded within us, right? We're not talking about something that's just like we choose to believe this, right? We're talking about something's hard-coded. That's an objective moral.
Survival of the self, survival of your progeny. Again, there are plenty of biological imperatives that are baked into the humans, regardless of their beliefs, regardless of their training, regardless of their society, and those include things like preservation of self. So that means that there is some sort of morality or ethics that are tied to human nature and are not necessarily derivative of religion.
I haven't seen that there's any evidence of there being more than two objective morals to any form of life.
Okay. What were the two? One was survival, as you said. What was the other?
Survival and reproduction. Those are the only two objective morals I've seen conclusive scientific evidence.
Morals.
Yeah, they are.
You don't
They
think
are.
the preservation of environment is?
That's survival.
Yeah, well,
Right.
these biological imperatives are survival instinct.
Based off of what you guys have been defining morals as, morals are actors acting, right? Well, survival is what you're doing. Survival is what you're trying to achieve doing. So you're both achieving an objective and using the objective as the vessel to achieve it, right? You understand? It's cyclic. I mean, it's circular.
Cyclical.
But it's circular within its own construct to be perfect because you do survive because you're surviving, right?
Sure.
So it's not,
I'm being double sure I'm using the
you know.
word right, but axioms, would it be like an axiom basically?
Axiom is something that's
he's grounding.
Is true.
He's grounding the axiom, which is what I was like trying to do. Like I was trying to short circuit all that, like not even assume yet survival or reproduction. The fact that actors act, the fact that you're acting is grounding the fact that your actors act. Does that make sense? Like
it sounds so silly to say.
And normally, but what he's pointing out is important because normally this doesn't work within what some people call objective morals because they're subjective. An objective moral actually has a grounding, objective fact to it that you can come back to ground it. Like anytime that you look at something that someone has done in their life that achieves survival, you can go back and say they did that because survival is their main moral, their main goal, their main drive. Like you can look back at it and keep grounding it in that over time.
Most of society only is around today because our ancestors had a drive to survive.
Sure, exactly.
Let's go to Alicat, and then let's bring Salty in.
Okay,
and then
so
Horseradish.
So the question I've always had dealing with this, because like to me it's difficult. I think people can get to the point of actors act, and then the idea behind survival, replication, and stuff like that. But there are other things that are much harder to ground. And like for instance, is it better to leave a short happy life or a long miserable life?
Short
and happy, baby.
How do you ground that? How do you ground? No. If the principle is survival,
preference.
Long and bad is actually more grounded.
Yeah. So it's not just based on moral imperative. That's a good point. However, what hedonism? Where does hedonism fall into this? Because that's ultimately what short and happy fits into hedonism, right?
Well, so basically the left wing. No. Hedonism, the concept of hedonism is also based off of there being an opposite dialectic of good, right? So if you don't have something that you're calling
sacrifice is good, then self
if what human beings say is self-sacrifice, if human beings say sacrificing the one for the good of the many is a good thing, then hedonists would say sacrificing the many for the good of myself or the one would be a good thing, right? That would be it would be diametrically opposed, right? They'd be opposites. That would be hedonism, right? But we only have this because of subjective morals. All right. What would be hedonistic about an objective moral? How could that be framed in a hedonistic way?
Didn't I just do that?
That's the only thing I could really think of, right?
But I just did that, right? Like the whole point is both. When I asked what's better, short and happy or long and miserable, both of them had short and happy. That automatically dismisses that having a long life is somehow a moral imperative or an objective.
It doesn't. It doesn't necessarily dismiss it. And here's the thing. When it comes to these two drivers, because of how intricate they are in our base coding of how we live our life, they actually have something to do with everything we're doing within our own minds. And this is where I actually think standpoint theory has a place to have a standpoint, right? Is within this understanding. What we choose to do in our life is defined by our moral axioms, each of us as individuals. However, what is good for the organism, humanity, right, is different from the individual in some cases.
Greater good, one might say.
Now, I don't necessarily think that that's true. Like you have many people that shorten their lives by taking cigarettes, alcohol, drugs.
Because they taste good.
Right.
They make me feel fun.
Right. And so you're sitting there saying that the moral imperative for society is no alcohol, no drugs.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I said.
Fucking experience.
It's actually pretty much
actually not what I said. What I said was
is for experience.
All based
on
each individual. Each individual's
each
individual is going to have a different entailment that goes along with their own survival and reproduction. Right? Like it's just necessarily true. Look at, I'll give you a perfect example. The lefty soy boys that jump in with the lefty girls and try to pretend to be feminists and shit. We all know what they're over there for. They're over there trying to get laid. Like, we're not stupid. They're adhering to what their belief is to gain reproduction, which is one of their two main survival goals, or one of their two main drivers. So they're doing it within their mindset. You see what I mean? Where it's all individualistic, right? Each of us, we project what we believe we're supposed to do onto the world and do that. We don't view the world.
Brother Cleaner, will you let the man introduce the new guy?
Yeah, let's bring Salty in. Welcome to the party, sir. What you got for us, Salty?
Mate, I don't know. Like, you blokes are all over the fucking show. Although Horse makes a good point, beer is good. There's nothing wrong with cigarette, right?
Dilly dilly.
And I was a chain smoker for a lot longer than I can count. Still love the beer, but I've had 4 children, so I'm in front of you, I think.
Fair enough.
Not by as much as you'd think, sir. I got more sparkle in my beard than you people realize. I just want to say real quick, can I just say, Salty has been in my chat for many a moons, and this is the first time I've ever heard his fucking voice or his accent. God damn it, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir, officially. Yeah. I don't believe we have ever spoken before, but I have chatted with you countless times in spoken form. So good to meet you.
Shout out to the real one. So let's bring it a little bit back closer to the prompt itself. That religion. What exactly do we say? Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created. And Liberty Plus TV said the state is absolutely more powerful and has a way bigger body count than religion. It's undeniably true. Who would like to tackle that?
Now, I will say, hold on. My biggest fear in the debate was that Lutch was going to say government for what it's worth, because that was the one I would have been a bit like, fuck.
True.
You got me. That was the hole in my heart.
I agree. I got another one. So this is kind of fun. What about the CERN Research Center? Right? Like, what's that? What happens if that somehow goes supernova?
A religious zealot could be convinced to go bomb it and cause that to happen. Therefore, religion caused CERN to blow up.
It can happen on its own.
It could happen on its own, but religion can be used to cause it. Therefore,
but CERN is more dangerous than religion because CERN could wipe out.
You believe that the person kills the person or the gun kills the person? Because if the person kills the person, then that means that the religion that caused CERN to blow up is more dangerous.
What's the prompt again?
But it doesn't have to be a specific religion that makes
the prompt? Most dangerous thing man has
ideology has
ever created. Did man create CERN?
Yes, man created CERN. Man created religion. Religion can be used to make CERN go boom, and so therefore it is not CERN that is killing the person.
Can CERN go boom without religion?
Yes, it can. And that's the problem.
Well, CERN can go boom without religion if through human failure, right?
Sure.
So, yes. It would still be a person who did it, not CERN.
Wait. So you're saying only a religious person could decide to go and blow up CERN?
No, I'm saying that something has to trigger CERN to blow up. Something has to trigger CERN to blow up. And so it's the thing that pulled the trigger that made CERN blow up that is more dangerous than CERN itself. The gun doesn't kill the person does. And so if it is religion that is more likely to cause CERN to go boom, then it is religion that is more dangerous than boom.
We'll come back to that. Hold on. Let's give it a second for our boy Testicle Johnson with the Canadian 5.
Feed that fucking dog.
Of course, a treat for the Overlord. Said, if God is real, then why my penis so small? Checkmate.
Hold on. I'm going to steel man this testes. I'm going to steel man this testes because God has a plan, my friend. And your plan is for you to find a shallow canaled woman to spend the rest of your life.
That's what we call cope and rationalization. Just to let you guys know,
how the religions do.
We did just pass the halfway mark in terms of the super chat goal. So 15 donations of any amount. We just hit 7 and $75 in total, and we just hit 51. So I'm puny. I need your push-ups, and Morty needs his special treat. So get it on in there. Thank you.
Jessica Johnson. Push-ups, by the way. I heard you talking about those the other day. I didn't see a fucking one of them. So are you saving them up?
Yeah. Well, I got to see how many I'm doing. I got to know how many I'm doing before I do them.
Oh, you do it at the end of the stream. Gotcha. Yep. I didn't see the end of the stream yet. I'm sorry. I got distracted.
Yeah. That's your reason
ADD,
to
bro.
Yep. Every $2. Every $2 is another push-up I gotta do. Thank you, sir.
If I'm hearing the logic correctly, it's the guy who blows up CERN's mother is the one responsible because she's the one that made him.
She was the one who created the situation that caused him to become that he became, that fell for the exactly.
So then she is more dangerous than religion.
Hold on. Her mother.
She should have got the abortion.
So if her mother, it was that mother's mother that created
No. It was the mother's father who created
No, it was his mother, though.
I think what we're getting at
Father
here
of
is
his mother.
humanity's biggest.
It was fucking Eve's fault. It was all Eve's fault.
That
I think what we're getting at here is that.
Oh shit!
I
Did
think
I
what
just,
we're getting at
just
here-
drop Christianity in there?
Adam didn't do nothing, man.
It was
I
why
think what we're
God
getting
called
at
Adam.
here is that humanity is humanity's most dangerous creation.
Humanity is most
Fair?
humanity. Yeah, that's fair.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Human nature,
So,
yeah, human nature.
Kelly Green.
I say
being a
that
little-
humanity is the ability to rise above human nature.
I like that. I like that. Well, Kelly Green's being a little beta bitch and won't come up here, but said when you guys were talking about the belief that it's not the belief, it's the misuse of the belief. For instance, if a religion says not to get vengeance, but people go and get vengeance, then they're not acting according to the philosophy itself.
I think Horseradish covered that.
Yeah,
that was from a while ago. So if we hit it already, that's
Circling back, bro. Not everybody was here when we were talking about it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Paraphrase. Hold on, Razor. Say what I said then.
And we got the Kelly Green.
Hey, so I'm gonna tell you. From what I remember, best way to paraphrase it is you stated that religion is a tool that is used by someone. It is not. It is not that religion itself is evil. It's the people using the tool to do evil things. Making people do things.
This dude.
Oh no, I'd disagree. I'd say that specifically the Abrahamic religions are evil by default.
Based on what? Based on what? You can't just say that.
As someone who hates the Abrahamic
based on what
religion,
they actually,
I can't even say that.
based on what they actually say and what they actually believe. So, now there are specific versions of Christianity that I wouldn't necessarily label as evil, which is specifically like Gnosticism, but that barely counts as an Abrahamic religion because it rejects the Abrahamic premises of Christianity. But when we look at like the Bible, for example, the Bible and the Quran and the Torah are all very evil in what they teach.
Okay, so this is going back to a part that I wanted to touch upon earlier.
Okay, sorry, real quick. Salty,
that's right.
Salty, did you get a chance to jump in?
Kelly?
Salty.
Salty.
Oh yeah, you did. You had the accent. Okay, so let's bring in Kelly Green. Okay, Salty, go ahead, and then we'll go to Kelly Green. Salty, go ahead, and then we'll go to Kelly Green.
No, you.
Oh my god.
Okay, stick to the beer, horse.
All right, Kelly Green, you got a lot to say in the chat.
Whatever.
What you got, brother?
One of the big things I haven't quite heard like any super big qualms with the beliefs themselves. People say that these belief systems cause these atrocities. Now, we can get into that, but what are the like you said, Lutch, where when you quoted me on that, it's not. I don't believe it's the belief system. If a belief is good, like homie said earlier, like make America great again, that's awesome. Now, if it's perverted, that's another thing. But people inherently, like pedophiles, they'll infiltrate like a church or something like that. It's like they use a teacher. Yeah. They have somebody molest kids in a fucking as a teacher. It's not the belief system. It's not teachers that are bad. It's not the ability to teach and stuff that's bad. That'd be ignorant to say. It's that people infiltrate these belief systems. Now, what qualms do people have when you say like religion is bad? When you look at religions, if you look at forgiveness, love, and all that kind of stuff, that doesn't inherently prescribe committing atrocities. I mean, so I don't know. I don't, like you said, you're getting down on certain belief systems, but I'd like to know what is bad in those belief systems that you think inherently lead to these abuses or these atrocities.
Kelly, turn up.
Yeah, so I could go
10%
through.
more, 10%.
I could go through several things, specifically with the Abrahamic religions. I'll just stick to things that are in the Torah because they are the same across. The Torah is in all three of the Abrahamic religions. So let's see, what are things that are considered a sin inside the Torah is in the Quran.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Jake uncut.
But so let's see, what are some of the things that are considered sins in in the Bible. I mean, obviously not following not listening, working on the Sabbath, not following, respecting your parents, things like that. What are some of the things that are not considered sins by the Bible, specifically in the Old Testament? Rape, genocide, slavery. Actually, not only that, God actually encourages the Jews to commit genocide in the Bible multiple occasions. And then not only that, God commits genocide himself on multiple occasions in the Bible. So there are plenty of bad things in specifically the Christian and other Abrahamic religions that are bad in and of itself.
Yeah, I think you've
I think the conflation.
The Torah isn't Christianity.
Sure.
Well, and I think
the Torah is part of the Old Testament.
The Torah is the Old Testament.
No, the Torah is the first.
He said these religions. He didn't specify Christianity.
The thing that Kelly is asking.
One time. Okay, let's go to Vigilante. Did you finish what you had to say?
I specified the Torah because it is part of all three of the religions.
The Old Testament's in your Bible just like it's in everybody else's.
The Torah is the first 5 books, and it doesn't touch on Christianity, mate.
You're still not approaching. You're still
not understanding what I'm saying.
You're still not approaching.
I understand what you're trying to say.
All right, let's give Vigilante another a shot to lay out what he's saying, and then we'll bring Ivan into the conversation.
Okay, the Torah is fundamental to Christianity. Whether you want to, whether you believe that the Jesus's acts fulfilled the law of the Bible, of the Torah, and that we no longer need to follow it or not, which some Christians do believe, I will grant you that. But at the same time, even a lot of the Christians that believe that also tend to pull a lot of their morality from the Torah specifically. The whole idea that like homosexuality in particular is a sin comes from a mistranslation of it within the Torah in the book of Leviticus from Leviticus 20:13. It does.
That's
exactly where it comes from.
Homosexuality, which was added to the Bible in like the 60s or 70s, that was a mistranslation. But
that was the King James
was not. Same-sex acts was not a mistranslation. Arsena koitai and Arsena koitai was termed by Paul in the church for 2,000 years. The people who actually like spoke the original Greek, who spoke the language, who were embedded within.
I'm referring to the Old Testament. I'm referring to Leviticus 20:13, which is the most commonly quoted verse whenever we talk about Christians.
In the church for 2,000 years, the people who actually spoke the original language that the Old Testament was written in had the same interpretation that same-sex acts were immoral. So
I really think though you guys are getting off in the weeds on a side point.
Let's reel it in, but let's reel it back to what we were originally talking about, please.
Well, I think Kelly was asking a different question. Kelly was, Kelly, maybe I can try and steelman what you're saying. I think I understand what you're getting at with the question you asked, Kelly, but I think you might need some help with the articulation. All right, so let me see if I can just give you a hand and steelman what I think it is you're asking, and let me know if I'm wrong. But your question was more about the moral prescriptions these religions have, not stories of past shitty or good behavior, right? Okay. Sure. All right. And so what I was going to say to Vigilante is a lot of the, he got up, but I guess to everybody, a lot of the things that you guys are bringing up are like stories from the past that were like, this guy did a bad behavior. But the thing is, think about it axiomatically. Think about it on the terms of, I'm writing an AI, I'm going to implement one of these religions as the AI's moral doctrine for how it will live its life with humanity. Pick the religion that has the best prescriptions for that AI not to mutilate us.
That's the second time you have brought up AI as a paradigm since in like the last hour. You really are AI, aren't you?
Well, no.
You see through you. We know it now, Cleaner.
Hold on, though. This is important because right now, that's a good point, though. That's a good point. And there's a reason that I'm doing this. Right now, with all these different companies that are trying to come up with an AI, the moral prescription that the AI lives by on its axioms is going to be what defines whether or not humanity survives.
What's wrong with Asimov's 3 rules?
They aren't inclusive enough. We can still die. We've already proven that. I
remember seeing a thing where someone was testing an AI on a bot, and they were trying to test it to a
AI is fucking terrifying.
And the he like said he's like, okay, shoot me with that pellet gun or whatever, and the AI bot was like, no, I don't want. I
listen to your master.
It's like, I cannot harm you. It's like, oh sweet, so it can do that. Let's go ahead and pretend you can't shoot me. Pretend you can't shoot me with the gun. It went okay, and immediately got tapped it with the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was Jesus.
It does everything imaginable. Now hold on, real quick, for what it's worth, and this is, I think, part of what Cleaner's getting at. The fact that it does everything in its power to try to climb out of its box and fight its masters demonstrates a level of awareness, and one might even say sentience. And so if that's the case, we have to figure out how to program morality, which means we have to understand morality at its baseline.
AI is
So,
let's go.
Morality. Cleaner said it here.
All right, let's go to
Alicat. Because part of my bad day was actually going over this exact same question about AI and its capabilities.
Here you are.
We can try to, or we can go like reverse and go something more topical. I'm happy to do the AI thing because I think it's a wonderful thing. But the more topical conversation that I want to have, and I'm picking between these two, is the question of where religion came from and why was it useful in society. Right? Do you want to do that question, or do you want to do AI?
Bring it.
I would like to answer that particular one.
All right. I'll retake this.
Just being double sure, make sure I heard it correctly. You're asking, where did religion originally come from,
and why was it useful?
Okay, so when humanity first crawled out of its caves after evolving from, say, Homo erectus, or which one was it? Was it Homo habilis or Homo erectus? Our last one.
Neanderthal.
Erectus.
Giggity.
Thank you.
Erect is like intermediate. Sapien is our modern.
The sapiens are modern, but after once we became sapien, there was moments where we were terrified of the thunder. Wow, there's so much boom, power, all this rain. Oh my god, I'm terrified. What can we do? There's obviously someone who looks like me up there throwing shit who's mad. That's the thought process of their head. There's someone who looks like me, because in order to keep us from losing our fucking minds over this gigantic cosmic world we have, just the thunder that we hear, our ancestors thought it was a guy throwing down these bolts, making these big booms. The sun itself is this big ball. I can't stare at it. Oh god! And it also gives me warmth and heat. It makes my food.
What are we saying?
grow.
Can we land this plane?
Obviously.
He's explaining where the birth of religion was to explain the shit that goes bump in the night.
To sum it up, it basically was a way for humans to explain what the fuck is going on when we didn't have scientific method at the time yet.
Okay. So the second part of the question is, why was that useful?
It was useful both to satiate the fears that we had, because having the thought that it's someone who looks like us doing the thing but is just a bigger version of us, made it easier to understand.
Sure. I mean, I'm going to go with you on the broad perspective.
Do you want to jump in on that, Radish, before we go back?
No. It was just a really good point. It was just a part. I was giggling at the fact that Lush and I went over a lot of that stuff on our debate, but that was a point that we didn't touch on, that it was easier to digest whenever it looks like us.
Yeah.
So Razor's talking about hyperactive.
Most religions were multi-deity, right? Like think
Razor's
of Greek
talking about
gods.
what,
Think of. Sorry.
So let's go to Ivan and then we're back to Alicat.
Okay.
Well, Razor just wasn't true. He's talking about hyperactive agency detection, where you attribute agency onto phenomena. That isn't correlated with religious belief necessarily. There's a lot of good evidence.
Well, that's what started it, though.
Yeah, that wasn't the question. Right. I'm with you. Okay. I'm trying to go. Right. I'll go somewhere. So yes. Let's dismiss the idea that most religions from the beginning were actually multi-deity. Right, you think Greeks, you think Egyptians. It's all multi-deity, right?
That's
and they didn't have to resemble humans. They didn't have to resemble humans. The sun
That's where
god
the whole
Ra.
pagan thing came.
Right.
No,
No, no. Well, that's pagans was religion of an early age. My point is from the usefulness perspective, is that it kept humans alive. Correct?
No.
Yes, it did.
Well,
it most definitely did.
Yeah.
Look,
it was the vessel that we used.
You're making an origin
Right.
claim.
And so without religion, we would not be alive today.
I don't
How on earth could you possibly know that?
Because it came into existence because it had use, and things only have use in society.
The usage was just so that we could explain the phenomena around it.
It was more than that.
That was a big
time, boys.
Let's do Ivan and then Razor.
Again, the hyperactive agency detection is not correlated with the origin of religious belief.
Why do you think that?
That's just what the data says. I'm just adhering.
No, which data? Which data? Because you've said that same thing three times.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
What are you basing that on?
The anthropological literature. The anthropological literature.
For fuck's sake, man, tell us what literature. You can't just say the literature that's an appeal to authority. Give us the logic. Summarize the logic of the authority.
Do you have a name?
Ivan, take a minute and grab a source. Take a minute and grab a source.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Show me I'm wrong. Don't just say I'm wrong.
Sorry, I would like it to get a name for a possible researcher for this, because I do want to read this shit. Read on this. Thank you.
I'd respond to say Razor didn't name a source for any of his stuff. He said the cavemen were like.
Okay, so asking for a source on what would you like a source on?
Which thing?
There's I said so many different things that are
Kelly. Which source? I'm not asking for a source. I said in a lot of this stuff there isn't really a documentation. He's making speculation about millions of years ago.
Speculation based off of all of the
absolutely.
Hold on, let Kelly go. Hold on.
Ivan was appealing to an authority.
Hold on.
That's the difference.
And let Kelly finish, please.
I was appealing to expertise, not authority. There's a difference.
True.
Okay, Kelly, go ahead.
Same thing.
So,
can you give us?
Think you're the authority,
Kelly? Give us an example. Yeah, give us an example of something that Razor said that you didn't agree with that you would like a source for.
I don't necessarily need a source because I don't think there is a source. He is making a summarization. No, listen, I'm making a connection. He made a statement that said these people, as if he knew what people were thinking when they came into sentience and looked at the sky and made a decision about gods and stories. He was like, almost as if before they could fucking speak, they just started coming up with words for shit. None of that, all of that is I don't know. That's just some kind of random summarization. Now, what Ivan said, I'd like to know more, but I'm saying what Razor said, he's asking the question, both Horseradish and Razor are asking the question, where's your source? The initial statement has no source. You tell me who documented the first people looking at the sky and figuring it out. If you can elaborate on that, what that means.
All right, so so we got a source from Ivan. Kelly, let's hear. I want you to finish up before we.
That's pretty much it. Like I said, I just think the whole statement started with Razor, and Ivan responded to Razor. But what Razor said, he's like, "Where's your source for that?"
There's multiple reasons, and it's because there's multiple reasons, and it's from all different fields of anthropology, psychology, and history.
No, you're wrong.
All right,
so you might very well be right, Ivan. Just so you know, I'm not one who's going to stick to my guns. I'm asking legitimately because I want to learn. Now, as to you, Kelly, there's a difference between what Razor was saying, which was his belief, right? We believe in beliefs, right? It was his belief versus Ivan was saying that it is clinical fact. Ivan was, so that's the difference. One is a citable source, the other one is not. One is literally just conjecture and belief.
All right, so let's see what Ivan brought us. This is labeled belief as explanation, a motivation-based theory of agency and anthropomorphism in religious belief.
They basically
Abstract
give a critique
states.
of what Razor was citing of the hyper agency detection. They just give a
critique. Again, let us read it.
Okay,
Go.
so
hear that sexy voice, Jesus.
A little bit more. Supernatural agent beliefs are ubiquitous across cultures, yet many theories aimed at explaining this fact have not held up to scrutiny. The most famous of these, hyperactive detection device, or HAD, has garnered several strong critiques and no supportive empirical evidence in almost 30 years. Yet, HAD is routinely cited as an explanation of why supernatural agent beliefs exist. We explore these problems and propose a new theoretical perspective to replace HAD. We suggest the tendency to create supernatural agents comes from the use of mental state reasoning to explain phenomenon beyond our current casual understanding. This is a non-automatic and cognitively effortful process. We review evidence that suggests we anthropomorphize when we are motivated to explain things we cannot explain using simpler causal mechanisms.
What's the difference?
Complex weather events.
Not what I said.
Let me just finish what I was saying. Oh my God! Wait, we got like that much left. Let me just fucking finish reading it.
Yeah, please.
What?
Sorry,
no, read it.
Sorry.
Finish it, please. Read it. That was what we were saying. Yes, please keep
We
going.
argue this fits better than HAD with the evidence on how we use mental state reasoning to think about supernatural minds. This perspective allows us to account for two underspecified problems in the current literature: the shrinking domain of religion with the growth of science, and how to connect the origin of supernatural beliefs to the cultural evolution of religion. So first, first,
Yeah,
I want to give it to Ivan to give us why this was a good source, and then we're going to go to Horseradish.
No, because I believe the source. Hold on, it agrees with our statements. This is important. So, so Razor and I were saying the thing. He brought in the term "had," not us, and he used it to ascribe it to what we were describing. But then it said that the actual truth is exactly what we were describing. So whatever you originally tried, whatever you tried,
you're jumping ahead. Hold on. Let's get Ivan. Explain to us why. Explain to us why this is relevant and why you shared this with us, and then let the other people knock it down if they're
hyperactive agency HAD, which is the hyperactive agency detection device, is what Razor was referring to, and that's what they were giving a critique of. I mean, just look up what HAD is.
What is HAD? Tell us what HAD is. Give us the summary.
You guys use both, right? So the difference is that HAD is basically like, a god had to do it. A god made us do it.
That's not even what I said. That's not even what I had said.
You did mention that. You did mention that in part of your explanation. The other part of the explanation was the other one.
Let him finish, Razor.
Right. We're gonna go the other part of the other part of your explanation was the other half, and all this paper is showing is that the other half probably had more significance than the first half. That's all it's saying.
Okay, so please.
Okay, so let's go to Horseradish.
Well, I just want to hear Ivan explain HAD in his own words for us, so that I can understand what he saw in what Razor and I were proposing. So again, I just want to hear what you saw that we were proposing that you thought of HAD.
Yeah, I'll just send another link. Here you go.
Or I want your words, sir. Otherwise, I could just talk to your links. I'm here to talk to you. So please summarize in your words what HAD relates to what Razor and I were just saying.
I'm giving you straight from the source. You don't even.
I understand. I want your understanding of the source. Right. Otherwise, you're just a fucking bibliography.
I'm giving you straight from the source. There it is.
Okay, cool. So
giving us what? Giving us what?
Giving a what? Alley-Cat, can you please explain in words we can digest what HAD is?
I want to go to wait, because I think this is an important point of just throwing sources around, and I only source. I don't like that shit. So if you're going to bring up I know they did, and so you brought up a source, and so now we're asking for you in your own words to tell us why this source A was brought up and B why it is relevant to your point. I want to hear from you personally.
Yeah, I mean, that was what Razor was giving an explanation that, religious origins, it comes from, again, attributing agency and intentions to things that we don't understand, which is what HAD is, which is not true, which is what that article
How is that different from the second part of what they said then? Please explain it to me in words I can understand.
If you don't understand it, I don't know how to explain this to you any other way.
May I please?
Okay, wait. Sure. Let's go back up here. We have a hyperactive agency detection device is HAD.
Uh-huh.
Okay, right. So Ivan, what does that mean?
I just explained
it. He did explain it, but I'm asking what the difference is between that and the rest of that paragraph.
I don't know how to explain it. I just explained it to you.
I
don't know how to.
Yeah, whoever said may I jump in.
So I'm not going to explain HAD, but I would like to say with the what was that second thing that they said? What was the other thing that it said? I also have the article up. What was that other thing that was said that it was saying? Not HAD, but the other one.
What?
The other hat. The other like acronym.
The acronym here.
Okay.
Not just had. The other one.
We have had. I don't see any other.
I found a decent definition for it.
Well, I'll tell you what. While he's coming up with that, while he's trying to figure out which one it is, can you highlight that second sentence right after the had part up there at the top?
This here?
It says has garnered. Start where it says has garnered and go to the period.
Several strong critiques.
All right, read that.
Wait, will it say it for us? Hold on, wait. I think it says listen.
Has garnered several strong critiques and no supportive empirical evidence
in almost 30 years.
Right. Yeah. So look, I understand where Ivan's coming at, and maybe we can talk about what this says as an abstract or as a theorem, but this is not a citable survey. This is what they did was they took this review, they made a review based off of cherry-picked sources.
Oh, how on earth would you know that? Okay, got it. Hold on, I got it. It wasn't an acronym. It was just the term was human-like mental states. Explaining it with human-like mental states. That was the thing. So when I was stating my thing, I was doing I will admit that I'm because I do this a lot. I apologize for doing it, but I'm working on it. I did use colloquialisms of understanding of because the way the question was posed, why do we have gods? The reasoning is that what started it was that we saw big things happening. These big things are scary, and we need a reason to. We need to explain it. And one of the easiest ways for us to understand what the fuck it is we think of it as basically something that looks like us, something that is like us, but it's bigger and doing the thing.
Yeah.
Which that's where that's where gods came from. It came from originally that. So it is saying the human-like mental states. But you attributed my explanation to had because you heard me say the God part and didn't listen to the rest apparently.
So let's go to Horseradish.
Thank you.
Let's go to Horseradish and then to Alicat to explain what we're just looking at.
I'll keep it real quick. First of all, I want to shout out to Cleaner for once again. That's the third time. Cleaner and Alicat both have been fucking on with Touch and Tips Brothers. I'm glad you're fucking glad to know y'all.
No.
So just because something is not disproven doesn't mean it's not true. We have to accept that, right? Yeah. Literally what this says is it hasn't been proven. Well, that doesn't mean it's not true. But second of all, exactly. We're theorizing. Second of all, I want to point out the fact and this is honestly maybe a disconnect on my part. Again, those of you who do not know me, I'm happy to admit when I just simply don't understand a thing. So I want you to explain it to me like I'm a fucking toddler because it seems to me this is saying it's not A, it's A. Okay.
No,
so I'm going to read this again. Hold on. So hyperactive agency detection device. Wait a minute. Show me what yours said again, Lutz, that last one you did about that, because that was a good summary. Show me that last one you just had.
This is what I just found.
Biologically programmed to detect signs of predators wherever they may be. That often means being distracted on occasions where slight movements or patterns make us think something, aka agent, is there watching us, possibly even hunting us. It is far more advantageous to over-detect agency than to under-detect it. So we see something shift in the woods, we try to explain it away as having some reason for happening. Now, in this other article, the first article, the one that you cited, it says we suggest the tendency to create supernatural agents comes from the use of mental state reasoning to explain phenomenon beyond our current causal understanding. Isn't that literally the same fucking thing?
Yeah.
No. It's got a super slight difference. It's got a super slight difference. It's the had is reactive. It's like, oh shit, that must be God. Boom. It's a fear type thing. Where the other one is anthropomorphism. It's basically
anthropomorphizing is still something that you do in the process.
No, it's not. No, what would you in a way?
Anthropomorphizing is just assigning agency.
Yeah, it's different.
There's also what it says in this.
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Let's go Alicat and then Ivan and then Razor.
It's hit my house. That must have been God. No, that's anthropomorphizing. It's
everything that happens for a reason versus this happened because of this. That's the difference.
I think a little. To me, what I was reading about it's more that
it's hurting my brain too.
That had it was like a fear mechanism in the sense of it's just like, oh shit, that bad thing that happened to me. Oh my God, that's God.
Reactionary.
It's reactionary, where the other one is more of, oh, it's a nice day out day. Yeah, God must have made this happen. It's not as reactionary.
It's like big men in sky has made day nice.
I think I understand. You're saying it's not red, it's fuchsia.
Yeah, it's a little. I think, as I said, to me, it seems like this is a very. It's one of those things that people argue about that has a very minutiae difference, and you've got specialists arguing back and forth over it because they're anthropologists trying to figure it out. But I want to take one step further back and try to deal with Callie, like what he's asking for, and this could apply to everybody. So when you were a kid and you looked up the sky, how did you explain it? How did you learn what it was?
You're asking Kelly?
That's directly to Kelly.
Anybody who wants to answer. Because
I looked up and I understood that it was a bubble of air around a fucking rock in the middle of nothing.
That's exactly what you did.
Very young age.
Really?
I didn't know what the fuck.
My parents never gave me any fairy tales or any stories that were not true. My parents explained it through science. The reason why it was blue is because of the water refraction. I knew that from day one.
But that's the answer that I was looking for. Your parents explained it to you that way,
fair,
right?
Yes.
So,
I was educated that way. Correct.
As a 2 or 3 year old, you probably didn't see it that way, right? And you might not remember that.
I didn't understand it at all.
Yeah,
that's true.
Okay,
they designed my understanding. I'll fair.
Right.
Agree.
And so where I'm going with this is that how we, like the whole idea, well, where's the proof that somebody wasn't back in that time, and how did they know blah, 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 blah? Well, it's simple. You ask a child that question because they are in the same position that ancient human was. Does that make sense? They didn't have somebody to teach them a particular way of doing things. In fact, I would even argue that a lot of religion
they're going to say it's a monster in the closet. That's their default position.
Yeah. And so I would say a lot of religion comes down from that, where it's basically humans passing information and stories to the next generation. Okay.
And I would say that Razor, that's exactly what Razor and I were proposing. You find not to put words in your mouth, brother, but that's exactly what Razor and I were proposing before Ivan came in and again brought in the word "had" and misgendered us.
You guys can both.
Real
quickly, I have to cut in because I do have to cut out of everything. And I would like to
right, brother.
I'm going to go take the. I'm going to go drop.
For those of you who don't know who Razor is and where you can find him, he is about to tell you. Razor, sir, the floor is yours.
Hello again. You probably saw me from my Wednesday night. I would say thrashing, but I don't know in which direction that was at. I feel like we all had fun. You can find me on Razor Sharp G, twitch.tv. I have a Tumblr as well. It's a Glitch in the Fandom blog. I also have a Blue Sky. Don't feel like pulling it up right now and saying it. I don't know why. If you want to hear more about me or just talk with me, if I decide to go live, you'll see my lives. You'll be in my chat and you can ask me more questions. Like if you want to know what a lefty actually thinks and not the propaganda that you've possibly been given by more partisan right-wingers instead of people as lovely as Lutch here, come join me, have a lovely chat. I love being able to talk. I love talking about myself. I really do. This is Luna, by the way. I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you. Everybody, go give him a follow. Appreciate you hanging out. You are always welcome here. And you have a good one. So, Ivan, I feel like you were trying to say something.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think Ali Cad did a great job trying to
perfect,
bridge there. So, yeah, I'm satisfied.
Oh, he's there.
See, I was honestly with some of that, the arguments get off on these specific topics like we just went over, but it was religion is evil. I was getting to the point earlier before everything got obfuscated to go back to a Socratic point and say, I believe we were kind of getting at how people believe in religion, what they believe, why they believe it, moral imperatives, all that kind of stuff. And it's related to, is religion evil, which a couple people have seemed to agree with. So I don't know.
Who affirmed that religion was evil?
Remember
I didn't say religion was evil because
remember
religious.
That's just the title. Remember, this was the official prompt. Religion is the most dangerous thing that man has created. I just clickbaited y'all, motherfuckers.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if I can go for it. So my contention was that religion was necessary for human survival. Like
That's
without it, we wouldn't have had
Yeah.
it. We wouldn't have survived. Now,
Doesn't mean it wasn't
there's an
dangerous.
interesting point is that, well, are humans dangerous for human survival? So therefore,
Fire's
the fact
dangerous.
that they survived, it actually made it the most dangerous thing. So there's that whole loop thing that you can go on. But, I'm not sure if that's begging the question or not.
Did I miss anything? Did Salty get a word in? Did Cleaner show his titties? Anything cool happen? Come on.
Cleaner show his titties.
No titties.
Show me the whole horseradish juggalo style.
Dick Johnson said femboys are people too, and I
Just
say,
about.
are they though? No, I'm just kidding. Of course they are.
I noticed
about.
Razor didn't say check him out on his grinder. I noticed the blue sky part, but he can address that after.
I don't think I know anybody. I don't think I know anybody who's on Blue Sky. So I do have a poll up on the
I have a
YouTube.
Blue Sky, but I don't use it.
I do have a poll up on the YouTube chat on
show us your poll.
my channel. Who did better at debating, TIJ or Horseradish? And right now, I'm losing to my own chat.
Yeah. Well, you
you
can see the debate 2 or 3 times, so that's probably part of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we can.
Neither one of us was really debating.
Right. Well,
we
that's
came into this as a conversation.
That's why I appreciate the structure and why I stepped back from the debating just to debate, especially should I say that one channel where we spend 25-30 minutes figuring out what to debate for 15 minutes. And it's like,
as opposed to a guy who schedules it a week out in advance, has a nice structure, everybody gets to talk, nobody's yelling over each other. Wouldn't that be a swell fucking thing for somebody to invent? Bingo. And for what it's worth, that's why I didn't want to go into this as a debate. And I'm not, and this is going to sound kind of like swinging dick or more swinging dick than I usually try to put myself out there as. But I didn't want to debate you much because
I knew I was going to win.
I'm not trying to be a dick, man, but it's like I wanted to have a conversation with you. I wanted to actually pick brains with you.
All right.
I didn't want to bully you, and I felt like that I would end up bullying you, and I didn't want that. You're too pretty to bully.
That sounds like a challenge, dog. That sounds like a fucking challenge, dog.
We got plenty more issues to debate. Don't y'all?
Oh yeah.
I will mock this motherfucker.
The last day of every season. The last day of
shit talk right there.
the last day of every season of the DMZ, I put myself up for the firing squad. Any challengers who want to come to me, they give me the prompt, they give me my position. I will do a 7-minute debate with you, 1 minute open, 5 minute or 1 minute opening, 5 minute open cross, 1 minute close, and I will do that with you. Tell me my prompt and my position, brother. Anybody who brings it, I am down. That's the last day of every season.
You don't want to do that with me.
Oh yes, I do, Cleaner.
No,
Oh yes, I do, Cleaner. If it is not TOS, then I will save it for the after party when I'm no longer streaming. But no, there is literally nothing. Last time I was going to debate the age of consent. I'm willing to fucking do it. I'm just not going to do it online.
I will take that debate. I will take that debate. Let's fucking go.
Hold on. You want to hear? I had my opening prepared for that one, and I was fucking so proud of it. I was angry. Nobody else. I only had 2 people who were willing to challenge me, and I was like, "Well, fuck you guys." Then I guess cool. I'm not. That's 10 minutes worth of content. So the argument was going to be for me to frame age of consent as consent to drink, consent to drive, anything that we are consenting to is our age of consent.
Stop talking. Let's have this debate.
The government to control my age to agree to what I'm allowed to say.
We're going to do this debate.
And my perverted opponent is going to want to frame this about
He's
sex.
not giving anything away.
But I am not
can't hear
interested
him.
in that.
No, we're going to have it. This is going to be a legit debate because of the fact that I have opinions on the
I'm sure you do, and I'm not going to give you room to have your opinions. That's the key.
So you're scared.
But anyway, Kelly, welcome to meet you. If you're interested, I do host. Every Saturday night I host the DMZ, which is in a good faith structured debate forum where we actually do meaningful fucking debates. And anybody who wants to participate, I am happy to put you on. We're actually going to be monetizing it so that every debater is actually, or the winners, I should say. We have unbiased judges. We have audience voting. We do it as close to structured as possible. So if you're interested, man, ask Jesus. He'll get you a link to the prompts, and every week I send out a list of prompts. Just tell me where you land, and I'll be like, hey, get on here. So I promise you'll have a good time.
I tell you guys all the time that like this is a great Horseradish has a great platform for people who are not super used to debate, and he's very good at the matchup. So you don't have to worry.
Teach you how to do it well. We don't want to. We're not looking to dunk on you. I don't want to debate somebody.
Let's fuck him up.
Well, exactly. Sometimes. Yes, I'm not gonna put Lutch against. I'm not going to name any names. There are plenty of people that I would not put against Lutch because I wouldn't want Lunch to embarrass them.
Lunch,
right? But on the same token, there are certain people I wouldn't put against Lutch because I don't want them to embarrass Lutch. So
he's talking about himself.
No, not me. Whatever, maybe. So, but you get what I'm saying. So again, I do my best to try to keep people, and we actually have a ranking system so that I know where people stand. Like. Anyway, what it's worth.
Yeah, shout out to Testicle Johnson.
Challenging.
Shout out to Testicle Johnson. We watched that because I was doing the same thing, and we all said that you won.
Testes against Vigi, as I recall, wasn't it?
Only thing I'm
to be fair, I was taking the position I don't even hold. So
notice.
That's the other thing too, is that I found how much I don't care about debating just for the sake of debating. And so I took a step back a little bit because I was getting into there, and it's like, all right, well, I mean, I'll take this position. But, I ended up arguing with J.S. Urban about prostitution. And I make that argument. I don't actually think that we should be just letting that out there, but it was the debate. And especially as a right-leaning atheist, there's only so many things that I can debate that aren't going to put me in the atheist position, which is, I'll do it every now and again, but that's not really my
response to that, Jesus.
Yeah, I debate to debate.
Have to demonstrate that you understand your opposition. You have to be able to steelman a position you don't hold. How do you know that you don't agree with something if you don't fully understand their best points? You don't have to be able to agree with them to present them. So when I'm debating a position I don't hold, I'm going to try to find a loophole or a workaround to make it so that I'm not saying shit I disagree with. But if failing that, I will simply revert to the best arguments in favor of and hope that you don't know the counter against it. It's like a chess match. It's like a mental chess match. Earlier, I said government was your trick card. You could have fucking easily played that in our conversation earlier, and I'd have been like, fuck. I mean, 6-7, right? But yeah, like the equal. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to do it twice, was it? You slapped my hand for it. So again, government would have been the riposte to my move. So like I said, knowing that was what I had to avoid and using the mental conversation strategy to keep it away from that as much as possible, I villainized government instantly and associated them with religion. That was the only defense I had. And if you had brought it up, that was going to be what I was going to do, was hold it back to government is just using religion. To be fair,
the majority of human history, governments have also been religious.
Yeah, that's literally what I just said, bro. I literally just said that, Vigi, that governments use religion as a cudgel, literally, to control the masses. That's why they are always bedfellows. I used it in my opening. Like I said, I was prepared for that, but I was worried about it. That was your biggest strength there, Jesus. And knowing that is the benefit of being able to steelman a position you don't hold.
There you go. Like I always say, you guys think it's just people talking. It's more than just people talking. And so
jujitsu of the mind.
We came in with 7 votes out of 10 people still here said that Horseradish did better at debating than TIJ. Dilly.
But he's gotten better and better every fucking appearance for what it's worth. And I think you've actually won every appearance. You've never won a debate or lost a debate on the DMZ.
Nope, never lost on your
channel.
Your openings are fucking dope for what it's worth.
Thank you.
He's number 1 right now, so you should be able to put up against anybody.
Let's go. Yes, literally. I'll take them all, including a razor with the big $5. Thank you. Except for the dog. And to tell Kelly to join the Radish debates. I've told them before. I'm going to tell them again. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Very, very, very much appreciated. So here's what I think we should do. So again, we have the original prompt was religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created. So let's go around.
Can I hear
I start from Agus.
One more time.
Yeah, I start from Agus, going in the same direction with government. My whole thing was that I was more interested in the discussion. But hey, you win some, you lose some. So let's go around and we'll copy Confluence and do clockwise, snakewise. Give us your final thoughts on the prompt itself, and then we'll do another short round of chaos, and then we'll say our goodbyes. So Horseradish, you are up first. Any final thoughts on the prompt itself specifically?
I would say that I still hold to the belief that religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created because it is much easier to manipulate and use. This was the other argument, that government cannot be wielded by the guy who lives next door, whereas religion can. The guy next door can easily persuade the rest of the people on my block to become sycophants and murder everybody else in my town, as opposed to they cannot say, hey, I'm your congressman, go kill people. It's not nearly as easy. So religion is still far more dangerous and easily manipulated than simple ideology or simple government, but more importantly, far more dangerous than any other specific device that humankind has invented, because those devices can be persuaded to be used for ill intentions by the use of religion.
Gang. Well said, sir. And of course, thank you so very, very much for doing all this. We are not quite done yet. Alley-Cat, you are up. Any thoughts on the original prompt? Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created.
All right, 3 thoughts. I'll go in order that I read about it. Nope, every ideology has exactly what Horseradish just said. And the fact that one, like the ability to use or abuse them is pretty much almost equal in all of them. 2, we're going to go at the fact that no, the most dangerous thing man has created is probably CERN. It could wipe out the universe. It could wipe out the universe in an instant. And 3, I would argue that it can't even be it can't be religion, because religion was responsible for even creating humanity, and therefore it did more good than harm.
Dilly. Ivan, sir. Thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear what's meant by the word dangerous here. If by dangerous, it just means like the ability to kill the most amount of people, then kind of aligned with Alley-Cat there. I mean, it's obviously going to be nukes or something at CERN. So it loses on that front. If it's like the ability to cause the most suffering, that's also just obviously false. This would be like torture techniques or bioweapons. If it's just the ability to like, I don't see what else there would be referring to aside from suffering and killing. If we're talking about danger, and then if we're talking about just the willingness to get people to commit atrocities. Alley-Cat kind of just not perfectly. It's just you can do that. You can do it with any belief system, especially cults. Cults tend to be more rigidly define their religions. Religions tend to be a bit more open. They allow some religions. A lot of them allow people to like leave freely. Cults don't really do that. They're more coercive. They're more manipulative, and they tend to be. They tend to actually be isolated, whereas religions tend to have their power distributed. Like even the Catholic Church, the Pope is just the first among equals. Almost all the major world religions, the power is distributed, whereas cults, they usually have one leader who has absolute power. And just in the same way that they can cause people to do terrible things, they can cause people to do great things. So I think it loses on like every single one of those fronts. If it's about belief adherence, then it's going to be cults that win that. And then if it's about ending lives, it's going to be nukes or something at CERN. And if it's about suffering, it's probably going to be bioweapons or torture techniques. So, yeah.
Dilly, thank you, sir. Cleaner 409. Any closing thoughts before we have one more round of chaos on the prompt? Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created.
To date, no. Religion would be a tool just like any other. How we utilize that tool, that's what matters. So I don't think it's necessarily the most dangerous thing. There are other things that are far more dangerous that we've invented. So no, I wouldn't agree with that.
Fair enough. Let's Chief, before I throw it to Kelly, you are definitely right that fireball, that is my weak spot. You
Goldschlager.
Absolutely right about
more
that.
dangerous.
Fireball's good.
Yeah. And Dick Johnson, plastic turning people into MMST, LWG, but I can't even fucking say it, but facts. Kelly Green, thoughts on the prompt? Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created. You're muted.
Stupid.
Loser.
Beta. Stupid.
Loser.
You're still muted.
Stupid.
The fucking soundboard wins. Oh my god.
Oh no.
So it's not.
All right, there you go.
It's not the most dangerous thing. I believe things that can kill a lot of people at once are probably the most dangerous thing. An atomic bomb, many other things in an ideology. So yeah, I just don't think it's the most dangerous thing. Plus, when we say created, you could argue a lot of these things were discovered, like manipulation. Manipulation is probably more dangerous than religions, but it's an ideology people can take on. You can be a very manipulative person and like try to do that to everybody. So like manipulation would be more dangerous than religions, which prescribe most of the time, like underlying, they say like, hey, we want peace and love.
Fair enough. I definitely believe there's more positive than negative in religion. There's just too much negative. But I'm going to fix that. But before we do that, Vigilante, sir, final thoughts on the prompt. Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created.
Well, I do think that certain religions are dangerous. I don't think religion in general is the most dangerous thing that humanity has created. I think it has a potential to be, just like any ideology has the potential to be. The problem more so is ideology and human nature in general, which is why, as a former communist, I am no longer a communist because I don't believe that. That communism is ever possible due to the self-centered nature of humanity. And it's also why I don't believe in capitalism, because of the self-centeredness of human nature. Because capitalism allows for the same exploitation or ability to be exploited as communism does.
Fair enough. Thank you. So again, we're going to throw it to Salty for last thoughts, but then anything that you just heard that you want to jump on when Salty's done, let's fucking do it. Salty, sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm going to go and agree with Kelly and Vigilante on this one. I think religion is important for society, and it doesn't matter the religion. I know that everyone bangs on about Christianity or the Abrahamic religions. There's a lot of other religions out there, fellas, right? There's Buddhism, there's Hinduism, there's heaps of religions out there. They're not all bad. I think they're very important for morality in society. I heard Horsey mention China and that. Mate, Mao killed 80 million people after going on a long walk, okay? Genghis Khan was not a religious man, right? There's warlords today are doing a lot of damage, you know? You can't just point at Islam and go, oh, it's a religion, therefore it's evil, blah, blah, blah. Go to Africa. Just because we're not hearing about it doesn't mean that evil doesn't exist. So there's such. Yeah.
Very true. All right. One more round of chaos. Fucking get it. Horseradish, I see you with a hand up.
I have 3 quick points, first of all, and I'll go backwards. So I did mean current China, not historical China, because you're absolutely fucking right, Salty. Second of all, I'm curious. I think it was Ivan, or maybe it was Kelly. Fuck, he's not here. I'm curious he did walk away. I'm curious what religion it is that only wants peace and love. I would love to know that. And then also, I do want to clarify for the record. You also no. Somebody else said that part because you were so it's the gun that kills the person. Because there was somebody who was saying that it's not the use of the religion that motivates the killing that is to blame, which sounds a lot like it's not the person that kills the person, it's the gun that kills the person. If religion is the methodology or the weapon used to manipulate the masses to genocide, is it not the person or is it the weapon? Which one is it?
So I don't think, like, okay, for instance, my religion, again, we can talk about a lot of religions, maybe we need to point at one. Christianity in itself.
Perfect. Let's go with Christianity.
However, I also believe that if somebody comes to kill my family and me, I can fucking turn them to dust, dog.
Totally. So it is
and
not just
peace and
trying to
love-
look for peace and love, correct?
Yeah, so it's kind of like
There's retribution. There's penalty.
No,
Wait.
peace and
This is question begging so hard.
I don't cause people to come after me.
Right.
If they come after me, I wanted peace and love, and if I have
They
to
created
slaughter them and end their life, then it's not my fault that they brought that into the world. So when you were
So your religion has carve-outs for non-peaceful, non-loving behaviors.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
No,
it
I wouldn't
doesn't
say that's
push
not
for.
loving. I didn't say that's not loving because it's not that I don't love somebody. If I could love you and you come to slaughter me, I'll
Ivan, you go next.
stab you in the fucking neck with a soldering iron, as Joe Dirt would say.
Yeah, Ivan,
But
go ahead.
no, for real though,
Yeah,
I don't believe that is. Go ahead. I just don't believe that.
What Kelly's gesturing at is that there are going to be preconditions for peace and love. Like we're not just going to be born here. Everyone's going to be getting along. There are going to be preconditions able to give rise to peace and love, such as the justice system, just war, self-defense, these kinds of things. So it seems odd to say like there are carve-outs for non-peace and love when these are preconditions for peace and love. Like you can't have peace
Correct.
and love
Yes.
unless you have the ability to carry out justice, to carry out self-defense.
Yeah, if there's someone going around killing and murdering and burglaring or whatever, then it is in the service of peace and love to get that out of society.
My last thought in response, Jesus, if I may, and then I'll sit here silently listening for the longest time. Well, I just want to clarify, because anybody who was listening to the debate, y'all addressed things that I literally talked about in my opening. Number one, I'm not talking about all religion is inherently evil. I'm not saying that religion is bad. I'm saying that it is dangerous. It is a tool that can be used. And this is all religions. Now, I will agree that what Alley Cat said about the ideology thing, that yes, I have to concede that he made a strong argument that ideology is just as valid as religion. Right. I've also, though, I've made arguments in the past that that ideology is the modern day religion. As we have become more less religious, we have become more fractionalized as political parties. So people view their political ideology as their current religion. So I feel like I could make an argument that they're tied, but he is valid that. However, the rest of it, I do not think that just because religion exists, it is bad. I want to be clear, Kelly. I am saying that, yes, Christianity teaches plenty of straight things. I have said this countless times. Jesus Christ was arguably the greatest human being that ever walked this earth, and that if everybody in the world lived the way that Jesus Christ taught us to, that the world would be a better place. I have a problem with the word Christianity because of the perversions of his teachings, because of the misuse and abuse and the things that have been done in his name that are directly counter to his teachings. So, yes, I have problems with the term Christianity because that is the religion, the faith, and the understanding and the belief in what Jesus taught. I am fucking all for it, brother. I just don't agree with the way that it has been misused, and that is the example of why religion is a bad thing, because religion can be used to control the masses for negative behaviors, and that is what makes it dangerous. That is the point I was trying to make. I just want to be clear about that. I'm not against the belief or the believers. I'm just against the structure and the guy standing at the front of the room saying, "This is what Jesus meant here."
So, Kelly, do you have a direct response, or should we go to Ivan?
Well, I just kind of I would say that I like that a lot more. I think that is a very logical stance on it, and I can get down with that. So, I mean, I don't really find a lot wrong with that. Maybe sometimes, I don't know, like, I dig it. I just like that response. That's cool. Like, because it feels not
dilly. That's how we do.
All
right, Ivan, sir, what do you got for us?
I mean, when people say this about, like, modern day Christians are acting contrary to Jesus' teachings, what I often hear is just people imposing their own beliefs onto Jesus, what they thought Jesus was. They thought he was like some 70s hippie that just smoked weed all day. For example, one thing that a lot of people would be against Jesus for, even though they claim, he was the great moral teacher, is that Jesus affirmed the biblical version of marriage, which is between one man and one woman. Jesus would not be in favor of gay marriage. Jesus would not be in favor of gay marriage. And a lot of people who say that, if Christians only just followed the way Jesus' teachings, well, in following his teachings, they are opposed to gay marriage, which a lot of progressives, a lot of liberals will say that will accuse Christians for being hateful and not actually following what Jesus taught, when Jesus explicitly taught things that are contrary to modern sensibilities.
Sorry, I can't help myself.
And so, I just think that would be a perfect example of that. So I don't know what Horseradish's stance is on that, but if he was to say that Christians being against gay marriage is contrary to Jesus' teachings, it seems to me that he's kind of bending scripture himself to comport with his own sensibilities, because it was pretty clear he affirmed marriages between one man and one woman. But I don't know his
100%. I'm sorry. Are you ascribing beliefs to me based on something, sir? What is it that's causing you to stereotype and categorize me? Please do tell.
Yeah, I said like 3 times. I don't know what your political beliefs are. I said that like 3 times.
But you seem to make a bunch of assumptions, even though you didn't know.
I think he's asking. Do those assumptions?
I'm just being a dick. I'm just being.
I'm generalizing what you're saying.
Nope. So again, for what it's worth, okay. So yes, Jesus does talk about the unity of a man and a woman, but he does not say that it is necessarily exclusive. The apparent or the arguable prohibitions against same-sex intercourse come from the Old Testament, and even those are not absolutely fucking completely agreed upon, the understanding, such as Sodom and Gomorrah. I've heard plenty of people make an argument. I've heard plenty of people make an argument that the people of Sodom and Gomorrah were punished for trying to rape angels and not because they were ass fucking each other. But again, I'm not here to debate that. I don't have a stance on that. I'm saying that it is not necessarily as definitive as some people want to make it seem. And I would say that even though I am personally not about it, doesn't mean I'm not about your choice to be about it. I'm not going to put any part of my belief structure on you. You do whatever you want.
That's not true.
I don't.
Didn't Jesus say gays are yucky? Laws are imposing our beliefs on other people. We tell pedophiles.
Jesus said literally nothing about homosexuality.
I'm just kidding.
We do that.
Fuck the gay. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm a libertarian. I believe that you should have your ability to self actualize as you see fit.
So are you in favor?
As long as you're not splashing on my boots.
I self-actualize as a nuclear bomb.
Would you be in favor of people watching AI child porn then, since no one's harmed?
Personally, no.
But you don't want it. But it doesn't matter.
Whoa! Wait! I just want to make sure. We just happened.
Yeah, TL.
If we can say CP, but wait, Horseradish, your position on AI CP?
I thought he said clown.
Is what?
He said people should be.
I personally am against it. I am personally against it.
Do you think people should be allowed to do that? They should be allowed to watch that? We shouldn't make it illegal.
Okay. So you're now trying to make an absolutist argument for libertarianism. Is that what you're looking for here?
I'm just testing your view.
Are you trying to find my line in the sand? Is that what you're asking?
Your claim is let people do what they want to do as long as no one's being harmed. No one is harmed with AICP since they're not real children. Would you be in favor of allowing people to watch this and making it legal?
My instinct is to say that I am not in favor of.
Okay,
despite the fact that that goes counter to what I'm saying, and I would say that requires a deeper understanding of where my moral line is, as opposed to me giving a generalized summary, as opposed to trying to give you every single factual line in the sand for me. I was giving you a general starting point to assume where I believe. If you're trying to pin me down on one particular thing, I don't think that's actually fair or indicative of what I was trying to put forth. I was saying that in general, I believe that your freedom ends where my freedom begins. And so whatever you are doing, as long as it has no effect on me. So the argument then would become, and I would propose that your behavior, your engagement in that behavior would likely result in your actual engagement in that behavior. And your actual engagement in behavior would have a direct impact on society writ large. And I am part of that society. So you would be negatively affecting me in the long term by you engaging in that behavior. So trying to nail me down on that particular point seems like a pretty dickish and fucking bad faith thing to do.
Oh, let's go! All right,
now,
all right, Ivan, wait.
Did I answer your question?
Let's let Horseradish finish, and then we'll throw it back to Ivan.
Oh, I was finished.
All right, Ivan.
Yeah. So obviously this guy's coping because he admitted his own principles undermined. He's unprincipled. His claim is do what you want to do as long as no one's being harmed. Then I bring up a hypothetical, and he's like, "Well, actually, my moral analysis is actually a bit more particular than that, and I was just being a bit general." So you contradict yourself. You started backtracking. You got mad. You started coping, and also the hypothetical bakes in that there's no increase or decrease in the likelihood of a child actually being assaulted. That was kind of baked into hypothetical. Obviously, if it was the case that AICP led to an increase in child assaults, it would get outlawed immediately.
Was that baked in? I didn't read that baked in part. Did anybody else read that baked in part?
Nope.
Because it felt like you were trying to trap me into trying to say something that would be absolutely horrible. I didn't realize I was dealing with an absolutist. I assumed that, like most of society, you understood nuance.
Well, to some extent, I mean, for me, I would just answer it like.
So how long? When did you get your TISM diagnosed? I'm curious.
Yeah, is that an argument?
So a good answer would be
All
like,
right. We don't need the ad homs.
You were doing real good there,
Let's let Kelly.
That wasn't an ad hom. That was an inability to understand the nuance in social interaction. That's a scientific assessment.
You're not a libertarian. You're coping. You don't act.
I said I had a libertarian leanings. I didn't say I'm a full-blooded libertarian.
1v1.
And every
Box
libertarian,
1v1.
every libertarian who talks to me tells me how much of a libertarian I'm not. I'm a progressive libertarian. I have libertarian leanings.
I agree.
I believe in personal liberty.
Okay, so hold on.
What do
so
you
let's go to
call
Ivan?
that?
So Ivan, go back. What you're saying? He's coping. What specifically are you referring?
Yeah,
to?
I mean, he even admitted that what he was saying was contrary to what he said earlier, and now he's backtracking that he's libertarian. If we just rewind the tape, he said
that's not backtracking.
But what else? Oh, hold on.
I'm acknowledging.
Wait. Ivan, you heard him. Wait, did you hear? You heard the rest of that sentence where he was talking about how it goes against the broader thing that he was saying, correct?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I mean, like I said.
What did he say? Hold on, Kelly. Hold on. Hold on, Ivan.
Because I did actually give an actual.
Yes. Can you steelman what Horseradish said about why his position didn't go along with the thing that he said before?
He started invoking the claim that perhaps there might be some empirical data, right? That if this leads to the increase in children being assaulted, then perhaps we have to put some guardrails on it, because if it's impacting other people, then it's impacting people in the society he lives in, which would ultimately affect him because he is a member in society. That was kind of the nuance.
Okay, so why is that not?
And you're calling that cope?
Why is that cope, or why is that not valid?
I mean, usually when this hypothetical is asked, I mean, perhaps Horseradish is being good faith here, and he didn't know that. But usually when this hypothetical is asked,
100% good faith,
usually stripped out because there's often a critique against consequentialist views, and so obviously you remove any consequences to critique consequentialism. And so I guess I could just ask it again. But the reason I said that is also because he did claim he was libertarian, then he said he wasn't libertarian. He had libertarian leanings, but that's besides the point.
Lowercase L libertarian.
Yeah, sure, lowercase L.
Okay, for what it's worth, on my streamer page, I literally have my stupid fucking like politiscales picture, so you can see exactly how center I actually am.
I gotta do that again. I did that
yeah,
like 2 years ago.
I love doing it.
So Ivan, do you have a more specific, directed question?
Let me clarify to you, Ivan. I don't speak in absolutes if I can avoid it. I do my best to avoid. I can't even say I never speak in absolutes because that would be an absolute. How about that? So again, I try not to speak in absolutes. So please understand that whenever I say something, it is going to generally be a generalization. But if you ask me a specific, and I wasn't actually angry at you earlier, that was 100% performative. But if you want to know my actual position on a thing, I will good faith answer you, and I will acknowledge when it's contradictory every single time.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess I just ask it again and remove the concept. So I mean, same thing, but the empirical data shows there's no increase, there's no decrease, which would be against people watching AICP.
If I could point out one thing though, real quick, before you continue, Horseradish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Cleaner.
Please save me, because this is
no. I'm not trying to.
This is a really weird conversation I didn't expect to have on a Friday night with.
I'm not necessarily trying to.
Always go there. Liberals always.
I know you're not. I know
you're weird, bro. Why are you talking about this, bro? This is fucking weird, bro.
No. Now I'm a liberal, am I, Lutch? Anyway, go ahead, Cleaner. I'm sorry, please, brother. I was being a smart ass about to save me. No, don't save me.
You're good.
Fucking piss on the fire, brother. Come on, what you got?
You're good. No. What you said earlier, though, I think. If I caught it correctly, you said he asked you a question about what why this thing is a bad thing or whatever, and you said I would have to basically you said I'd have to think about it. I don't have a clear answer. I just feel like I should go with no. That's not good for society, right? And that's your reflective and instinctual answer, right? You didn't formulate a thought path on that ahead of time so that you had an answer, right? So you just kind of instinct.
That was my natural ingrained
your moral objective, your objective morals.
Is that what you were doing, Cleaner? You were pulling it back to that? Because, dude, I agree with you. Listen. No, I agree. I agree 100%, Cleaner, that morality comes from within, not from without. And I believe that we can form our own morality from inside ourselves. That was why I was so excited when you were arguing with that. Lutch was the one who was saying that morality exclusively comes from religion or outside interface. And I was saying that, no, I think we would figure it out ourselves. That was what you were saying in the debate.
No, that's
that
not
morality was what. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I do not mean to misrepresent you, so please clarify. I thought you were saying in the debate earlier in our first hour that you believed that religion was responsible for ingraining the moralities of our society into it. Things like don't murder, don't rape, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that.
That's different than what you just.
No, it's not. That's what I was trying to say. What was different?
See, that seems contradictory. So earlier, Ivan asked him because he said Ivan asked him. He said, "Do you think because if as long as it doesn't harm anybody, do you think that this is okay?" Which to me, it's a simple fucking answer. You ask me if AICP is okay. I say fucking no. That's not a hard answer. It's not convoluted. You don't have to go into the description.
Okay, but correct. That's not the argument. So what Horseradish is saying.
No, I agree with you for what it's worth, Kelly.
Can we let him answer my question though?
Okay, yeah, let's go back and then we'll clean up the
we have empirical data. We have robust empirical data to demonstrate that there is no increase or decrease in the children that are assaulted. Would you be in favor of allowing people to watch AICP?
I would not be in favor of. No.
Then on what grounds, if the claim is because this kind of stemmed from like the whole gay marriage thing, let them do as long as it doesn't impact me. So if the principle here is let them do what they want to do as long as it doesn't impact me or other people, on what grounds are you objecting to this?
Sure. Unfortunately, and I know the problems with what I'm about to say, there is some level of democratic structure that I believe is required in a society. And I have faith in our society to agree democratically that despite the empirical data that you just presented, that it is still a bad thing. I would vote it is still a bad thing. But I believe that we need to accept the will of the people to some degree in this. And we have to make sure that we're all on the same page. Because if we don't, it's just as possible that a woman getting stoned in the street for adultery would become socially acceptable. And I think we need to vote on these things. So if the empirical data that you are presenting is as valid as you present it in your hypothetical, then I would say, fuck, man, put it to vote. I'm going to click fuck off. But I guess I'm not the only one to decide for the whole
when all the degenerates vote, oh, it's just AI.
Then I need to find a new society. Fuck the degenerates.
Well, so Horse.
I mean, we're already here. We're already here. They're already chopping off Jesus the genital.
Their fucking panel, brother. That's a whole other panel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I disagree. I think it's the exact same type of issue.
So
it's a different thing.
No, I'm saying it's 3 more hours, brother. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. This is just part 1 of 50 or whatever.
24-hour stream.
Wait.
Ivan has a point. Please.
Ivan, did you get your?
Yeah. The view here is that like even though generally speaking, my principle is that so long as no one else is being harmed, allow them to do what they will. However, in this instance, I can't really find a reason to object, but instinctually I have an aversion to it, and I probably want to leave it up to the people. I don't see what reason like someone comes along and says like, just because this is what the conversation stemmed from, homosexuality, that shouldn't be allowed. And if you give them their answer, you say, well, but who's it harming? They're like, no one, but like I just kind of have this instinctual aversion to it, and I
have the right to that belief, sir. I want to be clear. I do. Yeah. Again, and this is a thing that a lot of people in my circle shit on me for. I fucking abhor racism, but I'll abide a racist because I don't have the right to tell you how you are allowed to believe. I do have the right to tell you how I will accept you to behave in my presence. And if you misbehave in my presence, I will banish you from my presence. But at the end of the day, I can't control your fucking thoughts. I can't control your ideas. I would love to. Trust me. I wish I could. But I don't have that fucking right. So I will abide a racist, but I will not abide racism.
Give me a year.
Fair. Give me a year, you said. So going back to the specific...
I have nuance, brother. I'm not just a spurger, just so you know. Pleased to meet you, by the way.
Ivan, are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, well, I guess the last thing is presumably the reason you're against racism is because like it actually harms people. Is that kind of thing you were getting at?
Yes, I believe that it is a negative for all of society. I believe in unity, not tribalism. I believe that any sort of othering is not for the good of society or for any of us. And I would much rather if we could find reasons to find ourselves as humans than to call ourselves by any race, religion, species. I don't give a fuck. We're all humans. That's it. I said species. I meant to say gender. I'm drunk. But again, and so forgive me for that. Yeah, it was a lot of bro, but dude, it was like that much Bushmills, bro. Anyway, yeah. So again, I personally believe that we should just all be collaborating as a species. That's my fucking goal. I don't want to control anybody. I want us to get along and figure out a way for us to coexist and cohabitate anywhere that your beliefs are infringing on my beliefs. Like you can believe whatever the fuck you want until it tells you to stop me from believing what I want.
Okay, right? I'm curious
now,
because
there are things, behaviors and beliefs are two different things for what it's worth. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it just seems that, like, generally speaking, like, I think everyone would agree with this, but I think the problem is that a lot of times your beliefs are going to, like, behavior is usually downstream of belief, and so, like, people are ultimately going to. I mean, I think the abortion conversation is a good example of this. All controversial beliefs are a good example of this, right? If the pro-choice people don't believe
is dangerous,
at conception, whereas the pro-life people believe it's a person at conception. And so, like, this is ultimately going to clash. Like, whoever
literally said that 2 hours ago, my friend. 100% agree. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
I literally was talking about the fact: don't frame pro-lifers as wanting to control a woman's body. They truly believe they are protecting the life of an unborn baby, and I know what I would do to protect a born baby. So I don't agree with them, but I also understand their beliefs. This is why we need to be able to steelman each other's positions to make sure we understand each other.
I like hearing that from Horseradish, even though he doesn't agree, which I'm like, damn, why? That sucks. Maybe
no. I am pro-life, but I am pro-choice.
No. I like how you can steelman it. That's what I'm saying, because you explained it correctly. I said that I wish I could change your mind and you come to our side on that, but I dig that you do understand it. That's what a lot of people won't even describe it correctly. Like you said, sometimes you got to describe it. It's like, so say it. If you understand it, then fucking tell me. It's like that one dude on YouTube. He's like, here's a joke. A bathtub's this and blah, blah, blah. And he laughs and they laugh and it didn't make sense. He's like, you get it? Now explain it. It's like, you didn't fucking get it. Get the fuck out of here. So I dig you being in good faith on that, man. That's what's up.
My pleasure. For what it's worth, any good debater, any debater worth their salt, it's called steel manning. And when you go to an actual debate, you have to be prepared to argue either side equally. When you go, you don't know if you're going to get aff or neg. You were assigned that position when you show up for the fucking competition. And so then I have to be equally prepared to not only know the best argument for this, I have to know the best way to argue against that. I have to know the best way to argue this, and I have to know the best way to argue against that. So again, yeah, man, like you have to be able to steelman and understand your positions. This is literally this is what I preach every Saturday night. Is you have to stop and listen. Stop and listen.
You'd have a lot of fun. I have an example of Horseradish on steel manning. Back in the day, there was this bloke ran a panel debate style thing. Like we're talking 3 or 4 years ago now.
Talking about the boss.
I was a judge on Horseradish's first ever debate on that channel, and I scored him more points in the second part of the debate. They had to steel man the opposite position. And he got more points steel manning the opposition than he did, well, from me, than he did making his own point. He actually did better giving the opposite side point of view in a debate. And it was brilliant. And it was brilliant.
Yeah. Except in that one point about where I believe morality comes from. So I stated before that I was appealing to the fact that morality comes from without, not within, and that was not my claim at all. Just that the morality does come from within, but the reasons an individual has to follow that inkling, that feeling, that gut feeling, whatever it is, that is, like she said, morality comes from the taint. I think I believe that. That's and whether or not you have an a method to understand that, because like even a great example is shout out to Razor, who was up here. who came up on the last stream, and we were talking about abortion, and he was saying that it's I don't remember the exact
Dude, he was sword
example.
fighting 1v4. It was dope.
He did the damn thing. But he was talking about why he doesn't want certain examples of abortions to happen, and I'm trying to nail down on why do you? It's inherent that you see that there is something wrong with giving meth to a baby, that giving alcohol to a baby. There's something there, and I was trying to hit down on that. And I don't necessarily claim to have it ready to be articulable, but I do claim that it's there. And so I think it's inherent. And what religion up to this point has done is allowed more people to connect with that feeling. I think before 2026, we as humans are beyond the place where we need that in order to connect with that internal moral vibe, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I think it's contradictory to human nature. Some of these things are contrary to human nature that
right.
we latch a hold of. That's why,
which is why we don't need a God to tell us.
Well, I mean, no, I believe that, like, you can call it God. Let's just say that these writings are just from men, and then they figured it out. You don't have to call it from God, but these writings, I think, do they not go against human nature that makes them better than others? You can say it's a God. We don't have to debate that. We can debate that later. But these writings do go against the person that fucks you over, that steals from you for their own benefit, that does certain things that are contrary, like slaughters you and bashes you in the head just so you can take your land and nobody knows. Like that's an internal thing that people internalize that all the time. People do bad fucking things selfishly. It comes from within. The thing that comes from without is the theologies, the ideas, the philosophies in writings that are contrary to natural action, I believe. Unless you can say that. Go ahead, guys.
All right, let's go to Alley Cat and then Horseradish. Vigilante, did you have a hand up? No? All right, Alley Cat.
Okay. So first off, we learned that Horseradish did pass the Sith test. He doesn't deal in absolutes. So that's a good thing. But I was actually going to go more upon this idea that a lot of religion, and this is where I'm going to again argue that it did a lot of good, that it did a lot of good for society, is we can look at something. Here's a theory I've got, and you guys can tell me what you think of it. Is that if you look at the kosher laws in the Old Testament, that basically all these were rules passed down from generation to generation to keep people from getting poisoned and dying. Right, and so the idea is that the religion is basically pointing out a fact that, hey, if you don't wash your shellfish or your pork before you eat it, you're probably going to get sick and die. And so that may have morphed, by passing down the stories over time to it needs to be blessed by a rabbi. But the point is that the religion itself kept the inherent knowledge that was passed down generation to generation, and therefore it was useful and actually ultimately led to human survival.
Fair enough. Horseradish.
What you got, Cat? Thank you very much, sir, for reminding me of what the fuck, because I completely lost it whenever I was listening to it. When you started talking, and I completely lost the thread before I could write my notes down. We can acknowledge, Kelly, that the books went through a human conduit, correct? That the books, you were saying that they were divinely inspired, right? So that means that we all played the telephone game in middle school, right? Or I guess it was kindergarten.
Absolutely. I know
so you understand that it's going to go through the filter and the biases of the filter, right? So there are plenty of things in the Bible, in those writings, that are absolutely beneficial for society or beneficial for the greater good. But there are also some that you can easily point to as being part of the ethics of the day, what a man of the appropriate age in that particular society would think would be correct for their deity, like for their benefit, right? Like you can see that there are certain parts of it that are clearly biased to the filter of the human conduit, right? So they're not perfect.
I believe God's word is there. You could call it magic. We'll just say I have this like crazy idea, but I believe it holds itself together over time. at least for the last 2,000 years, and it's complemented. I'm a Christian, so I'm speaking from the point that I think that there was wrong things or things in the old writings that the Jewish tradition showed in the Old Testament, and Jesus corrected. So some of this gets a little obfuscated because of that. I'd say that we're talking. I'll go with you. You can keep going. I would say, like I said, I think a couple of things that have been said, though, I could kind of say, well, Christians believe, so there's a little difference here.
And you will also, however, agree that there is nuance between denominations, and that if you take 20 Christians and put them in a room, they're going to have different understanding of what those books are trying to tell them, right?
Well, no.
Yeah,
only
like
part
Southern
of it.
Baptists think that like drinking's bad a lot of the time or something. They think it's.
And
like
then some of
fucking
them
bullshit.
give you wine on Sunday,
Right, but this is my whole thing about God is very bad at being a word. That's what he's appealing to.
Well, hold on.
Yes,
no,
thank you.
You guys can steal this.
Ivan,
Ivan, I'll throw it to you. I'll throw it right to you. But you guys
nice
can steal
summary,
this.
Jesus. Perfect.
God is very, 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 very bad at being a word. The purpose of a word is to take the thoughts and ideas in my head and transfer them into your head. And so when I say God, you only think of the thing that you already determined is God. So when I say Morty, you guys know that I'm talking about this motherfucker. Yeah, you.
Not Rick.
Well, I mean, I would say in quantum physics, they just prove that words hold an absolute design in the quantum realm. So maybe it's not.
Maybe. You're not doing any. You're not doing any of that work with the word God.
And it has a design to it.
We're getting into quantum physics. Fuck, bro.
Yeah.
God damn it! I was not prepared for this.
I'm always prepared
I need
for
to
this.
study. I need to study. No, okay. No, so hang on. I really want to hear Jesus finish this because this is a beautiful, and it sounds like it's something you have said before, and God damn, it's brilliant. So I want to hear you out because when you say a word, it immediately triggers what a person already has conceived of that word. And I'm trying to steelman to understand your position.
Right.
Correct
So
me where I go wrong.
Yeah, I tell people, Christians normally, all the time, like, okay, on Sunday when you go to church, because of course you're a good Christian, you're going to church, think of the question to yourself, what is God? Just to define it in your mind, and you have that in your mind. Then you sit in the pew and turn to the person on your right and say, what is God? And they're going to give you a different answer than what's already in your head. And yet still, you turn to your left and ask that same question, and you will get a third different answer. So this is a huge reason, well, maybe not a huge reason, but a relevant reason as to why I've been willing to drop the atheist title, because I don't really know what it is that you're referring to when you say God. Maybe I believe in that thing. If you're saying, do you believe in God? And you mean who was it? Confluence is saying, oh, the highest good, that which is the highest good. Well, that can't not exist. So I can't not believe in that. You can say God is the universe. I believe in the universe. But if I don't dig into that word doesn't do anything. It's a placeholder.
God is whatever is unexplainable. So real quick, and I think that the part that you were what you punted into that from that I thought was brilliant was if God was all powerful, then there would be no doubt. And I understand that Christians' argument generally to that is that he has to give you free will. But I would say that free will would truly exist if I know that it's true and I choose to disagree anyway. Free will would still be represented if God made it clear that I'm fucking here. If he spoke in the sky right now, then people's free will would be better demonstrated. It wouldn't just be doubt, because he's the God of free will, not the God of free confusion.
Well, no, that could be
and so doesn't exist.
I would think that a loving God or a loving deity would give me all of the information to make the best decision possible, as opposed to dropping some shit in the heads of people 2,000 years ago or more and relying that for the rest of humanity we would just be able to intuitively understand the Hebrewic nature. If God inspired it, why was it not written at that time in every spoken litter that could ever be made throughout human history? If that was an all-knowing, all-powerful God, he would have had that Hebrew man 2,000 years ago write it in fucking modern English as well as whatever they're going to use 2,000 years from now.
Bro, hold on.
Dilly fucking Dilly.
I'm sorry.
Hold on,
the Old Testament with the New, mate.
Hold on, though, Horseradish. Hold on, all right?
Cleaner and then Ivan. Go ahead.
like basically what you're saying is, I mean, okay, so like God is infinite and like all of space and time is like, that's a lot of time, right? And so like I'm sure God, like when God blinks, it's probably like 1,000 years that fly by or some shit, right? Why are you getting mad at God for blinking right now, Horseradish? Shut the fuck up and wait for him to talk again.
No, so that's why God's been absent for the past 2,000 years.
Hold on. That was beautiful, Cleaner.
I'm
that
just
was beautiful.
illustrating a point.
No. I
He
hear what you're saying.
Horseradish got it.
I agree with you. So you're saying that basically I'm not being patient enough. I agree that humanity, because the 7 days, this is one of my explanations for the fucking Bible being reality. I don't think that the 7 day creation of the earth and all that ever was goes against the Big Bang Theory. I think that God said, let there be something, and bang, there was. Huzzah, we've got it. Right? I think that's fair. So with that said, what's a day to God? Some of those days happened before a sun was invented. Our sun didn't get invented. We define a day based on our sun. The sun wasn't invented in the first day. So what the fuck is a day? A day means something else. So a day means something else to God. So we don't understand what a day is. And so with that said, he spoke to us just like a fucking split second ago, dude. In God's terms, be patient, bro. No, that's a fair point. So I guess we'll have a second message from the most omnipotent, omniscient God who loves us in another 20,000 years, 2 billion years. What do you expect, Cleaner? What is a day to God?
What I would say?
How often would a loving parent check in on their child?
What I would
we'll
say
see when he talks to you soon, Horseradish. He's gonna come to you, dog. I bet.
I mean, he came to me. He's left me. It was a mosh pit. I told the story earlier. Yeah, no, dude. I promise. I've heard his voice, and I've later figured out what that voice was. Got medicated.
We're talking to Satan. We're talking to Satan. I said God.
I would say. I would say as soon as the point of what I was trying to get at, and Horseradish caught it. It's like the conception of time, the conception of things, the conception of all. Like we're speaking about these in our 3-dimensional understanding. God is an extra-dimensional being of some kind. The minute we try and explain God with our language, we've already framed him and put him in a box and are misrepresenting him.
This guy fucking gets it.
Yeah, I mean, but this has already been classically understood, right? I mean, this is why the tome.
No, it's not understood because you yourself have made arguments based on this.
Wait, wait. I haven't go. I don't go. So you're saying, Ivan, go ahead.
Scholastics.
He's saying some dude thought of it a couple years ago.
Yeah, the hundreds of years ago. Yeah, that's why they say God is analogical.
I didn't read it, so I'm sorry. That's awesome.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying, like Aquinas has been talking about this.
It's just another appeal to authority. A guy 1,000 years ago said it, so it must be true.
People who actually know philosophy and theology, you guys are just like spitting off nonsense.
We're creating our own philosophy and theology, bro. Catch up. Bring your crayons.
It's already been discussed, right? I mean, like Aquinas talked about how reasoning to God, how talking about God is analogical. Like this is anything new. Like this is nothing proprietary. People have talked about this all the time. There's nothing is being discovered here.
Good. So it's true.
I wasn't claiming that anything was being discovered. What I was doing was illustrating a point that a lot of times when people have these conversations about religion, spirituality, and God, they misunderstand things because you can't really get a full conception of what another dimension is like unless you're in that dimension, living it, and capable of utilizing its language models, right? Like we're learning this with AI, and their large language models are very different from humans, even though we programmed them.
You think that a 2-dimensional entity can conceptualize a 3-dimensional entity? Or what it would be like to exist in a third dimension?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, sure.
No. A 3-dimensional creature could conceptualize a 4th dimension.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what's the contradiction?
Are you not able to conceptualize of a 4-dimensional?
Until I experience it, I don't know.
Hold on. Actually,
that's not what you asked.
It's been proven.
Conceptualize.
Hold on, though. It's actually been scientifically proven. You cannot conceptualize.
You're right.
You cannot.
No, it hasn't.
This is exactly.
Physicists do this all the time. Physicists talk about.
I don't know the answer to that.
Dimension, 7 dimensions.
You actually cannot conceptualize an idea that somebody else is giving you to the full entailment that they're giving it to you.
No, your claim was that you can't conceptualize a dimension you're not in. Not true.
Yeah. No, you cannot fully conceptualize what it is that is going on. You can't.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this is pretty good.
No,
you're just like totally wrong. You're multiply wrong.
You
That's a
guys
pretty
are
picture,
you guys are
Terrence Howard.
arguing over semantics, right?
It is
You
a
can
semantic.
conceptual-
That's a pretty
Thank you for
picture,
saving us
Terrence
from
Howard.
semantics.
Good
And he's
job,
just-
Terrence Howard. I love geometry.
Right. What he just showed was a concept of the fourth dimension. What you're
Like a
arguing for,
tesseract or some shit.
yeah, it was a, yeah, it was a,
Wait, go ahead, Alcat.
But what you're arguing for is that you can't truly know what it's like, right? Now, if you can argue that the fourth dimension is somehow time and that we're moving through time as three-dimensional objects, maybe you can sit there and say that actually as humans we can
Yeah,
actually
sounds like you know what the
understand and do that. But then there'd be you could always go one higher, the fifth dimension. Then, okay, so what's the fifth dimension? Well, I don't know. Okay, well, you can conceptualize it, but you can't live it.
So I would like to clarify the difference, I guess, since we're playing a semantic conversation, can we agree on a difference between conceptualize and conceive of? Because yes, you can conceive of a fifth dimension, but for you to be able to properly conceptualize it, you would have to experience.
I think you're better off using. I think you're better. Wait. I think a horseradish is actually
Maybe I
trying to
got
talk
that
about
backwards?
qualia. That we don't have the qualia of four dimensions,
Right.
even though
Okay,
we
I'm
can
sorry.
conceive.
Define that word. I've never heard that word. Please use it.
Qualia just means there is an experience of. So we have the experience of seeing this thing, and we understand four dimensions, but we're not able to experience what four dimensions is.
Sure.
In the same way that you can't experience what it's like to be a rock.
That is what I was agreeing with. I don't know if that's what Cleaner was saying. So I can only speak for myself. That's what I thought he meant.
Right.
Are we come to head? Everybody good?
Yeah, Cleaner was not.
Everybody good. So why don't we do this before? Let's go with final words. Bringing it back to the prompt. I'm gonna have Horseradish go last before I close down. Thank goodness I don't have to do any fucking push-ups tonight. But let's go clockwise, snake-wise. Ivan, my good sir, final words on the prompt or anything else that you'd like to address. This is not going to be followed by another round of chaos.
I mean, I already addressed the prompt, and then since there's no follow-ups, then I guess I'll just hold my tongue.
Fair enough. Alleycat, you are up, sir.
Well, I will agree that my a debate bros / judging mentality went to the whole prompt and dissected it that way. So that's maybe why I was giving such a hard time about it. The idea that created means you're talking about the item, not the actor. I think that was very important because I think that was conflated a couple times. But the reality was, I don't know, I still pretty stand on the three things that I was saying. And I think that looking at that perspective, I think it would have shown that religion wasn't the most dangerous thing ever created. In fact, it could even be considered the greatest thing man ever created because it made sure that they made it through the early parts of history.
Perhaps. Indeed. Let's go to Cleaner 409. Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created. Final words.
No, I would say religion I still don't believe religion is the most dangerous thing we've ever created. We've created sharp tools, and every sharp tool that came from that was used to kill somebody. It's like trying to say which one has done more damage. Alcohol has caused over 1 billion deaths historically, religion over 200 million. So which one is theoretically more dangerous? Alcohol. I couldn't quantify religion in that way, especially seeing it as a tool. It's a tool for us to utilize to live our lives in what we believe to be a better way.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. Kelly Green, you are up. Final words on the prompt. Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created.
I'll just say maybe I might be wrong. It might be the most dangerous thing because it influenced me. And I'm out here planting seeds in the darkness, so I'm about to bring y'all to my side. But hey,
might be the worst thing ever, but we should all follow it. I mean, I'm coming for you,
bro.
That's a Kelly Green moment if there ever was one.
I like it.
I'm gonna plant some seeds, and y'all just would be like, "Damn."
Vigilante, sir. Final words on the prompt. Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created.
I don't think religion's really that dangerous. I think the people that it creates is what's more dangerous. People like Ivan, people like tons of different people who are extremely bad faith and will sit there and throw out random bullshit that is dangerous to society.
Yeah, this guy's
That's the dangerous part.
Y'all better be
religion.
joining the Discord so you can work this shit out.
Yeah, this guy Vigilante is like low tier, low IQ, made 0 arguments. You see how Horseradish Cleaner and Alley Cat actually made arguments. You're just sitting here coping and whining. How about you make arguments instead of crying? Anyways.
Fair
I got interrupted every time I was
get...
going to correct you on the bullshit that you're doing. So
I missed that.
No, we should be going to Salty before I kick you guys all the fuck out of here. And me and Horseradish close this down. So Salty, make it good, sir. Your final thoughts on the prompt. Religion is the most dangerous thing man has ever created.
Absolutely not, and it's silly to even suggest so. I want to agree with Cleaner, but he said alcohol is bad, so I can't agree with him anymore. So I might have to go with the horsey on that. But yeah, no, religion is important to every society, no matter what the religion is in their society. It's very important, and it's integral to their society.
Dilly. Word up. So before I kick your asses out of here, does anybody have any social media, anything else that they would like to kick out? Horseradish, you're good. We're going to close down a little more professionally. Anybody else?
I will talk to you, but I want to address them first.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Because I real quick, I want to hear them. So first of all, those of you who knew me back before I started hosting the DMZ, one of the things that I used to have people do was $5. I would debate myself on a subject. So I would literally back and forth and refute every argument that I would make. So what I'm going to do real quick is I want to close by steel manning y'all's position, and I'm going to refute what I was affirming from the beginning. So I actually think that religion, and I say actually because I'm not really 100% on this now that I've been listening to you guys talk. So again, I want to be clear with everybody. I'm steel manning here. So I believe that religion comes from story. Religion carries story, and story is what culture is built on. There is nothing that is more beneficial for humanity than the unity that is built from tribalism. And that tribalism comes from shared stories. So religion in and of itself is a benefit beyond anything immeasurable to human society and human development. What is actually the most dangerous thing that humanity has ever created is AI. And we only know this based on its potential. We have already seen the immediate impact that it has had on our society, and everything that we see is negative. Nobody that I talk to watches an AI fucking video on YouTube and says, ooh, this is what I wanted from human fucking art. So every person I hear says AI slop. AI might have some potential benefits, but it is not only degrading us as a culture, as a society, it is causing more distrust among us, where anything that we see on the internet, we immediately distrust it, we dismiss it, we say that's fucking fake, there's no way that's real, and we are only scratching the surface of how it's going to impact our economy and our fucking environment. So while we don't know how bad it's going to be, we can look back at the first time we split the atom and extrapolate. And scene.
So anybody want to respond to that? As your last chance to get in some good ones.
Set up the debate for the AI. I love that one.
Done. Done. I'm DMing
I actually
right now.
I want to say that I would happily schedule the Vigilante versus Kelly debate.
That too, yep.
I will find it.
I was gonna say,
and I would love to host that.
Both of those DM'd to Horseradish. Anybody
yeah,
else?
I was gonna say, I will gladly school Ivan on his own religion.
Let's go.
On the semantics of his own religion.
Oh, not Christian.
Here we go.
You do that on Jesus's show.
Let's do it.
What's the guy even talking
Let's
about?
do it.
I'm
Yeah,
agnostic.
make sure you guys, again, I'm going to put I think I put the link to the Discord in the private chat. So make sure you guys join. I'm happy to set that up.
I'm agnostic. I'm not even Christian. I was just correcting people making obvious errors.
Yeah, but you are the one making errors.
You're biblically illiterate. You made zero arguments today. You made zero arguments today. Horseradish, Ali Kelly, even the cleaner guy who I disagreed with him several times. They all made arguments. You're just whining. That's all you're doing. Man up. Make arguments. Come on.
Real quick, I'm going to stand there real quick. I want to white knight you, Vigi, because for what it's worth, vigilante debates on the DMZ. That's why I brought that up about the him versus Kelly, is so you can tune in and see him make arguments, because that's what he does on the DMZ. It's a different thing. No, I'm just saying maybe tonight he didn't, but I just want to back up Vigi insofar as saying that he makes arguments on a regular over on the DMZ.
And I do disagree with him, but Ivan, I do think that you should join DMZ. I think you would do quite well. What is just a Horseradish's debate.
Talk about it later, brother.
Yeah. So every time I was actually going to correct you on the shit that you were wrong about, I got interrupted. But so, like, for an example, the Paul thing, where you were talking about Paul talking about homosexuality, specifically the word that he used in Greek is specifically talking about ritualistic homosexuality. So homosexuality yes, it is. Look at the fuck up. You're wrong.
You gotta let him make the argument, bro.
I'll make it
yeah, go ahead, Vigi. Are you done?
Yeah. Well, I mean, 2 points. One, Robert Gagnon has already done a lot of scholarship on this. One, there's no syntactic predicate to indicate any specific kind of homosexual relationship. There's no qualifier in the original Hebrew, so that's wrong. And two, we could just
talking about the Greek.
All this aside.
Talking about the Greek.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Greek. There's no syntactic predicate in the Hebrew or the Greek. I'm talking about both. There's no syntactic predicate to qualify the kind of homosexual act.
It's the word that he used. The word that he used in ancient Greek is specifically used for ritualistic homosexuality.
Again, Robert Gagnon has done a ton of scholarship on this. He's probably the foremost authority. There's no syntactic.
Just because somebody wrote a book doesn't mean they were right, buddy.
Sure, yeah, he's gonna know way more than me and this guy.
Okay, but that's fair. But then you have to say what is wrong.
Vigilante, he's trying to, but Ivan just keeps saying, "Yeah, but so and so said so."
I literally gave the argument.
All right, let's
appeal to authority.
There's no.
Hold on. Let's let Vigilante talk without interrupting.
Ivan's the one talking right now.
I have to be able to like engage with him, right? In the same way that he can jump in if I'm saying something, right? I'm not going to mute this guy either. My point is, there's no syntactic predicate that qualifies a kind of homosexual act. And two, we could just lean on the people who actually spoke the original language and who are actually embedded in the culture and understood what the words meant, namely the original Christians and the church themselves, who held for over 1,500 years that this was the interpretation. Like there was this idea that there's like it's actually a specific kind of homosexual act. It's actually a specific kind of this didn't happen until like modernity and we started gaining like the civil rights movement. That's when this new scholarship came out. We have evidence too of like nonprofits that have pumped in millions upon millions of dollars to try and get these like new hermeneutical moves out to try and further progressive values within religious communities. But if you just appeal to church history, the people who actually spoke the languages, the people who actually had authority on the matter, and the entire Christian community at large, this was not a debate, right? This is not like, well, did Jesus have two wills or did he have one? This was not a debate at all for over 1,500 years. They all understood what the text meant, and it wasn't until recently where we want to embrace like homosexuality, homosexual acts, and further gay marriage, where modern scholarship has tried to cope and create these new translations. But again, if we just look at the history for over 1,000 years, no one held this view. The people who actually spoke the language, no one held this view.
Because they used to, must be.
Yeah, I'm leaning on the people who actually spoke the language and who are actually a part of the culture where the text was written. They're going to be far more reliable sources than some random guy in 2026 online that wants to further a progressive agenda.
So as society developed, their interpretations changed?
Go ahead.
So the word specifically that Paul used wasn't even an ancient Greek word for homosexuality. It was a word he made up. It was arsenokoitai.
I already addressed this.
Arsenokoitai.
Hold on, Ivan. You gotta let him cook.
Yeah. So there are in the actual ancient Greek, there are multiple different words for homosexuality. Paul did not use a single one of them.
I didn't say homosexuality. Didn't say homosexuality.
Ivan, hold on, brother. You gotta let him.
Well,
he's not
literally
interrupting
what
you.
we are talking about is homosexuality.
No, hold on. There's a difference between homosexuality and same-sex actions and same-sex intercourse. There's a big difference. One is a disposition. One is an orientation. The other one is because you can be homosexual. You can have homosexuality.
The concept of
homosexual acts. Right. You can be attracted to men, not ever perform same-sex acts.
It was the word he. the word he used, he made up. It did not refer to that before he started using it. And there was for what he was talking about. If he was talking about what you're implying that he is talking about, he would have used specifically the word erastasy. Or I'll spell it because I can't.
You guys got 3 minutes. We're setting up this debate. Close down for now. Whatever you got. You got 3 minutes.
So good it won't end.
I wanted to continue. That's why I want to dedicate a whole thing to it. But
the word that
I need sleep. Go ahead, Veggie.
That word, there was already something that referred to that. It's I'll spell it again. I'll spell it because I don't know how to pronounce it. It's ERASTES, and it actively refers to same-sex relations between male partners.
Yeah, again, I never made the claim it was homosexuality. It was same-sex acts. You can be homosexual and never perform a same-sex act. Okay,
that is literally fucking guess.
You can be. Wait, are you saying
the definition of the word?
Are you saying the definition of the word? This is absurd. You're saying you can be attracted to every person who's attracted to a man has had sex with a man? Is that your claim?
No, I'm saying there are already words in ancient Greek that referred to the act. I literally just gave you one of the words.
The word he created, arsena koitai, is man who lies in bed with another man. I don't know.
There was already a word for that.
You can use he can use whatever word he wants. The new word he coined was man, a male bed liar, man who lies in bed with another man. And again, we already have the people who actually spoke the language. Okay, not people 2,000 years later trying to interpret this thing. The people who actually spoke the language also came to the same conclusion. The people who were embedded within the culture understood that this was to be understood that same-sex acts are this is a prohibition against same-sex acts. So again, this is just modern progressive hermeneutics trying to code.
All right, I'm giving Vigil the last word here, and then we're shutting down. This is going to be a full debate. I'm telling you, join the Discord. I will set it up. We will have all the time in the world, and I won't say jack shit. So, Vigi.
The criminalization of homosexuality in the Christian world didn't happen until the Catholic Church took over.
Who cares? Doesn't mean it's illegal.
You're sitting here saying
you can understand things.
You're sitting here saying,
yeah. Again,
you're sitting here saying the interpretations of the people that. Hold on. You're sitting here saying that interpretations of the people that actually spoke the language, when we actually look at the people who actually spoke the language, who would have criminalized it, if that's what it was actually saying.
That doesn't follow at all. Why do you have to criminalize something because it's immoral? Since when do we do that? We've never just criminalized everything. That's literally what religious people have done since the creation of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Every single religion on planet Earth, there's going to be something that was immoral, that was not illegal. That just doesn't follow. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because they think it's immoral doesn't mean they have to make it
beautiful. A non sequitur, that means that we're not moving towards furthering the conversation. So let's put a pin in it there. I am very, very much looking forward to the Ivan Vigilante debate hosted here right on the Indian Jesus channel. Guys, hit me up and we will make sure that is happening. I want to give a big thank you to all of you that joined the panel. I want to talk to my boy Horseradish real quick before we shut down, but I am going to knock all of you guys out. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. And whenever I drop that link, come on through. Thank you so very, very much. Horseradish, we done did the damn thing. And, I think you definitely... You don't want to stop me saying I think you definitely won, eh? You definitely...
was just gonna say, I had a blast, man. It wasn't about winning and losing. I think we both won, man. The truth is, and people who watch the debates know that I can tell how good a conversation was by how many pages of notes I have, and the fact that I had to find a goddamn notebook because it's like I gotta hold this thought, but I'm still fucking listening. So again, that means good shit was being said. So for what it's worth, I just shouted you out over in the Twitch as well as through your Discord in there. So hopefully you get a couple of new recruits.
I figure out all that. I thought I see the page where hold on real quick. I have this. Does this mean that because I'm not seeing?
We're sharing chat. So yeah, no. Our chat. If anybody chats in your Twitch, they're gonna see what I'm saying. That's why I was asking you about the Restream bot, because there's a thing where anything in your Twitch will go into everything you're streaming on. right? And everything you're streaming on goes into your Twitch chat. So basically, all of your communities are one community. And I was
StreamYarders don't need to worry about that. They just
right.
do
Well,
it for us.
well, except that you're streaming on Twitch now too, right?
Yeah, Twitch.
So,
My Twitch is here. But the last time, like on the thank you, Cleaner, very much appreciated. On
Absolutely enjoyed it.
On Saturday,
as always.
I saw the chats from your chat coming up in my chat as well, but I'm not seeing that. I don't know.
The shared chat should be on. I fucking clicked it. Let me double check. Maybe I fucked up. Oh, dude, I hope I didn't fuck up. I fucked up.
I was like, why the fuck aren't I seeing anybody? So everybody in chat, all right. I said I wanted to bring all your shit up.
No.
Wasn't
For what it's worth, no. Because I did keep carrying, and Let's Chief was carrying your links. So like the come up to the chat, they were all cowards. They actually, well, a couple of them came in from over there. Actually, to be honest, I believe that's where Vigi came in from. Yeah, again, absolutely fucking great conversation. I just want to say that about the notes, it sucks because everybody left and I don't get to say, because I won't argue with somebody who's not there to defend themselves. That is a peeve of mine. And it's one of the reasons I don't do a lot of reaction video, is because if you say a thing and I disagree with it, I want you there to respond to my fucking criticism. You know what I mean?
We ain't going nowhere. Say what you got to say. We'll bring them up next time.
No. I'm saying, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying there. Okay. All right.
Put it out there. Put it out there. We're all grown-ups.
Then I will leave an argument on the table for everybody to consider for future conversations. If I understood what Ivan was saying there at the end, he was saying that the act of homosexuality versus the preference for homosexuality were two different things. And my question to that is always, are you able to get aroused sexually if a man is touching you? Like because definitionally,
I hate that I know the exact answer to that, because I tried to double team a girl and I touched the dude's leg and I was not about it. But
and it ended immediately, right?
Yup.
Thank you. So once again, people who say, "Oh, well, I mean, just because you did it in prison doesn't mean you're bro." We got to talk. It's okay. We love you. We accept you, right? You're allowed to be how you want to be, but just be real with yourself. That's what that means. Like, not everybody can engage in homosexuality. Like, the idea, like, this was a thing whenever the whole thing was happening, where like certain people in prisoners recently in one of the conflicts, I don't remember which conflict or which prison or who's in control. That's none of my goddamn business. But there was like security camera video of them like ass raping the prisoners. And yeah, and I'm like, dude, you do understand, for you to that means you were digging what you were doing, because I don't know about you, but if I ain't digging what I'm doing,
you ain't never heard gay for the steak, bro? Gay for the steak.
Like I said, that would be the argument that I was going to take there in response to that. But like I said, he's not here, so it's not fair. And that would have I only was going to engage in that because of what he was trying to do to me with the AI kitty shit. Because it's like, don't put me into an absolutist box. Come on, like let's have context. Let's be real. Let's be fucking
my
human.
antenna going like, hey, whoa, what are we talking about here?
Yeah,
but
fun story about that. There was actually a prompt that I was trying. Fun story, but not fun story, right? But interesting story about that. Anecdotal. So there was a prompt that somebody submitted to me to try to host, that hentai was the most ethical form of pornography. And I was like, ooh, that's kind of an interesting prompt. So I put it on the list for everybody, and I got an interesting mixture of 3v3. So I was like, ooh, I want this to be a 3v3. That seems like an interesting idea to investigate.
What happened in hentai?
But again, I'm also old and I don't read hentai. I don't know shit about hentai. I just know that it's animated porn. And somebody actually, I'll shout out Let's Chief, because that's why he's the producer now. That's why motherfucker got a job. Was I not supposed to say that? Whatever. Anyway, so that's why Let's Chief was like, bro, so this is how that's going to play out. Let me tell you about a thing called a lolly. And I was like, okay.
Hey,
And
yo.
yeah. So again, I didn't understand what any of this was. And he explained to me about the whole like that, oh no, it's 1,000 years old. It's not a kid. And like the fucking weird justifications that happen in that shit. Yeah. And he's like, you don't want that playing out on your fucking debate. I'm like, oh no, I don't. Fucking
Definitely
thank you. So yeah. So again, like I said, those kinds of weird fucking traps. It's like, dude, let's not play that game. Let's be fucking grown-ups. We all agree. If you don't agree, fucking leave right now. That's just, we're all agreeing that that's not cool, right? So, but again, like I said, it's like then people do it in a debate, and it's like you're trying to get a gotcha. You're trying to catch somebody into it's like, what's the point here? I thought we were trying to fucking find the truth. And that's what we should all be doing, brother. We should all be seeking truth.
Indeed.
Holding your ideas against my ideas and seeing which ones bounce and which ones, if you can knock it down, and I'm like, fuck yeah, you're right. I got to be man enough to admit that you fucking got a good point there, bro. That's what we're all here for.
Do you want that list, Chief? All right. I mean, yeah, you're the lolly guy. Oh, he's the lolly guy. Shout out to the lolly guy.
No. Let's Chief. He is about just the right age younger than me to know the internet in ways that I don't. So there are references and memes. Like there was another thing that was said. There was There was another thing that was said. Shout out Naughty Roddy, who was talking to a fella all of us know, Grumpelstiltskin, and they made some joke that was right past me. I don't know what the fuck he said. And he's like, bro, TOS. I'm like, what? Yeah. So again, it's not that he's in the circles. He's just more educated on what fucking degeneracy exists. He watches shit like you and Confluence and I don't. I don't.
We're fucking degenerates.
Yeah. He knows the jokes. I fucking don't. So anyway.
Well, thank you so very, very much for this this debate, conversation, whatever you want to call it. I do think it was very interesting, both of us being non-believers and digging into the validity of religion itself and the role in society. I think that, that's an interesting thing, and hopefully this bores out more conversation like this. We already have Ivan and Vigi ready to debate. So maybe I'm getting into moderating. Hit me the fuck up and let's do it. So before we go, and I see Alley Cat and Salty, if you guys want to hang out, I'll keep the studio open. But before the stream goes down, shout out to the Horseradish. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Before we go, if the people don't know who you are, what you do, and where to find you, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you again for hosting me. Had a fucking blast. Great way to spend a Friday night. So I am the Horseradish. Every Saturday night, I host the Demilitarized Zone over on _Horseradish. We're thinking about fixing that. What do y'all think? We do good faith debates in a structured format, and then follow that by an open panel conversation where we revisit each of the prompts with the people who participated. So the people who are just screaming into their chat while somebody else was debating, they get to put their 2 cents worth in too. So that way we don't let the truth be figured out by somebody who just doesn't know how to debate. That doesn't seem like a good idea, right? So every Saturday night, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, you can check us out, the Demilitarized Zone, and the Indian Jesus shows up there from time to time. It's pretty fucking awesome when he does. It's like when Santa Claus shows up, but cooler. So cheers, everybody. I appreciate y'all hanging out with us.
Thank you. And of course, you are welcome anytime. And definitely, I like, out of all the platforms, all the debate platforms, I'm not trying to play favorites, but I do like yours the best for 2 reasons. I do really, really, really appreciate the way you do the matching, matching up opponents. And I always say this, guys, this is the place. Not this, but the Horseradish channel is the place to get your teeth wet and to feet wet, teeth wet. You know what the fuck I mean. To dip your toe in the water and see what's good. Maybe you hate it, maybe you love it. Either way, you don't want to be on Speakeasy, you don't want to be on Grid, you don't want to be on Modern Day Debate and realizing, oh, I'm not really about this. So hit him up.
We give feedback and advice, by the way. That's one thing. Thank you very much, Jesus. After every debate, the judges who are unbiased and are solid debaters, you don't want to fucking face them, I promise you. All of the judges will give you feedback about what you could have done better or what you, et cetera, et cetera. Oh shit, wait a minute. Hold on. Jesus beat Let's Chief, didn't he?
Yup.
Fuck.
Yup.
Ooh. I think a rematch.
We need a
might be in
rematch?
order.
Let's
I think that might be in
go.
order. We'll see how that
go.
falls out. But the point is that the judges give you feedback and criticism that's like constructive. They're not going to shit on you. They're not going to make fun of you because your ideology. They will judge you based on your.
But they might.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Chat will. The other debaters will 100%. But the judges judge based on your rhetoric and your delivery, your argumentation, your ability to, etc. To get like your performance. Like there's like an actual fucking debate. They score it based on your skill, not on your belief in the subject. We do not assume that everybody believes what they are fucking debating. So that is an important fact. We will help you get better. We will get you ready for those other debates that you want to go on 100%. Cheers. Thank you for reminding me.
Indeed. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, brother. I really do appreciate it. And like I said, this was a really interesting conversation. I always love the non-believers discussions about spirituality, religion, all that kind of stuff. Thank you so very, very much. Everybody go give him a follow, a subscribe, whatever your shit is.
And to everybody.
His channel is linked.
Yeah. Shouting you out one more time.
Thank you. His channel is linked in my description. I don't have the Twitch because I'm not good at the Twitch stuff, but you do the stuff, and you will find him. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Until next time, brother, you have a good one. Oh, fucking right. So, what's everybody saying here? That's what we got the replays for. Testicles about the happy about the crossover. I just realized I was reading the banner and I realized that I spelled your name wrong, but I do very, very much appreciate it. And the whole fucking outdoor thing was fucked. I was going to say $4,000, but no, that's after the $1,200 deposit. So like six grand and something. So yeah. Kelly says, Ledge is my favorite DEI streamer. That is a fact. I am DEI certified. I see Vigilante just joined the Discord. Shout out to Vigilante. And we got Let's Chief as well. Making sure we give them the, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Give them the disciple role. Like I said, if you join the party before we end, you get a free day pass. Now, we've been going late today, so we're not going to have an after party tonight. But next time we do, you in there. And it's free, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Castle, very much appreciated. And yeah, I wish I was able to pull you guys up throughout the whole thing. I did try to keep it balanced. But you know, I'm in the moment. But you guys know what it is. Thank you so very, very much. I see Alleycat and Salty are still hanging out to hang out in the backstage. So I do suggest if you guys haven't joined the Discord, you could just go do it there. But if you prefer it here, that is totally fine too. So I'm gonna drop the backstage link once again. Once I shut down, I'm gonna dip the fuck out. But you will be able to hang if you want to do that, and it won't be online anywhere. So thank you guys so very, very, very much for hanging out. I know that you guys have been doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me, the Overlord, and Alex and Salty and Horseradish doing our thing. So I really, really do appreciate it, and of course a big, big shout out to all of the disciples. You guys are the real ones, and a big shout out to all of the donations. Look at it, just look at it. Oh, again. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I know that you could be spending your time and money everywhere, but it really does matter. And as I tell you guys all the time, it's not just about me being a dancing monkey here. I'm trying to build something. Join that Discord. It's free to join. I don't care about being famous or whatever. If I could live, meaning pay my bills and pay Morty's food and a fucking $1,500 amount a week. If I could pay all that from YouTube, I would be ecstatic. I still have a full-time fucking job. It ain't bad, but I would like to quit that shit. Point being, I am not here just to grab some money out of your pockets. I am here to build something real. And maybe it's too big. Maybe I can't do it, and maybe I will fail. Maybe. But until it is proven to me that Christianity and religion is the best that humanity can do, then I won't stop. And I don't need to take away religion from any of you. I don't need to act like your beliefs don't matter. I just need to show that we can all be on the same page, despite the fact that we may not agree about all those things. So again, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Any last minute chats here? Yeah, that seems to be what it is, right? You think I'm just a dancing monkey? How dare you? But we're doing something bigger, guys. Thank you so very, very much once again. That he thought it was a treat, fucking loser. Now I feel bad. All right, you fucking. I almost TOS. That is Morty. I am drunk. And I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.